And we are live. The Air Force Gaming League Finals continues now. An FBI tugboat. This goat next to me is Jolly. Jolly, how are you doing?
I'm so good. I'm so excited. We've been waiting so long for this to happen. Y'all saw the delays that we had, a couple of issues.
What delays?
Yeah, exactly. Everything has been ironed out, though. No more kinks at all in this run, and I'm stoked. We got 3 amazing games on docket today.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're starting off here, a little Rocket League action, a little flying cars soccer. Moving on in to the Fortnite after that. That Halo 10K going to be coming up afterwards. That's an open as well. A lot of money being given away there, Jolly.
Yeah, and a lot of family members as well that are participating, which is my favorite part about events like this. 13 plus anyone who is a family member of, active military is able to come and participate in this one. And we do have entirely Air Force here today. Yesterday, of course, if you happen to tune into that or stop by here at the venue, you would have been able to see all 6 military branches involved. But of course, today we are doing Air Force gaming stuff. So we got some Air Force players on board.
Absolutely, absolutely. Where is it going down? But the brand new beautiful tech board here in sunny San Antonio. Big list of shout outs here. A lot of organizations, a lot of people went into making this event possible. First off, like you said, the other branches here, all Air Force here today. Big shout outs to Techport as well. Again, the absolutely brand new venue. They had huge events going on over there, little music action, everything else. What you're looking at right now, people, is the absolute slaughter that went down yesterday. That was Air Force Gaming taking it all the way, not dropping a map, Jolly. It was fantastic stuff to watch.
There were a lot of sweeps in general, actually, and we had 2 brackets. It was a full day of Halo, but you're absolutely right. At the end of the day, Air Force, it seemed towards the end, wasn't even sweating whatsoever. They took everything without even having to worry about, the potential loss of the bye that they were able to get.
Absolutely. Came into the grand finals there with that point advantage, which is the superior way of handling double eliminations, right? We were talking about that a little bit earlier. But yes, slicing and dicing and a whole bunch of multi-kills for everybody here. It was such a great time. And those grand finals, this is pretty lit, as the kids say.
Oh, yeah, and you know what? Those players are here today for Air Force Gaming. Once we, of course, get towards the end of that, we might be able to see a show match where some players compete against those fantastic players. Of course, Command Station, as you saw in that picture.
MVP yesterday for a reason.
MVP, got a big old belt, a big old WWE belt. Absolutely fantastic and very well deserved. She blew it out of the water yesterday.
Absolutely. The highest KD, and it wasn't really even that close. We were looking at a big shout outs here, Rally Cry, as well as DAFGL. That is the Department of the Air Force Gaming League making this possible, as well as our production crew out here. We're just screaming about esports otherwise without our production crew.
It's true. Yeah, everybody thinks we do the hard work. We absolutely don't. We literally just wait for them to drop the pin, drop the hat, and then we go.
And sometimes we wait again, and then we wait again. All gravy, all gravy. We're making sure that all these PCs, everything else, hardware-wise, software-wise, and people-wise, going to be able to go here, firing all cylinders, coming on in to our best of 3s, but single elimination Rocket League action.
Yeah, single elimination. Of course, the grand finals are going to be a best of 5, so you get a little bit more action here. But speaking of that, let's actually take a quick look at the bracket so we can talk about the teams that you're going to be seeing here today. Again, it is all Air Force teams, but supposedly there is one that stands above the rest. We're going to be starting out the day with the Hartford Yard Goats going against Bonsai. And of course, these are different areas. Bonsai coming from APAC, which is Asia Pacific, and Hartford Yard Goats from NA, Bonsai from EU, my mistake there. But when we're talking about a standout team or a team that is coming into this with a massive amount of confidence, you got to look at Hartford Yard Goats.
Absolutely. You heard it in the crowd there earlier, had a little bit of fan action going through there. Now, Team Bonsai coming out of EU. This is going to be your J-Dubs, your Pip Dip, and your Quispy, not Crispy, Quispy player. I love it. I love it. Oh, taking a look at the crowd right here. Go Goats. HYG, but nice. There you go. Rocket League is best. That's fair. That's fair. We'll be getting some Halo in action later, though, and that's definitely comparable.
He said no cap, though. So.
No cap. Oh, he did say no cap. I think that means he's serious.
I mean, it is an exciting day. We've also got Fortnite in the middle, like we were talking about. And, I mean, we have just got so many amazing players here today. Of course, there's a massive booth as well for merchandise if anyone wants to pick anything up. It's absolutely incredible. There's also some free games that you can experience, flight simulators that seem too intense for me to go near. But I mean, honestly, everybody's just having an absolute blast. All ages, little kids running around, kids in strollers. It doesn't matter. Everyone's having fun here.
Everyone is having fun here at the esports event. Classic games, little VR, like you said. Got to look at the Humvee over there in the corner, right? They got the circle camera as well. If you haven't done that, guys, you got to check that one out. It's high-def camera, spinning all the way around. They even have like some props, like kind of like they have at weddings, the photo booths and stuff. How cool is that? How cool is that?
It's insanely cool. And, you know, I have not seen something like this specifically at a wedding because that would be way out of any budget of wedding that I've ever gone to.
Fair enough.
So, yeah, if you haven't gotten the chance to experience something like it, even just watching other people taking photos, again, lots of little kids, really doesn't matter who you are, how tall you are, whether you like games or not. You
do not have a height requirement here. You do not have to be this tall to have fun at the tech port here in San Antonio, in sunny San Antonio. It's been a fantastic time so far. We got some fantastic food staying over there, some historic hotel action. Fantastic stuff.
Spooky.
Fantastic stuff. It has been a little bit spooky. It has been. We kind of dove into the Team Bonsai there real quick, very briefly. Team Hartford Yard Goats. They had a lot to say earlier. Jolly.
They did. And when I say, you know, they have an ego, but they have the game to back it up, that is absolutely the case with a team like this. They honestly do not see competition, we'll say, within these other teams. So we'll have to see what Bonsai has because they are coming in kind of confident as well. We know that, you know, one of the casters is going to be on later, has a little bit of a soft spot for them, went and talked to them ahead of time saying, hey, I want to cast you guys later on in the day. Make sure you don't get eliminated this quickly on because it is single Elin.
Exactly. So one rough loss twice in a row for these best of threes will be it. Taking a look at our players, there's faces of preparation up there. You know, the back head of preparation there for maybe middle player, right?
Labelless water. Nothing tastes better than not being sued, right?
Hey, there you go. No issues here. Taking a look at this Team Hartford Yard Goats. That is Zay Smooth, Plum, and Ethan. They gave us a couple fun facts here, Jolly.
They did. We've got...
Every time we say the name, people erupt over there. I love it.
True.
I love it.
HYG, that is, I mean, there were flags, there were banners, but unfortunately, you know, those couldn't be brought out here for today. But yeah, we got some interesting facts from really all of these players. I love the fact that two of the players here, Plum and Zay Smooth, both say that basically their fun fact is that the Hartford Yard Goats are the best, that they are not going to lose today. They're going to come out on top. Of course, we've got Ethan, who, you know, I need to see it if it's real, but we're going to be hopping right into the game, actually. Blue side is going to be those Yard Goats that seem to be the fan favorites. Bonsai coming out of EU, though, with a fan favorite of our own on the broadcast desk.
Absolutely. Hartford Yard Goats, that's Ethan. You mentioned it up here. Now the double touch down bottom and a first score 18 seconds into this one. Making it look easy early, Jolly.
You know, you put your money where your mouth is, right?
Oh, yeah.
This is not a team. You can't come in here and be talking smack and then not come out swinging like this. So Hartford Yard Goats, that's what I was expecting and anticipating based on how much game they were talking.
Absolutely. 18 seconds in is definitely a fast way to do it and early. A little bit of offensive pressure now here from your team Bonsai. They're going to be charging into this one in just a second, keeping it thematical. Pop play over the middle, but Ethan and the rest of the Yard Goats should be able to pick this one up and take it on out.
Something we're going to have to watch out for here for Bonsai is that boost control. We just saw an attempt at an offensive play that didn't come through or couldn't be followed up because of lack of boost, and actually doesn't seem to be a priority really for anyone on the field or on this pitch today. It is aerial plays, though, coming out of Hartford Yard Goats. They take it around this corner. We're going to see if Plum can follow this clear up, but he himself runs out of boost on top of it.
Both teams doing a good job thus far of applying offensive pressure, but only the Yard Goat is going to be striking first, taking a bite. Bonsai thus far. Ethan, some solid control over the top as Plum trying to get up on the vine and really get to this one, challenging all the way. I love Team Bonsai's willingness to really push this aggression.
Nice little 50 there. It's going to go in favor of Pip. That is not an open net, and it does appear that Ethan's going to be able to get there in time. Not just that, grab the corner, snake it past one member of Bonsai. He gets a nice little pinch play off the ground, but it's going to be Pip Dip who ensures that one doesn't go in quite yet. Another big save as well.
Absolutely, and Ethan now transferring from that offensive positioning into the defense, or from the defense into offense, very quickly. That is key. Those quick rotations, Jolly, that's always going to be critical. What, a minute 45 into this one, only one score on board so far.
And, that's a really good sign, right? It did come out quick for Hartford Yard Goats.
Yep.
They do have a big elo. They talk a lot of game because they can back it up, but at the same time, Bonsai has very quickly adapted to this team and said, okay, we can at least stall them out for a little bit longer, and in fact, not just that, they're going to tie things up. Jay Douglas with a great shot in the upper 90.
That's going to be Hartford Yard Goats first and early, but Bonsai now tying it up, 10-10-0-0. It don't matter, Jolly. Back to the original lineup here, and we got some pretty close Rocket League to start this one off with.
That's how
I just had breakfast, now I got some good Rocket League.
I know. I need to drink a little bit more coffee. Actually, I need to turn down the coffee because I might have to find some heart pressure pills if these teams are going to continue to egg me on like this. A 1-1 with 3 minutes on board, though plenty of time for either team to take over this game. And in terms of control, I got to say it's still kind of up in the air.
Yep.
How much game Hartford Yard Goats we're talking? I wasn't really expecting Bonsai to adapt this quickly.
Absolutely. We were talking before about favors and whatnots. Favors and underdogs. Favors and underdogs,
Yep.
right? Halftime coming up here is Hartford Yard Goats might have controlled this game earlier, but that is not a situation they find themselves in anymore. Team Bonsai now taken across the middle. Zay Smooth and the rest of the Yard Goats have been doing a great job of staying down low on the ground. Yard Goats not flying. Maybe that's just makes sense. A little bit of back and forth right there.
That pop was actually incredible, avoiding the vehicle disruption to ensure that he could stay in the defensive position, but it didn't matter. Once you get that barrage going, Plum is going to force that one in, break the tie with just under half regulation.
Fantastic stuff. Plum, perfect positioning on this one, right for the plucking 2 minutes, 47 seconds into this one, and that is now J-Dubs, Ethan, and Plum, each with a score of their own. Bonsai needing one more to tie this one up.
Tie it up, and again, single elimination, so there's a lot on the line for this. So we're starting with best of threes, and speaking of threes, we got 3 on the board for the Hartford Yard Goats. Zay Smooth putting 1 on board.
That's going to be every member, the Hartford Yard Goats, getting a goal thus far. Zay Smooth third, Plum second, and Ethan first. How perfect. A well-rounded team indeed as we round into our last 124 seconds of this first game.
And the interesting thing about these best of threes, standard Rocket League, because we have so many games going today, standard Rocket League, oh my gosh, I can't even say anything. Zay Smooth's like, yeah, shut up, Jolly. You gotta talk about me right now.
Me. A little bit of selfish on the broadcast. That makes sense the way that they are playing this one. We talked about the Hartford Yard Goats taking control early in scoring. Bonsai did a great job firing back, and that is a thing of the past at this point. Yard Goats going on a run here and really controlling this through the air.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was going for. Hitting that stride is definitely something that you expect from a team like Hartford Yard Goats. You hope that Bonsai can kind of keep up with that, but the problem with the best of 3 is 1 game in, you're already at match point going into game 2.
Ethan looking fancy down bottom.
God.
And Pip Dip actually takes this one off the nose. A technical own goal, right? But you have to go for these regardless. You have to try to block these away. Ethan now with his second as well. Zay Smooth putting up a pair of scores, Plum with 1.
You got to feel good. You got 2 players right now on the Hartford Yard Goats that are 1 goal away from a hat trick, and we know how much they like to put that thing on their head, so we'll have to see if any more goals come through. The last thing I want to see to start this off is a Brazil, not going to lie.
Yeah, 7-1, definitely the scoreline we have to avoid. That's a little demo action, something we have not seen too much of in this earlier action. Smooth, making it look easy. Hat trick now, even though they said no cap.
Yeah, no. I see what you did there. All right, tongue-in-cheek a little bit.
There you go.
It is exciting, though, to see these guys kick off at such speed, and that's something that they're using in their favor is the speed of these plays, right? And that's something where mechanics really come in pretty heavily, and you can tell in terms of mechanics, this is just disgusting. We're sitting now at a Brazil scoreline after just a few more seconds, but the vehicle disruption is what I want to point out right here. Look at Ethan. Ethan makes sure that Quispy is not able to get anywhere near that ball, and the lock-in is ensured.
Ethan Hunt right there, right? Mission Impossible taking out his target. That didn't have to go for the demo. Didn't have to get the C4 on the wall, right? Just had to bump him just a little bit, and that's going to be enough.
And that's where, you're talking about kind of the lack of demos, especially when you have problems with boost control. You don't tend to see as many of those, but the vehicle disruption has been a big strategy for Hartford Yard Goats, and it's something that Bonsai can't really adapt against.
Up top, looking flashy. Actually going to give this one up to Bonsai. A slow play and defensive play on the other side. We talk about that bodyguard action, right? Bouncing this defender out. Don't have to get a demo when you got Zay Smooth just taking a little exit off the stage left.
Would you look at that? It was a nice attempt at a flip And it was good patience coming out of Bonsai and Quispy there to say, okay, when should I make the shot? Which direction should I go in? And he was able to outthink the opponent right there. No Brazil for us. That's what Bonsai says.
There you go. Not taking it south this time. 45 seconds left. Pip dip up top. Another demo here. So that's going to be the Yard Goats definitely really getting into the chunk of that. Back to the middle. Pop play way too much. But that's a second hit. And Crispy. I'll call it Crispy, no Quispy. Fantastic stuff. That's another one here for the Bonsai. Now 4 seconds, 40 seconds. Or 4 scores, 40 seconds, you know what I mean.
I've seen crazier things, right?
Yep.
However,
it's the same
it's an uphill climb, no matter what. And it's starting to look a little bit like Mount Everest, right? When you're getting close to 30 seconds alone on the clock, when you start to hear those beeps at the final 10 seconds, and you only have a few moments to move, it gets difficult. But it's Quispy. It was a crispy play, I'll tell you that much.
Absolutely, absolutely. Tasty ones so far is 24 seconds. It's theirs. This is the point where the Hartford Yard Goats can kind of play some keep away, right? Unfortunately, this first game is done and dusted, and this will be match point here for the Hartford Yard Goats against Team Bonsai from EU.
And I don't want to say this goes, along our expectations. I was not expecting 7 goals. I wasn't expecting 10 goals in the first game. That is a very good sign on
double digits.
Oh yeah, that's fantastic. I want to see this every single game here today, and hopefully we get to see a game number 3 and Bonsai pop off here in 2. But for now, the first 5 minutes go in favor of your Hartford Yard Goats.
Absolutely, Hartford Yard Goats coming through. They got support in the crowd as well. Taking a look at the numbers, that's that hat trick there for Zay Smooth, 2 for Plum, 2 for Ethan, and a whole lot of shots on board. Now we can tell the difference in the shot attempts disparity, right? It really kind of tells the tale of just how much control the Hartford Yard Goats had in this first game.
Yeah, that, and looking at the assists, I think we had 5 or 6 assists out of the goals that they made, so almost every single one had participation from at least one other member on board. And even the ones that we didn't see the touch come through, you still had opportunities like the bumping, where, you might not be given the assist medal, but you essentially helped your team score that. Not essentially, you did.
Absolutely. Which basically gives it, bump that number up a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? Wasn't production worried about not getting enough points for replays?
Yeah, it's true. It's true. They're like, hopefully we get enough goals. Well, there's 10.
Guys,
how about 10 for game number 1, huh?
What more can we give you? Are you not entertained? Hartford Yard Goats coming on in here against Team Bonsai, game number 1. Now, Team Bonsai does have this bounce-back situation, but 5 minutes can seem no shorter than in the great game of Rocket League. Starting now, though.
Let's get into game number 2. This is it again, series point. A beautiful pickup here by J-Dubs. He's going to get it past one, roll it right around the corner. He manages to get the demo, though, on the tail end of that tear. Pipped it, finds that midfield 100. Can he find the follow-up from Quispy? It's going to be a shot on goal. It's going to be high. The crossbar comes into play. Hartford Yard Goats don't have one to reclaim now.
That's going to be Bonsai with the pressure right there, right? And now keeping up this offensive drive. That's Plum just trying something to get this one out. Burns everything in a bag of chips just to get this one centered back on out. Zay Smooth does get a hand on this, but at what cost?
Plum trying to navigate this one away. Quispy still has a bit of control. It's going to be an attempt at a clear and pipped it. Perfect placement and timing for that defensive play. Does run out of boost, but now can circle around and potentially follow up this clear by Quispy.
Hip's perfect placements, right? The alliteration sounds like that Oliver Twist movie, that Oliver Twist story. 4 minutes left in this one. No scores on boards. We got it at 16 seconds earlier. This is 2 teams that have taken that time in between this match right here and really decided what they do not want to allow have happen again.
Yeah, when you've got 2 minutes or a minute in between games of that last 5 minutes long, that minute actually can be pretty big. And communication is generally the biggest thing that people have to kind of focus on, right? What are we doing wrong? Or what advantages maybe can we find, maybe chinks in the armor that we can access here of the opposing team? And I think that's what Bonsai has done is they say, all right, we need to pick up our speed a little bit, and we ourselves need to include some of that vehicle disruption.
Absolutely. Whether that comes in bumps, whether that comes in full-on demos, it needs to come. Now, Bonsai and Hartford Yard Goats here, still 0-0. I'm going to call this one. We're not going to see a double digits performance whatsoever.
Okay.
Is that reasonable?
Yeah, that's pretty reasonable. You do,
I go for the low.
We
very,
do
very
have,
easy.
I mean, Hartford Yard Goats were able to get like 4 goals within maybe 30 seconds previously, so it's not out of the realm of possibility whatsoever, but it's Bonsai that has really improved since that game number 1 and shown us that they can pressure Hartford Yard Goats off and away, and it's very promising looking into game number 3.
Absolutely. If we look at like which team improved more from game 1 into game 2, easily Bonsai right now, given that they just lost a game by 4 and they're still dead tied 10 seconds outside of halftime.
Yeah, they've got plenty of time on the clock, but they've also expired half of that, and so you got to consider, as Bonsai, you feel better the closer the clock gets to 0 when it is goose eggs on the board, because then you know either you're looking at overtime for that first golden goal, and oh my gosh, as I try to set it up, this is the caster curse, okay? Tugboat, you're aware of this one.
Oh, yes.
Yard Goats say, yeah, that's not going to happen, though.
Zaysmooth has also literally been doing this every single time. 3 scores last time, and all of them came when you were like, setting this up and whatnot, and they're pretty unexpected as well. Zaysmooth really being able to find diamonds in the rough no matter where he looks. Now, back on out the outside, a minor lead. This is where the Hartford Yard Goats were at 16 seconds the first game. Now they're here 2 minutes plus.
Yeah, still definitely a lot of wiggle room here for Bonsai. See if they can follow this up. Pip Dip goes for it. It's still high on the crossbar, and it is the Yard Goats who are able to clear it out. It gets stalled up at the midfield line. Quispy gets interrupted there by Zaysmooth, though. Pip Dip trying to find the recovery and can't do it, but Hartford Yard Goats just don't have quite enough control to find another shot yet.
1 minute, 50 seconds left. Bonsai knows it. Now, this will not, unless we see Hartford Yard Goats get a couple more, we're not going to see that kind of keep-away situation here, right?
Right. No, absolutely not. This is one of those where if you're Hartford Yard Goats, especially with the egos that they have too, they're not just going to say, oh, let's keep the ball in the air, let's play around with it. They're still going to play aggressive. They're looking to lock this into another goal to ensure that they've got nails in the coffin.
Exactly. How many will it be? Will it just be by 1? Honestly, I would be surprised if this goes down to a 1-0. Be very surprised, especially after a double-digit performance game number 1 between these two teams. Bonsai has had offensive pressure for quite a while. A weak hit, that's going to be a decent angle, but once again, down low is where it comes. Pip Dip finds it.
Look at that. 1-1-1-1-1 up at the top. We got a minute 11 on the clock. Yeah, I don't know, buy a lottery ticket maybe if you're on this team. 1-1 is the score line, though. Just over a minute left in this game. And again, match point. There's a lot of pressure right now on Bonsai. So if you are a fan of this team, please give them some support.
Oh, Pip Dip, solid hit. One last left, and Zaysmooth is there and gets it done. You said pressure. Pressure also creates diamonds. Will this be a game 3? I would love to see it to begin with.
2 diamond references in this one?
Well,
I thought they were girls' best friend.
I'm more like a bronze player myself, so I don't know what I'm talking about, really.
We'll see if Plum can follow this one up. He is going to be able to secure the clear. Stops at the midfield once again, though, and that's something that Bonsai has really improved upon, is that midfield control. Saying, okay, that was a good clear, but it's not going to get past our line.
The lines, that's Ethan with a solid receive. Plum just taking this one a little bit too farther and actually interacts with him against the wall. That yields a situation where the Hartford Yard Goats just kind of came back here, but talk about transitioning defense into offense, off the side post and out. They're going to have to send a check to that side post.
Oh, gosh. They still have the offensive play, though. We can see J-Dub's not going to be able to get the touch on the ball. He does snag that 100 from the corner, but it's back to the other side. Hartford Yard Goats looking in the last 10 seconds to clutch this one out. And no way Ethan does it with 7 on the clock.
16 seconds is where Hartford Yard Goats struck first. 7 seconds left in game number 2. Could be where they scored last year, Jolly.
It's starting to feel like a nail in the coffin now, but it is only that 7 seconds. You have a kickoff opportunity here for Bonsai, so fingers crossed if we want to see an overtime or a game number 3 between these two teams. Now just 1 second, the ball has to touch the field. We'll stay at 1.
Still the volleyball situation attained. This is still doable. No, it touches down. That's going to be a ground ball, and your Hartford Yard Goats into, Jolly.
Into. And again, I don't want to say, we're not incredibly surprised. I'm mostly surprised at how dang well Bonsai performed in game number 2, especially like you said, considering how many points were put on board in game number 1. So to keep it at only a 1-goal differential is very impressive.
Exactly. In the great game of Rocket League, a score of 1, no lead indeed, because that can always be undone in your type of volleyball situation there towards the end. Get it on in there, and I would have loved to see at least like a within game overtime, right? If not a full 3 matches or full 3 games within the best of 3 match, at least like overtime action. Not what we're gonna get though. 7-3 game numero uno. Yard Goats take it in 2. They 2-1 scoreline in game number 2.
Sorry, Lauren. I gotta say, unfortunately, Team Bonsai, they had some confidence going in, but like I said, everyone kind of came to the conclusion that this is the team to be watching. The Hartford Yard Goats, they've got a lot of support, and there's a big reason behind it. We saw the hat trick coming out of Zay Smooth in that game number 1, both Ethan and Zay Smooth picking up some for their team. But overall, it's very teamwork based, right? This is Rocket League. So the fact that you have kind of a parallel or a level playing field for all 3 members is a very good sign. You don't always want one standout player in a game like Rocket League.
Exactly. The hat trick for Zay Smooth, Yard Goats early. Team Banzai did not perform poorly whatsoever in game 1 either. 3 scores total, and similarly, right, it was spread across evenly. J-Dubs 1, Pip Dip 1, Quispy with 1. That Quispy play really was something else. I can guarantee you'll be seeing that on replay a little bit later. We just took a look at the bracket. Now we're looking at the other NA team taking on APAC, correct?
Yeah. What a save is the other NA team. And, I got the chance to sit down and talk with this team. They're very excited to be here. And it's really representation, right? And also just the fact that they have this as an option, right? To be able to play games, to be able to travel as well was another big one.
Right.
And Commanders ensuring that some of these players can actually make it here, going over, kind of crossing through some tape to make sure that everybody has the best experience possible.
Exactly. Making sure it gets done. That is what is most important. Again, Team APAC, Team NA. Later, I got some good news. You ain't got to listen to me. You ain't got to listen to Jolly anymore. We got Halloran, we got Seymour coming up here in just a minute. We appreciate you guys for watching. We'll be back in just a very, very short break. Absolutely. Hartford Yard Goats, that's Ethan. You mentioned it up here. Now the double touchdown.
There is going to go in favor of Pip. That is not an open. He adapted to this team and said, okay, we can at least stall them out for a little bit longer and break the tie with just under half regulation.
Fantastic.
Elimination, so there's a lot on the line for this, so we're starting with best point going into game 2.
Ethan looking fancy down bottom. God. Something we have not seen too much of in this. Give this one up to Banzai. A slow play. That back to the middle pop play way too much, but that's a second
hit. Because then either you're looking at overtime for that first golden goal.
A weak hit. That's going to be a decent angle, but
there
once again.
10 seconds to clutch this one out. And no way Ethan does it.
Folks, welcome back to the Air Force Gaming Minor League Rocket League Finals. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Lauren. Lauren, how you doing? I mean, it's a nice day, sunny in San Antonio, and I mean, it just doesn't get better than this.
You know, I'm not doing too bad. We just saw an incredible game of Rocket League. I think we have a lot more lined up. I am excited for the games that we have coming up. And this next best of 3, I love a good underdog story.
We got another North American team versus a team all the way from across the pond. APAC representatives, Team Breakaway versus Team What a Save. I'm super excited. You said yourself, this is quite the underdog story that we've learned from these two teams. You know, Team What a Save, I would say like the second team out of North America, the number 2, and then Team Breakaway, a lot to prove.
And I feel like that's actually a huge advantage if you are that team where we don't know how you play that well. Yeah, we get an opportunity to scrim you guys, but you kind of come in with the element of surprise, and I think that could work the Breakaway's favor incredibly well here.
Well, when we're looking at these two rosters, to be exact, Team Breakaway specifically, we're looking at a team who, you know, representing the APAC region, but they have a little bit of North America alongside them, where you're looking at Pancrats from Alaska as well. So working alongside this team, you know, they're learning a little bit of how to deal with both regions at the same time. You know, there's not a lot of time to scrim together. I was learning that from J-Cut and Rizma, and I think that's so interesting to have a little bit from both regions, you know, bringing it together now in this Team Breakaway squad.
Well, we were talking to them, you know, yesterday, and we really got an idea that regions have different play styles. America's much more flashy in terms of how they play. They're much more aggressive. So when you are this kind of hodgepodge amalgamation of different ideas, I think you can be very hard to read for your opponents, but you also need to just find your own identity and stick to the strengths that you as a team have specifically.
And that strength being, you know, Rizma and J-Cut, not only playing from the same region, but they're also playing from the same division at their base. So they know each other, not just in the game, but out of the game as well. And I'm excited to see that team camaraderie come together, not just off the field, but now on the field in Rocket League.
I'm also looking forward to seeing Team What a Save. You know, a lot of the conversation we've heard about this team is that they are the, you know, the number 2 team of North America, but I think that they can really prove themselves here and say like, hey, don't count us out just yet. We're a team. We've made it here for a reason. We earned our place.
Yeah, I mean, when we're really talking about, in comparison, Team What a Save to Team Hartford Yard Goats out of North America, I think what a Save bring to this bracket that's very exciting to watch is that they're not as molded together as a squad as they're more of an individual team where they really pop off as solos. So I'm excited to see if they can flex that on the field and really keep their opponent guessing.
I think that could be a really big strength to how they approach the game because, you know, a well-coordinated team, obviously they're going to work well. But when you have a team that's like, all right, this game, I'm going to pop off. This team, the next game, it might be someone else that gets the hat trick. When you have that kind of dynamic, I'm not sure who to really watch out for, and everyone's a threat individually, you can be really hard to deal with for your opponent.
Well, folks, you can see him on screen there. That was Sicario, Yabi, and Gucci Dane. I'm excited to get into this matchup. It's the second one in our bracket so far, and we already just got to see a little bit of Team Hartford Yard Goats clip the branches of Team Bonsai in map 1. I mean, they looked good in that matchup. And, you know, I would like to see, you know, one of these two teams look to go toe-to-toe with Team Hartford Yard Goats in that next match, in that winner's bracket, to see if they can figure out a way to take down this powerhouse team that they've really labeled themselves in our interviews, you know, off the desk. They really hold themselves to a high expectation. So do I, and I want to see if one of these teams from the bracket can take them down.
Well, the bar's been set, right? When you have an incredible performance like what we just saw out of Hartford Yard Goats, the bar is going to be pretty high. 7 goals, row. The only complaint we have is we didn't all get a hat trick in this immediate game.
Yes.
When that's the problem, you are definitely playing at a very high level, and that's what it's going to take if you want to become a champion. We're getting into game number 1. What a Save versus Breakaway NA. Taking on APAC. Let's get into it.
Let's get to it, San Antonio. Match number 2 inside the bracket. Right away, we're looking at Team Breakaway's Rizma, as it's an offensive pressure from Breakaway right away. It's a pass down to J-Cut. Can't get it on target. A counterplay out of What a Save, but it's not going to reach its target.
Almost an explosion right out of the gate here. A little bit of a battle up in the corner. Rizma heading out for the boost. Picks it up. Who wants the open ball here? Bounces it off the side. Got Sicario trying to make a play. Pack Rats breaks that up. Yobi putting it back towards the goal. Not going to pick up goal number 1 just yet, but Gucci Dane going up high. Crossbar becomes a problem.
A lot of pressure there from What a Save, but Team Breakaway handling it so smooth. Now Jay Cut looking to be a solo one-man army the other way down the field. He's going to get it all done. That's going to be goal number 1 on the board for Team Breakaway. And Jay Cut, look at that read on Sicario.
Team Breakaway. Look at this kid LARPing already. It's like, all right, I want the breakaway. Goal number 1 picked up for the APAC team. They're making a statement already.
Yes, they are. So let's see if What a Save has what it takes to answer back right away. Sicario, a little bit of air dribble action off the backboard. No follow-up. It's going to be an easy clear at a breakaway. Now you're looking at Pack Rats to lead the charge.
Gucci Dane sending the ball towards center. Looking to make a breakaway themselves. J-Cut playing on both sides of the field here. Huge defensive play. Pack Rats bounces it off the bottom in a good clear. Sicario's just going to push it back. Gucci Dane ready to receive. Going back towards center. Rizma going to go ahead and bounce it off the old roof there.
This is really back and forth so far after that goal, but a demo. A little scary. Dangerous waters for J-Cut to be in, and Sicario dunking it right down on top of him. And What a Save, they answer back quite considerably fast. You still got 3 minutes and 35 seconds on the board. Plenty of time to play in game 1.
When you have these back and forth situations, when you see that demo, it does become what's about to happen here? And a good dribble off the wall there for Sicario, evening the score up 1 apiece.
Hello? Gucci Dane. This is the #1 hoops player in the world at one point. Gucci Dane coming out here. I'm looking at him to really be this guy to show up, not just, inside the match on the floor, but in the air. I think that's really where he's going to flex his best. And that answer back right off the kickoff, I mean, unexpected to say the most, but if you're What a Save, you're going to take that.
It looks so casual. That was the quintessential, we take those. 2-1 lead here for What a Save. Good bounce off the wall here. Sicario trying to set up their third score if they can. Gucci with a solid shot. J-Cut on the defensive front. Yobi bounces it off the wall. This could be another breakaway moment. J-Cut is really coming up big for the team, being both an offensive and defensive threat.
2 goals in a row for What a Save. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Breakaway now to make some move. And almost lost in the sauce. Rizma not able to get to that ball in the air, but luckily his teammate there to back him up. He's trying to get something together for an offensive play, but Team Breakaway, they just can't get anything going right now.
I think them bumping into each other really kind of highlights how some of the coordination could be tightened up a little bit, but we have another potential goal here. Ball bounces up high, comes back towards center. Sicario keeping it in play.
Out on target, Yobi. You have to hit those one. That was an open net right there. Could have been 3-1 game for What a Save, but a chance now for Breakaway to keep this one even. 2 minutes to play for. Time counting down. So if you're Breakaway, you need to look for something soon. And I mean, this offensive pressure, you talked about communication. It hasn't been there, and they just have constantly been on their back foot.
J-Cut giving themselves a chance here. Breakaway, how do they make the most out of this offensive opportunity? Rizma's going to go ahead and bop one towards the goal, but Sicario with the defense. Right now, What a Save has been really handling themselves well under pressure. But what?
No!
Sicario sneaks through and burgles goal number 3. You can't leave it floating out there like that.
You just look right there. Pack Rats and J-Cut caught on that defensive rotation. The ball bounces right in front of them, and Sicario, I mean, that is as free as it gets. Puts it away, and that's going to be What a Save now, up by 2, 3-1 with 1:52 on the clock, and it seems like we are having a little bit of issues as the play stops. Let's talk about it a little bit. I mean, What a Save coming out hot in game number 1. 3-1 start so far. We're seeing the best of this North American squad in this matchup, but Team Breakaway constantly on the back foot. I mean, you can see that they have the recipe to success. They know what they need to get going. It's just putting it together and finding those puzzle pieces.
For a team named What a Save, I'm actually really surprised to see so much aggressive play. They are taking no small amount of shots. And the offensive pressure does seem to be a lot for Breakaway, the APAC team. I do think if they tighten up some of their coordination, we saw them bump into each other a couple of times. We saw some positioning, quabbles on defense as well. If they get that communication right, I definitely think we could see them turn around in this immediate game, if not force out game number 3.
Well, I think that's the one thing that we're seeing What a Save do so well is keep the pressure on so that this Team Breakaway squad, who are the underdogs, they just can never feel comfortable on the pitch, and they're always trying to look for that way around, always trying to find an adjustment inside the game, but they can never get over that one step that What a Save is just keeping ahead of them. And realistically, I think if What a Save keep up what they're doing now, this could be their way into that match against the other NA team, Hartford Yard Goats.
I think the big question that Breakaway needs to ask themselves is what happens after what's about to happen? Because it just seems like the APAC team haven't really been asking themselves that, and What a Save have been able to be a step ahead of them each time. Especially that last goal, the ball floating up between 2 members of Breakaway, and then you come in for the easy goal, things like that. If you're like, all right, well, if we don't have any boosts and we're just sitting here in front of the goal and the ball's above us, what happens next?
Well, there's a lot of miscommunication coming up for the squad, and that's what you're going to get when you have a team who hasn't really been able to mesh together, haven't really been able to practice together in their own rights. I mean, I talked to them yesterday, and they said they're having issues finding time to play with each other with their schedules and work. And outside of it, you know that you have Pancrats in Alaska and Rizma and JCut over in APAC. And the region difference, it's a time zone difference too. So you can't always, find time to play together. And with that lost time, you come over to FORCECON and you have 5 days to mesh together. And we can kind of see that it hasn't yet found its way in.
A lot of pressure, but we are going to take a short break. We'll be right back before you know it, and we'll be ready to continue game number 1.
you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting your cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now.
Apologies for the delay, but we are back with Team Breakaway versus Team What a Save. And, you know, returning to this one, it seems like it's a little bit of a redemption arc for Team Breakaway, Lauren, because they were down by 2 in that game 1. They get a little bit of a reset now, it seems, and they get to go in with a level mind.
Well, one thing I'm noticing about these North American teams is that when they score one goal, more often than not, they're looking to rack up the scoreboard immediately afterwards. So I definitely think the defensive front has to be more heavily emphasized when they're coming back from those replays, because Breakaway, they got the first goal, and then we saw one goal and then another, and you just can't fall apart. Bend but don't break, but we have 1:46 left on the clock. Breakaway, still plenty of time to tie things up and potentially take game number 1. Let's get into it.
Well, let's see if Breakaway can make those adjustments, Lauren, and pull things back in the limited time that they have. What a Save already keeping up with the pressure as they are flying on the offense. Breakaway with a Hail Mary drop Rizma towards his own net. Anybody there for the backboard? It is Gucci Dane to keep away from Harmon. Maybe a counterplay. Yobi already up there, and it is sailed away.
And I think that might be another instance, Seymour, of just a lack of coordination. I love the idea of Pack Rats going up, getting that demolition. If the ball was positioned differently, that's the difference between a goal or not. But when you're that far forward, you do leave yourself open to the ball going back to the other side.
Well, things went from good to great fast from What a Save. 3-1 down, 4-1. Minute 20. Breakaway. They want to bring this one back. You don't want to go down 1-0 in a best-of-3 format, but can they find the pieces to pull this one together? Sicaria says no. He's going to keep the pressure on. Still looking for a break on out. Rizma's going to get it through the neutral zone.
Okay.
A shot on net, but Yobi's there for the save.
Yobi all over the pitch right now. Excellent play here, starting to push the ball towards center. Pack Rats can't get a touch on it thanks to Gucci Dane's positioning. Now they're looking to make a play. Challenged in the corner, bouncing back. Sicario goes up high. Pack Rats ready and waiting for the defensive front. Yobi keeping the ball on the orange side of the field. Gucci Dane ready to push forward. And it just really looks like what a save is ready for what happens after what's going on. And Sicario comes away. Goal number 5 for What a Save. These guys take a lot of shots for a team named What a Save.
Well, you're completely right, Albert. They're ready for whatever's going on. And their lead just keeps growing in game 1. I think this What a Save team, they are doing fantastic things on the pitch. I mean, this team is one that we're looking to rival Hartford Yard Goats in that next match in the winner's bracket. And so far, they just get better and better as the game goes on. Breakaway, they need to find something soon, or else this might slip away from them.
They definitely have to start thinking about how they're going to approach game number 2. Not even possible to begin thinking about tying this bad boy up. What a Save have put on such an offensive display. Breakaway really has to make some changes going into game number 2, and Yobi's not done. He wants 6. He wants 6 on the board, and he gets it.
3 seconds left. Right now, we're avoiding the Brazil. That's the one thing we're looking at. You want to keep it away from 7, because that's what a Save. I'm sure they're talking to each other. They're commenting it up, and they're like, let's end this on a high note. Let's go for the Brazil. Let's end this 7-1. But right now, Breakaway, they're going to win the break-off over to Yobi. Trying to drop this one immediately to look for game 2, but it's not done yet. Gucci Dane keeping it up in the air. J-cut away from harm. Up off the backboard, and again he doubles back. Trying to keep this one 6-1, and they make it happen. What a save. They come away with game number 1 looking as good as ever, Albert. And I think there's plenty of highlights that we can go through for What a Save on how good they were in game 1. I think most importantly to me, it's the pressure that they're putting on and the boost management to starve Team Breakaway from breaking out.
They just looked really solid all the way across the board, and I really like that at the end they did keep the pressure on. They did keep their offensive going, because what that says to me is that they're playing seriously.
Yeah.
You do not take your foot off the pedal at all if you're really trying to compete. So to keep going for those goals, to get number 6, to go for 7 as the clock runs down, I think speaks a lot about this team's tenacity. They came here to play.
Well, I think, it's not a single elimination bracket. You're still going to get that second match today, even if you lose here, that third place match that you're looking at. But everybody's looking for gold here. I mean, you came for one thing, and that's to win at FORCECON. And right now, if you're Team Breakaway, if you're the underdog, this next game is where you need to prove it. You're looking at plenty of adjustments. Mainly, I need to see them get comfortable on the pitch. You need to see that boost management swing their favor, start to feel a little bit more comfortable in their breakouts, a little bit more pressure on What a Save, and then they'll be floating in no time.
I always think it's best to start with just getting one play right. Do one thing, and then from there start to move forward. If you consider all of the aspects, if you're looking at the entire forest instead of a single tree at a time, it can just get even further away from you. Breakaway really just have to get back to basics and play their version of Rocket League.
I don't know about you, Albert, but we got a fun fact for these players too. And Pancrest says he's been 1 foot away from petting a moose. Those things are scary. You need to have a lot of nerve to do that. And I imagine on this stage, he's going to have the nerves to bring this one back.
Definitely shown it so far. Pack Rats coming out of the corner. Sicario on the challenge comes away with the ball. A lot of defensive pressure there. Return from Breakaway. I like where their head's at, but a good shot comes in just to the left. Also going to get pinched off to the side. Pack Rats in position to try to stop the next offensive front. But Sicario rotates around, picks up goal number 1, getting it on the board.
Just look at the placement from Yobi off the backboard. Packrights, he thinks he has an idea where it's going, reads the angle wrong, open net again for What a Save. And Sicario, he puts it home for first goal in the game. Now Breakaway haven't scored a goal since that first one in game number 1. That's been 6, now 7 unanswered from What a Save. And if you're Breakaway, you're probably feeling the effects of that by now. They need to get it going out of their zone, but again, Packrat's a little bit late to the party, and the ball yet again swaying the favor of What a Save.
Caught browsing in front of the net, a rock-solid shot here from Yobi. 2 on the board now for What a Save, and like I said, these North American teams, if they get 1 goal, it's blood in the water. They just continue to put on the pressure.
Off the break-off, Gucci Dane wins it over towards the Breakaway offensive side. Yobi trying to dunk it down, but you do have defenses there for Breakaway set up. It's not over yet. Gucci Dane's going to stall it in the corner, drops it on down. No boost to work with it, so Risma is able to clean this up quite considerably fast. Picks up the mid-boost as well. not able to spearhead this attack right away. What a save. Going to dump it out to their own corner. Now looking for a break off of their own. It's Sicario. He's going to make it happen.
Rizma is really having a presence here in the center of the field. All up for debate. J-Cut starts to wrap back, has a little bit of boost in the tank to try to get things going their way, carrying the ball. Good tip forward. Gucci Dane ready for the play. And it's just an open, casual net. 3-0 right now. The defense is starting to fall apart here for Breakaway.
I mean, if you can see right away, perfect picture, Team Breakaway, every single player out of position in that whole situation. And it comes from the lack of communication that we're seeing. They need to start talking to each other about the rotations around the map, or we can already see What a Save running away with things in game 2. 3-0, 2 minutes and 47 seconds.
I think what we saw there is the team in Breakaway that wasn't ready to call the audible. It's like, all right, let's rotate around. This is how we're going to try to make this play. No one's worried about the back part of the field. You got to make sure you're covering the options.
Someone needs to take charge for this team, Albert, because it's What a Save. They have an idea, they have a plan, and they are executing.
Goal number 4 almost on the board there. Sicario's been the routine flying the ointment around the goal here for Breakaway, who managed to get the ball back towards center, at least before Gucci Dane keeps it there and brings it on back. Sicario, slight tip forward. Wide shot there from Gucci Dane, just keeping the ball on that side. Yobi goes up high, comes forward. Sicario, they're really like the high flying stuff. It's almost like they're in the Air Force or something.
I mean, we talked about this What a Save team, and the fact that you have a player who was #1 in the world for hoops, you know their aerials are going to be good. I mean, it wasn't Gucci Dane in that situation, but I'm sure he's teaching them a thing or two, and you can see exactly that. Sicario's going to strike it from above.
This is What a Save at their best right now. Sicario tips one into the goal, and you saw Yobi moving up as though he was ready to get the assist, and he's like, no, actually, you got it. I'm good. I'll just go back. 4-0 right now in favor of What a Save, who look poised and ready to make it the grand final.
You can see, we looked at the cameras there, it is strictly business for this team. They have the ice to get it done, and so far they have looked perfect in this match 2 of the day. What a Save now looking to sink their teeth into this game number 2 and move their way on forward to that match against Hartford Yard Goats. And 4 up right now, dangerous ball in front of the net. Rizma, he's able to get to it.
What a Save, starting to coast their way to a 2-0 victory, 4 goals on the board. But as we saw in game number 1, they're not going to slow down by any means. And Yobi comes in off the top rope. 5-0 right now. What a Save is looking alive.
They're alive as ever. I mean, I don't know what they ate for breakfast this morning, but it looked like it was a breakfast of champions. 5-0, flawless so far in game number 2. Minute 10 left. And right now, on their minds, they're thinking about Hartford Yard Goats.
They should have their sights set exactly on that. They are looking like strong challengers to the crown, so to speak. 1 minute remaining here. Breakaway getting the opportunity just to shore up some of their communication, get ready for the next matchup. But right now, it has been all What a Save for this best of 3.
Let's see this last hurrah coming up from Team Breakaway as they're looking to get something going in game number 2. 42 seconds. The team representing APAC. Let's see what they have. Last a little bit in their tanks. Pancracks. Gonna dump it down. Gucci Day in front of the net. It's a high-flying ball, but not in the direction that Breakaway wants. So J-Cut, he's gonna be forced to use a lot of those resources just to get back to that ball. Rizma, 40 boost off the wall, and again, that defensive pressure from What a Save, just clipping the ball, making sure that you can't get those air dribbles. But here we go, Breakaway, Pancrats, first on the board.
It's 1 on the board for the APAC team. Not trying to give up just yet. Excellent play there. Great follow-up there from Pack Rats to have the presence of mind to jump there to get the low shot on the ball. Good angle. Nice.
That is exactly what I like to see from Breakaway. Yes, there's only 12 seconds left, but they're not over. They're going to play it out to the very end. What a save. I mean, coming out of this North America region, I was excited to see what they had to offer with how much Team Hartford Yard Goats cemented themselves as the top team in this region. What a save. They're looking to dethrone them. And in this second match of the day, they have done that.
And as the final moments wind down, What a Save will be your winners here. A rock-solid 2-0 performance. On paper, anyone that's followed this team over the course of the season probably expected this type of, oh, we're hearing that we're jumping straight to grand finals.
It doesn't seem like we're going to get to that third place matchup. So after this break, it's going to be straight from match 2 into the grand finals. We're looking at North America versus North America. Team What a Save versus Team Hartford Yard Goats. And that's going to be an exciting one too, because that's what we're talking about right now, is that who's going to take down the title of champion from Hartford Yard Goats. They've named themselves the best team right now in FORCECON. What a save. It's a big question if they can get this one done.
The Goats called themselves the Warriors in an interview we had with them yesterday. Let's see if they're able to live up to that high bar. Right after the break, don't go anywhere. Grand Finals, best of 5 coming up.
Breakaway handling it so smooth. Now Jay Cut looking to be a goal, but a demo. A little scary. Dangerous waters for Jay Cut.
Off the wall there for Sicario, evening the score up 1 apiece.
Ooh.
Hello? Floating out there like that.
Just look right there. Packrats and Jay Cut. Kotley Yobi already up there. And it is.
What a save is ready for what happens after what's going on in play. Breakaway really has to make some changes going into game number 2. Just off to the side, Packrats in position to try to stop the next offensive front.
So that by now, they need to get it going to get out of their zone, but again.
Gucci Dane ready for the play. And it's just an open, casual.
I mean, it wasn't Gucci Dane in that situation, but I'm sure he's teaching them a thing or two.
Saw in game number 1, they're not going to slow down by any means, and Yobi comes in on.
Making sure that you can't get those air dribbles, but here we go, breakaway, Packrats.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Load it.
Yeah. What? Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah, you talking out. Got a whole lot of words falling out. Yeah, run your mouth. Take your whole deeper go, baby, go and show yourself. Play your game, I'll be patiently waiting until time runs out. Getting close now. All the stories that you tell, what a beautiful imagination. And you should've told them about where you've been, who you're with, yeah, okay then. You go ahead and hey, hey, hey,
Welcome back to the AFG Minor League Finals. We're looking at Rocket League still, and we're on our way to the Grand Finals. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Lauren. We are here to bring the entertainment. How are you feeling so far?
I am very excited for what we're about to see here. Both of these North American teams have looked so dominant in their matches leading up until this point. Unstoppable force, unmovable object. They're colliding. One team's going to go down. One team's going to come away the champion of the minor league finals. Let's take a look at the bracket, though, and see exactly how we got here. It's been one heck of a ride.
We got North America versus North America. Hartford Yard Goats, top team. You know, it's what they named themselves. Versus What a Save, coming out of that second match looking untouchable against Team Breakaway. Both teams have something that they want to prove. You know, if you're Hartford Yard Goats, you named yourself. You named yourself literally in an interview I had with them. They said they're the Golden State Warriors. I asked them, who's Steph Curry? They said, well, Plum's like, oh, I'm Steph, obviously.
Did he approach it with that humility? Like, I think he was like, no, I'm Steph. That's the vibe I got. Take a look at this roster, though. I really want to see how this team performs against another high-power offensive team. What a save. We were talking to Zay earlier, and one of the things that really stuck out to me is I was like, you strike me as the type of person that puts pressure on yourself. Like, you thrive under pressure. And he's like, exactly. That is exactly what I love to do. And this is a pretty high-pressure situation in the grand scheme of things.
No, it really is. And we saw that What a Save. They're a team who likes to keep the pressure on, although they are called What a Save. They are a very fast-paced team. And mechanically, they're going to be trying to put on that pressure all series long. But let's take a look at that Hartford Yard Goats roster. We're looking at them. We got Zay, Plum, and Ethan. This team in match number 1 versus Europe's team Bonsai. They sailed away with the series, clipping those bonsai branches and winning it 2-0. And now in the grand finals, I mean, this is the team who a lot are saying are the best team right now.
Anyone that's followed the minor league over the course of the season has definitely seen this team in action, especially in previous seasons. Their reputation precedes them. I don't think anyone is too surprised to see them in the position that they're in. I think they're going to try to finish strong here. Everything says to me that they are more than ready for this challenge up ahead, but we're getting into it. Grand finals, best of 5, what a save. Taking on the Hartford Yard Goats. Let's get into it.
Let's make some noise for the 2 top teams. What a save. Starting off hot, but you can see immediately Hartford Yard Goats putting on the counter pressure. Plum dropping it on down, a little bit dump, tries to get the double touch, but not going to make it happen. Zay's not done just yet, even finds a demo. So right now, Hartford Yard Goats, they are putting on everything that they have.
Plum being all over the place here on the offensive side of things, proven to be something of a problem so far. And it's gonna be Plum. Look at that sinister smiley face as he picks up game or goal number 1.
Look at this little 1-2 tap. Zay to Plum, Plum to net. It doesn't get easier than that. It is very smooth on this team. Some might say it's very Zay smooth.
Oh, I see what you did there. Not bad. And okay.
I imagine we're having some difficulties. It's not that easy to score a goal.
Definitely not on a team like What a Save. We're going to take care of those technical issues, but we definitely got a really good taste of what is to come here over the course of this best of 5. I thought we'd see high-powered offense, Colin, and that's exactly what we got.
I thought the exact same thing, and you can see that Hartford Yard Goats, the team who they said they're fast, they're intelligent, their play style is very mechanical right off the gates. You see that Zay goes for the demo. It forces a lot of the players on What a Save to double back, see if they can patch that hole that's now in their defensive line. And as soon as they do, Plum in a safe situation. Zay rotates that ball over. Little 1-2 touch in the net. First goal on the board. And I think what a save. A little bit rattled off of that one. We're going to have to see the way that they answer back after we come back from this little bit of a pause.
Well, a trait that I saw from both of these teams is that if they score 1 goal, they're looking for 4. So I think the pressure is going to be on in a big way here for what a save. But one thing that I have noticed as well about the Hartford Yard Goats is that you know when they're going for a goal because someone got blown up.
Yes.
They always try to get that precursor demo to really set up their offense. And that's another instance that we saw there. I really love that we're going to stop you from being able to actually play the game before we go for our goal.
Well, it's just one of those things that you see in Rocket League all the time. You know, as the game has evolved, demos just are prominent more and more. And I think that is something that's incredibly important between these two teams, that if you want to take off the pressure from your opposing team here, where both teams want to keep the pressure on, you need to be looking at those demos. And right away, seeing out of Zay, you can see that the game plan from Team Hartford Yard Goats is to take that pressure off right away, make sure that What a Save can't get anything going, and assert their dominance quickly.
One thing that I'm really impressed about for both of the teams that we've seen in the short amount of time we've had for game number 1 is that a lesser team, a lesser player, consider the situation that they're in. They are playing in front of a live audience at the end of a season. This is grand finals, as high stakes as it gets. And a lesser team might be a little more timid, a little more apprehensive, but no, they are going full throttle right out of the game.
Not these two, but you can see we're getting a full reset.
Okay.
Everything back to 0. 5 minutes on the clock. That first goal that Hartford Yard Goats wiped clean, and we can see that immediately they want to pull that back. Zay tries to get a shot on board. Going to be deflected immediately. Back downfield we go, but an excellent pickup by Zay. Grabs his boost, carries that ball around, and now they're looking to work it out, but a little bit of a double commit. That's going to leave their defensive line a little bit separated. A big demo onto Yobi should shut down What a Save.
Time to go for that demo. You know it is game time here for the Goats. What a save. Still able to keep the ball towards center. Ethan leading the charge here. Going to get challenged. Gucci Dane breaking up the play. Has a one-on-one opportunity. Bounces it off high. And Sicario tries to come through, but it's going to be Yobi. Yobi picks up goal number 1. What a save. They are here.
What more do you want out of What a Save? I mean, they have something to prove. They got scored on before the reset, and they come out swinging after the pause. First goal in the grand finals now. What a Save, cement themselves. And that was an excellent play. They picked apart the Hartford Yard Goats defense.
Heck of a collapse there. I thought it was over after that second block. Yobi's like, no, I got a little bit more to say. Big demo here. Zay, Plum, sending it back towards center. Ethan goes for the tip. Yobi is there to stop the motion there. Zay pushes the ball back to the opposite side. Gucci has a thing or two to say about that. Ethan is ready.
A little bit of a carry off the wall. Not a lot of boost to work with, and he won't be able to take it any farther. Luckily, he's going to drop it now down to his teammate, and Plum right across the net. Danger zone for What a Save, but they handle it carefully. And they're trying to get this breakout going, but back dumped into the zone. You have to be looking that if you keep this pressure on for What a Save, their boost management is going to start getting a little dry, and they have to find a breakout soon, or else Hartford Yard Goats are going to be running circles around them. And they do find the breakout. They're going to have a little bit of breathing room and a chance to strike here from Sicario. Yobi again in the air, drops it down, but not this time.
What a scramble there in front of the goal, keeping the score to just 1-0 right now. What a save. It's really testing out Hartford Yard Goats' defense. It's holding up for the most part so far. Ball comes back towards center. Sicario looking to make the play here. Rides up the wall, bounces back towards center. Plum, though, interrupts the pass. Gets a bit of boost. Ball comes up high. Gucci Dane keeps the goal from happening. Plum.
Oh, Yobi.
Good steal there from Yobi. Demo center field. That's always the precursor.
And immediately you can see that What a Save forced to back off of that. They can't follow up off of that excellent touch at a Yobi, and another demo. Almost a chance to get it in, and he's going to find it. Not the first time, but second time he hits the mark. You look at this play. Ethan finds the demo. Zay off the post, right in front of the net. Plum sends it home.
Amazing play there from the Hartford Yard Goats. Again, like I said, whenever they're trying to set up that play, it almost always starts with someone waiting for their car to respawn.
Here we go. Off the break off, Ethan. Ludefine number 2. Doing a little high, but Plum for the follow-up. Center field, Yobi, he's going to have the touch. A demo, too. Out of Hartford, Yard Goats again going to pull some of these players from What a Save back onto the defensive end. Not a lot of boost there from Sicario, and he's going to give it right over to Ethan. Shot on net was saved, but it's not done just yet. This barrage is going to continue.
What a Save is really going to have to live up to their name now. Ethan with an incredible steal there. Center, heads up play. What a Save, keeping things tied up. Huge scramble across the center. Goal is not happening here. Ball sent back towards the corner. Gucci Dane tips one over. Tries to march it down the field. Breaks past 2. And he's going to try to fly it all the way in. Ethan has a thing or two to say about that. He says
a little bit of hoops carry there. You know this guy was definitely well-versed in those aerials. But Ethan says, hey, I can do it too. Got to watch out. A little bit of heat check there. And back down the field. What a save on the defense. We've been saying that a lot this game. Hartford Yard Goats have not given up. 1:10 on the clock. 1-1. This game is neck and neck, Albert. You know, next game could decide, or next goal could decide game 1.
With only a minute left, you got to think the next goal could be the dagger here for one team to take the lead. Evenly matched so far. We might see overtime here, actually, in game number 1. Gucci Dane, late pop towards center. Sicario almost pulls off another magic trick. Yobi only sends one off the right side, but Gucci Dane comes through. Goal number 2 for What a Save.
The whole team collapses in. It's Sicario, Yobi, then Gucci Dane to put it away. And that might be it for game 1. You got 44 seconds. These teams have been so close the whole time. And now if you're Hartford Yard Goats, you started so well before that pause. But when you come back, now you're on the back foot.
What a Save. Definitely took that time to really recalibrate. 35 seconds left before game number 1 is decided here. Plum tried to tie things up. Good break up there from What a Save. 30 seconds remaining. Zay's going to push the ball forward. Gets a tip towards center. Plum not able to get the knock into the goal there. But Zay comes back around. Ethan rides the wall too. Yobi sees what's happening there. Stops that before it takes place.
This is so good out of What a Save. They're keeping everything on this half of Hartford. 7 seconds left. Do or die in game 1 now for the Yard Goats. A Hail Mary all the way downfield. We're going to overtime.
Are you joking me? With 1 second left, Zay with the absolute Houdini magic trick. Sicario not able to tip the ball away, and what looked like a guaranteed game number 1 is now set to get decided in overtime.
That's the grand finals magic, baby. It's just when you thought they were done, it keeps going. It's the gift that doesn't stop giving.
I have every confidence that if we were able to talk to Zay right now, he would say calculating. Everything about that is exactly how I drew it up.
What a save, what a save. You know, you can see it in the top corner. But hey, you know, it hurts. It's a heartbreaker for What a Save. You had it, but it's not done yet. You really need to bring out everything and beyond to take down Hartford Yard Goats.
This is no time to be rattled. Anytime there's any potential unforced error, you have to let it go and move on to the next moment. Zay starting to push forward, bounces it off the wall, off the corner, and Plum with the panache. Game number 1 going over to the Hartford Yard Goats.
Only 30 extra seconds, too. They didn't want to go the distance. They don't want to draw it out. Hartford Yard Goats, they said, this is our grand final, and we're going to take the first game.
That was a dunk. That was way more than a score. The way Plum flew in there was so much confidence in that play. He knew that game was over off of that. That's the kind of play we want to see out of these teams, man. I am so excited that we're seeing them compete over a best-of-5.
For game number 1, I mean, for it to be that back and forth all game long, I am so ready for this to go all the way. I mean, you can definitely see how much these two teams wanted, how much this means to them. What a save. They played with their heart on their shoulders, but Hartford Yard Goats, I mean, you can see that every single time they go on the offense, they force What a Save into so many uncomfortable situations. They draw them away from the net, and when you think that Hartford Yard Goats are going to pull away, they strike, and they send it away.
I think we saw both of these teams' trademarks here over the course of game number 1. For Hartford Yard Goats, it's the demo. If they take someone off the board, that's when they're really looking to apply pressure. And I feel like the big strength on offense on the other side for What a Save is the collapse. We saw, one shot comes in, that gets blocked, second player comes in, and then Yobi or someone comes in off the top rope for the final tip to get the goal. But it also can come back to bite you because you might find yourself waiting and watching Zay Smooth get goal number 1 6 seconds in to game number 2.
Look at this. Ethan, I mean, right off the kickoff, Yobi, you're not going to expect that.
No.
You don't know what's going to go right to your net. A little bit off the side, he hits the corner. And you know, in Rocket League, as soon as you hit that corner, your ball is, or your car is just going to flop around. You won't know what to do with it or how to, you know, situate yourself after that. And you can see that it was over after Ethan put it in the exact perfect spot off that kickoff. But we did get a disconnect, so we're going to get these players back into the lobby and get this game number 2 underway as quick as possible. But, you know, to piggyback off what we were talking about before that second game, you know, how we're seeing the best of both teams, I think that pressure that you keep on seeing out of Hartford Yard Goats, you know, those demos that happen, the barrage is being weathered by What a Save time after time. And just every single time that I see this team on the defensive end, you know, I believe that they can make it happen and keep Hartford Yard Goats away from the goal. We saw it constantly in game number 1. And I think if they can keep on drawing things out like that, hold Hartford Yard Goats in their zone, burn out their boost, and then turn the tables, could be the recipe to success for What a Save.
It definitely could be. I really just want them to watch when they go for those collapses because I really feel like the reason why game 1 went into overtime to begin with is that they are this team to just bet it all on a play, being able to close things out and confirm the goal. When you do that and you're playing all forward, it can be very tough if the ball just magically booms back to the other side.
You know what, Albert? Put yourself in the shoes for a second of What a Save in that game number 1. I mean, you're up 2-1, 7 seconds left. You're looking at game number. You're like, we did it. We have game number 1. And then boom, a Hail Mary downfield, and all of a sudden your world has been turned upside down. And Hartford Yard Goats, you can never count them up. It looks like we're trying to get game number 2 underway, although it seems like we're having some more technical difficulties. So we're gonna have to take a third go around in this whole situation. But I'm excited to see this in the second game, to see if What a Save has what it takes to find this game number 2, to tie this series up. They had it in game number 1. They let it slip up. Folks, we're gonna hop to a break. When we come back, we're gonna see if they have that chance.
Got a whole lot of words falling out, yeah, run your mouth. Take it whole, deep you go, baby, go and show yourself. Play your game, I'll be patiently waiting until time runs out. Getting close now. All the stories that you tell with a beautiful imagination. And you should've told them who you've been, who you're with, yeah, okay then. You go ahead and why don't you give it up? What's your name? Is it love? Just a phase? No, I'll keep it up. You were at your mother's, your brother's, whatever. I've had enough, but I guess I'll let you finish up. All the stories that you tell with a beautiful imagination. And you should've told them who you've been, who you're with, yeah, okay then. You go ahead and yeah, go
Welcome back, folks. We got another little bit of a pause, but I think it's time to get things going. Albert, I mean, these two teams, they've been neck and neck, but I think this is where we're going to see everything laid out on the table for the grand finals. What a Save versus Team Hartford Yard Goats. It's going to be a good one.
I think game one really showcased what kind of match we have lined up ahead of us, where every second counts. We literally go into overtime with 1 second remaining. You can never count either one of these teams out. That's the kind of high-level offense I thought we would see out of both of the North American teams, and they have delivered so far.
I think really going into the second game, I don't want to see anything to change. You know, I think these two teams are playing everything right. All their cards are played right in that game one. What a save. They almost had it. It's a heartbreak. You lose that last second goal, forced to overtime, and Plum dunks it on you with 30 seconds into that OT. It hurts, but I don't think What a Save really were doing a lot wrong in that game number one. You had a little bit of a hiccup, and it happens. You stumble, but this is a long road, a best of 5. You're down by 1. You can pull this back here.
Right out of the gate, you see Hartford Yard Goats trying to take a shot on goal, let you know where their heads are at. Good break up there from Gucci Dane. Ball contested at center. Zay gets just under the ball. Ethan breaks up that. Ethan now head back towards the middle. Yobi trying to be there to block, but Plum is going to go ahead and put the finishing touches on goal number 1. The Goats are rolling.
He's the killer right now. Plum, he just won't stop. All he wants are goals, and he's just taking them every second that he can. It was a perfect pass from Ethan, too. Nobody there from What a Save to block that defensive net. The rotation a little bit late, and it's going to cost you early. 4 minutes and 30 seconds is so much time to play for, and that adjustment, it needs to come immediately.
Colin, more and more for me, Plum is becoming the player to watch just because of the conviction that they have. When they're going in and getting these goals, they are blowing things up. They are burning all their boost. They know that that shot is going to go in.
That's the Hartford Yard Goat Steph Curry right there that we're talking about, Plum. You know he was going to show up. You know he's shooting threes all day, and he's going to hit them. So coming out early and striking, what more do you expect from a Warrior? And What a Save. They're looking to find their answer back. They had some good offensive pressure, but now forced onto their side. Zay's going to pick it up in the neutral zone. A little bit high, no follow-up. Oh, that was a dangerous pass on down. Almost an own goal, but Yobi, he's going to find his way back.
Careful there. What a Save. Have to really gather themselves here and try to even up the scoreboard. Gucci Dane got Sicario running up the side. Zay Smooth has always been this solid pressure point there in the middle of the map, but also has the presence of mind to jump back to the corner and just say, like, see what you guys are trying to set up. I'm good there. No,
he's not the most flashy player, but he's just that consistent player that gets it done. Woo! Sicario's going to be wiping the sweat off his forehead on that one.
Not even close. Hartford Yard Goats would have been more than happy to take that. Ball tipped back towards the goal, though. Zay on the chase. Sicario sent it back towards the cross, but no one there from What a Save to try to do anything about it, and the ball bounces off the wall there. Gucci Dane sent it towards Zay.
Nice read.
Nice challenge.
Right off the wall, taps it down. Won't lead to anything, but it forces Hartford to burn their resources on the offense. And you can see no boost in the corners. What a Save. Won't have a lot to work with on their exit. Yobi, 40 boost, now 0. The dedication, too, from Sicario. It's all up to Gucci Dane, and he does get a piece of it, so it's going to keep a little bit of breath in the lungs of What a Save for now, but chance to strike here from What a Save. Let's see if they can find the back of the net.
Great stop there from the Goats there. Yobi took a rock-solid shot, and the ball comes back again, and Zay from downtown picks up goal number 2.
Again. I mean, it just doesn't end, and it was off of Yobi's card.
An absolute magic trick. What is going on here right now?
He thought he had the advanced screen, but he thought it was wrong.
Great play here so far. What a save. 2 minutes, 17 seconds to tie things up. Otherwise, Hartford Yard Goats are set to go up 2-0 in this best of 5. The pressure is mounting.
Under halfway through this second game, Hartford on pace, like you said. Gucci Dane gonna climb all the way up, off the roof, can't get the double touch. Ooh, that was close.
Careful.
A shot from the corner, Sicario almost slips its way in, but again, all the way down, Hail Mary from Zay. Gucci Dane will get a piece of it, so away from the back of the net. The time is counting down, and You need to see some solid shots coming up from What a Save, because every single time they're taking a shot, there's always somebody there from Hartford Yard Goats comfortably catching it.
If I didn't know for certain, I would think there were 2 Zay Smooths on this field right now. You see them all over, making a play, having an impact. Their presence is crazy right now in this game.
You know, where Plum called himself Steph Curry, Zay called himself Klay Thompson. So you know you're going to get consistency out of him all game long, but Gucci Dane, he is going to find the goal to put What a Save on the board. Now 1 goal down in game 2.
1 minute, 17 seconds. With these 2 teams, that is plenty of time for What a Save to tie things up, or for Hartford Yard Goats to give themselves a bit of assurance to cruising to game number 3 with a 2-game lead.
Well, early kickoff over towards What a Save side. Ethan will be able to keep up the pressure off the backboard too. Under the car, the double touch is going to be there too. Oh, almost doing it again. But still in control, Zay, 30 boost, wraps it around. It's a nice touch to rebound it over to Plum. Going for the double touch off the backboard at Gucci Dane. He's going to make sure no can do. The demo's going to come through, but they're still safe.
The green light was in there. Good play from What a Save to break that up. Yobi bounces it off the wall, gives his team a chance. Plum, Ethan challenging as well. Ball sent back towards the blue side. Yobi rides up high. Keeps the ball stuffed. Gives plenty of time for his teammates to get into position. Gucci Dane, ball bounces past the center line, goes out of the corner. Plum, Yobi swipes it away.
There's a chance. 30 seconds left. Not a lot of time to work with here if you want to save to send it to overtime. Plum will look for the exit. He's going to bomb it right down. Gucci Dane will be able to pick it up in the neutral zone. Not a lot of boost either. Won't be able to get the boost on the ground. It's going to be Yobi to try to touch it. Sicario's going to get blocked. And Hartford Yard Goats, they send it right back down the field to look to pick up game number 2, but it just needs to touch the ground. Gucci Dane's going to keep it alive. Sicario and Yobi for the touch. Maybe. But Ethan's going to find the demo, and this should be game. It just needs to find the bottom of the ground. They don't want to give it up just yet, Albert, but it's back and forth again and again. Hartford, they don't want to give it up either. They're looking for number 3, but not going to find it. Game number 2, Hartford Yard Goats, they get it done.
My mind is actually blown right now because we saw it tick down to 0. For anyone that doesn't know about Rocket League, the game still goes on until the ball hits the ground. And when I saw Plum hit the ball back to the other side of the field, I'm like, wait, are they trying to get one more goal here?
You know, you take what you get in Rocket League, and you ride with it. You know, if you got boost in the tank, you go for the ball. You know, at the end, there was a little bit of ball chasing going on, but, you know, you do what you do when there's 0 seconds left. And, I mean, anything goes in that situation. So we can get a little look at the replays, and, you know, both teams, again, very high octane, high pressure, just trying to feel each other out in that second game. But Hartford Yard Goats, I don't want to say they're starting to get comfortable in the game, but they're starting to get their rhythm for sure. And you can see it starting to mold into that championship squad that they have named themselves.
I think the biggest thing that we're seeing here out of both of these teams is that their offense is largely evenly matched, I would say, but What a Save just seems to be really susceptible to these long-range shots. Anything center field, and oh no, Sicario.
Oh, okay. So we got word from production that we're changing up the map. I was saying Zay, he looked like he was sitting a little bit too still there. You know, usually he is the guy to stop it in the net. But no, we're going to be changing up the map going into game number 3. Not going to it's the same one as game number 2. And we saw an electric start there from What a Save. And that's what excited me so much going into that game 3, Albert, is that this team now down 2-0 against match point in the grand finals. It is do or die now for What a Save. And you can see they were showing that it is do or die, and they are going to come out with everything they have.
Well, both of these teams, they know what's on the line here. There's so much prestige to coming away with the championship here in grand finals. They're representing not only North America, but they've beat out teams around the world now to make it here. 1 game away, potentially. Hartford Yard Goats, plenty of fans in the audience here. Anytime they score a goal, you know everyone's popping off for them. They want to try to bring it home for them. What a save, though. I do think that they have plenty of potential and opportunity. Again, I just think they need to watch out for those long-range shots. Anything coming from center and beyond, they just don't seem to be ready for it.
No, I couldn't agree more. And you do notice that there is a little bit of a mix-up in the communication when it does come down to that. You can always see that, a late rotation has costed What a Save not just one, but 2 games now. That first goal inside game number 2 that you saw out of Hartford Yard Goats, it was a bomb downfield and right into the back of the net of What a Save. And it was the same exact story for why we went into overtime in that game 1. If you're looking at game 3, I mean, it has to be on your mind that those late rotations, it's been costing you. So you need to patch that up very fast.
Potentially the final game here if the Hartford Yard Goats and their fans have anything to say about it. Game 3 of the grand finals. What a save. They got to show up now to get back the reverse sweep. Let's see if they can do it.
Plum flying. Freebird. Sicario not done yet. Into the zone of Hartford Yard base. Yobi just barely missing out on it. It's a 2-on-1 the opposite way. Gucci Dane will be able to cut the pressure. He's going to follow it too. Has the flip reset, but won't be able to charge that ball right away. Hartford Yard Goats steal it away. But this has been a neutral game so far since breakoff.
I think this is about the slowest bit of offense we've seen from both of these teams. They're generally at each other's throats. I think they both know what's on the line here. A bit more methodical, a bit more calculated is how we're seeing both of these teams approach. Gucci Dane has the comfort and space to push the ball towards the middle, gets past one. Zay is there to stop it. First goal not happening just yet. Sicario bounces it off the back wall. Gucci Dane looks to put the final touches in, but that play gets broken up too. Excellent defense here from the Goats.
It seems like you can always rely on Zay whenever that ball is facing your net. But now Hartford Yard Goats again on the defense. Gucci Dane keeping up the pressure here. A little bit of a demo is going to give a break in the armor so far of What a Save. As it's sent back down into their own half. Defensive pressure is going to be there. Ooh, and a missed touch at a Sicario. And you can't get there in time to save that second shot. That was a beamer.
Right off the fender into the back of the net. Zay, just an absolute shark there. Zeroes in on the opportunity. And What a Save was there, but just not able to get the touch they needed to keep that ball out of the net.
We'll see this break off. Already down by 1. What a save. They've been so good so far in game 3 of keeping Hartford Yard Goats on the defensive. But as soon as the tables were turned, they didn't have an answer for that shot. Inside their own zone. They're looking for that break-off. Sicario looking to get this one out. Ethan, the contest, won't be able to get a piece of the ball, but disrupts Sicario enough for his teammate to get in there.
And good touch off the wall. Actually sends the ball towards center. Potential opportunity here. Zay smooth again. Right there to stop things before they start. What a Save. Just have not really been able to play on the opposite side of the field and get the shots that they're looking for.
A little bit of a carry from Ethan. Gucci Dane says no. Zay for the follow-up. He's got 0 boost. Everybody has 0 boost right now for Hartford Yard Goats. There's a good chance for What a Save now to take it downfield. Fully fueled Yobi. Dangerous player to be going up against in that Fennec. You won't be able to find the back of the net there, but those chances are presenting themselves, and you can imagine that they want that. They might find the back of the net eventually.
What a Save. Gets a bump on Ethan and the ball sends it back towards the center. And oh no! Another long-range casual tip of the hat. Zay gets another on the board. The long-range shots are a problem right now.
It's just been troublesome. All 3 games, we've seen a long bomb goal from Hartford Yard Goats. And Zay has normally been the one to shoot those threes. I know why they call themselves the Golden State Warriors. They're good for those 3-pointers.
From the perimeter. Constant threat right now. 2-0 lead, 2 minutes and change remaining here for What a Save to get 2 on the board. And Zay said, no, actually, they're going to need 3 to tie things up. Zay, long range, short range, doesn't matter. He's targeting the goal.
This is the Hartford Yard Goats show right now, and they are running the grand finals up 2-0, now 3-0 in the last possible game. I mean, What a Save. They are falling behind right now, and they need to get something going. 2 minutes, under half to make this comeback.
The offensive pressure is real right now. Hartford Yard Goats, they get 1 goal. They're looking for more. And you can see the result of that at the scoreboard. 1:45 remaining here. What a Save. starting to run out of time here when they have a 3-goal deficit against a really strong team. What are they going to be able to do for this?
1-2 pass for the offensive shot, but not able to send it. On the break off here, Sicario carrying it up. Ethan for the break, but that's a shot off the backboard. Yobi for the follow-up. He won't be able to beat Zay to the ball. Now it's a 2-on-1. The opposite way. What a save. Will have a chance to restabilize as a missed shot opportunity from Hartford. Minute 14. This one's getting scary.
Sicario pushes it up high. Zay on the interrupt potentially here.
A
demo. Sicario gets them on the board. 1 minute, 5 seconds remaining. They can do this.
So you say there's a chance, Albert.
Actually, I do. What a save. Making the most of that opportunity. Is that the blueprint? They only have 1 minute and 5 to answer that question.
Let's see, they got the schematics. Let's see if they can put it together. Yobi off the kickoff, passes out to the center. Sicario for the shot. Look at that.
Sicario, blink and you miss it. Deja vu, I've been here before. Back-to-back goals here for the kid in blue. Look at him roll.
I mean, it's like the stars aligned. The stars aligned for what a save, and suddenly they find their way back. It's game number 3, minute left. And just like that, a chance to tie us up and possibly even flip the script of this whole game. But Plum, you know when Plum's got the ball, that is a dangerous side. We won't be able to find the shot just yet. And we stay 3-2.
44 remaining. What a save. 1 goal away from tying things up. Is it their turn now to get that last second shot to tie things up? We're going to find out. Ball comes across Ethan at the center. Ball towards the what a save side of the pitch. 30 seconds remaining. Goes back to the opposite corner.
This is dangerous now. 30 seconds. You need that break off if you want to save. Yes, you got the 2 goals, but you have had a struggle to get number 3. It's a 2-player commit. Yobi has to make a move. 14 seconds in front of his net. Sicario, piece of it. Full boost for Yobi. Can he make it happen? Can they get the break off? Well, here's the chance.
5 seconds. Hartford Yard Goats 2 away now. There's the demo. Riding up the side, and the ball will hit the ground. The Hartford Yard Goats are going to be your champions here for the Air Force Gaming Minor League.
We knew it wasn't going to be straightforward. We knew it was going to be a bumpy road to the way to the top, and Hartford Yard Goats, they had what it took to get the job done. Your champions of the Air Force Gaming Minor League Rocket League Tournament, Hartford Yard Goats. You get to look at them too, and they are all chilled out on stage. Strictly business for the champs.
Zay, we were talking to him before we started up things today, and he was like, I got ice in my veins. I'm ready for this. And that's exactly what we saw. So poised and ready at all points on the pitch. Long range, short range, getting the assist. Incredible offensive display there from that player.
You know, I didn't want to talk about it from the interview, but I talked to Zay yesterday, and he was saying that if he won, you know, he's just ready to flex on him. And I think that he was doing exactly that. Those 3-pointers from the other side of the pitch, I mean, he was sinking them every single time.
I really want to commend What a Save, too. What an incredible team in their own right. I think if they had another minute, I think they could have brought that back. Just 2 quick goals there from Sicario. Both of the teams really displayed the ability to just rack up goals in a short amount of time. Just time ran out here, and what a set of matches we've had over the course of today.
I feel like that's just the story of that whole grand finals. That what a save. They were right on the doorstep. They just couldn't get their hands on the handle to open the door. And, you know, I will tip my hat to them. I mean, they played out of their mind. That first game, it seemed like a sure done game for them to take away, but it was heartbreaking in game 1, and I felt the heartbreak throughout the series. They were so close to taking it down. I mean, this team is phenomenal, especially considering this team, they haven't had as much time to mold together as this Hartford Yard Goats squad. So, you know, to come out in the grand final, go toe-to-toe with the quote-unquote, now, I guess, cemented best team in the league, I mean, they played their hearts out.
And like I've said before, anyone that's watched these teams over the course of the season, they might have expected to see these exact 2 here at grand finals, but there's a difference between, you know, on paper knowing, oh, like this is the better team, X, Y, and Z, and seeing it in action. Because I do feel like the Goats were challenged there throughout the course of the day, and they rose to that challenge. So when you're a proven battle-earned champion, I love that kind of thing, man.
You can see that it wasn't just straightforward for them. In their own, they had their adjustments. They had to, rise to the occasion and find, that dub of their own. They were really backed into a corner for a lot of those games throughout that best of 5, and I'm impressed for them as well. It didn't come knowing that their one strategy was going to triumph. The adjustments came through, they get it done, and now they're the champs. And folks, if you want to head over to airforcegaming.com, if you're inside the military, active duty, or even a dependent, to play inside the minor league, you can do that. Cadets, dependents, DOD civilians, even veterans can all sign up at airforcegaming.com and compete in numerous different tournaments just like this one. So if you want to, rise to the occasion, get some glory, check it out.
It's an amazing opportunity, and as a civilian, I just love the idea of what Air Force Gaming does for our airmen, just the ability to give a home for someone that has a passion for gaming. I'm going to a base for the first time. I'm not, I'm getting to know people. I'm trying to figure things out, and it's like, oh, these guys all like to play Rocket League like me too. Just having that kind of social platform, I think, has done so much for the airmen and their families. It's just really cool to see, and I love that it's grown to where it's become. I've seen the finals in previous seasons, and to be here live in person, I think really speaks to the growth and how it's been embraced overall.
I couldn't agree more, Albert. And folks, it's not just it. Rocket League might be over, but coming up next, we have Fortnite. It's going to cut to a break, but stay tuned. The action is going to keep on going.
And we are here, and we are a live little post-game action interview with your Hartford Yard Goats. Got a little, hey, let's get a hand for him. Let's get a hand for him. There we go. There we go. Loads of support in the crowd, and we do love that. Up first, we got Ethan here. Now, Ethan, I want to ask, what was your expectations coming into this grand finals match?
We know they're a good team. We played them twice before, but we figured if we show up that we'd win. If we showed up well and played well, and we did, so it feels good to get the dub.
There you go, dubs only. Little NA versus NA action, right?
Yes, sir. NA on top, baby.
There you go, one way or another, NA on top, right? Coming through on here, we got my man. Now, we saw a lot of plums play there. I want you to talk to me about kind of the effect of the physicality in this game. A lot of bumps and demos, right?
I love bumping in demo, and it tilts the other team, so you got to tilt the other team. After that, it's a free win, so.
There you go, free win. Ain't nothing wrong with a little bump and grind, right? Now here we got Zay. Zay was, there are basically two types of players in this last game. There was Zay Smooth, who scored everything, and then everybody else on this. All 3 goals going your way, right?
Right. Hey, absolutely, baby. You already know. Hartford Yard goes on top. Yes, sir.
Got the sunglasses on, full of confidence, and for a good reason. Really showed up there in that last game. Even though all of these games, like you said, did go down to that 1 score difference. Now, gentlemen, want to ask, any shout-outs here for some of the people, individuals, organizations that helped you get here? I'll go through one at a time.
Shout out to Swiss. Shout out to our boy Reese. Spooky. Big shout out to Spooky. That's all for me.
There you go.
Shout out to the Rocket League Champs Discord server, and shout out to Caesar.
There you go.
They pretty much already got the shout outs. Hey, shout out everybody in the 301st and the 381st.
301st, 381st, you heard it here first. Give it up again for your Hartford Goats. There you go. Now, guys, stick around and don't go far. We got our Fortnite finals coming up here, the AFG Techport event.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from the gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future
Came from the mud. There's dirt on my hands. Strong like a tree. There's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. They sing on a sleepless night. Try to catch me howling at the moon. 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 When it rains, it pours. Water's up to my chin. Won't stop fighting to the very end. Many men tried to reach it. Many men have fell. Well, if you wanna get to heaven, you gotta raise a little hell. And I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. They say no to sleepless night. Will you find me? Hope you find me. When the sun rises, when the sun we're trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me howling at the moon. We're trying to catch me howling at the
Yeah, you're talking out. Got a whole lot of words falling out. Yeah, run your mouth. Take you hold, deep you go, baby, go and show yourself. Play your game, I'll be patiently waiting till time runs out. Getting close now. All the stories that you tell with a beautiful imagination. And you should've told them about where you've been, who you're with, yeah, okay then. You go ahead and why don't you give it up? What's your name? Is it love? Just a phase? No, I'll keep it up. You were at your mother's, your brother's, whatever. I've had enough. But I guess I'll let you finish up. All the stories that you tell with a beautiful imagination. And you should've told them about where you've been, who you're with, yeah, okay then. You go ahead. Step into the city while I'm making my decision. Putting out what I am missing. Yeah, you're talking out. Got a whole lot of words falling out. Yeah, run your mouth. Take your whole deeper go, baby, go and show yourself. Play your game, I'll be patiently waiting till time runs out. Getting close now. All the stories that you tell with a beautiful imagination. And you should've told them about where you've been, who you're with, yeah, okay then. You go ahead and it's you another excuse.
Deep up in my feelings. Here I go again. We just keep on repeating. Here we go again. I'm so tired, so fed up of you messing with my buzz. You shut down, had enough. I'm just looking for that rush. I'm so tired, so fed up of you messing with my buzz. Locking eyes, we just touch. Feel our bodies drifting up. I don't know how to be around you. I'm just trying to lose myself. I know that I just can't trust you, but you know me like no one else. Stuck up in the middle, in between you and I. Maybe just a little bit to get me by. I'm so tired, so fed up of you messing with my buzz. You shut down, had enough. I'm just looking for that rush. I'm so tired, so fed up of you messing with my buzz. Locking eyes, we just touch. Feel our bodies drifting up. I don't know how to be around you. I'm just trying to lose myself. I know that I just can't trust you, but you know me like no one else. Dance. Trust you, but you know me like no one else. You know me like no one else. I don't know how to be around you. I'm just trying to lose myself. I know that I just can't trust you, but you know me like no one else. You know me like no one else. they just people like friends. Remember way back, she was love. These bitches sneaky can't come. I got 4 hoes up on top. I remember. Remember I was selling dog food, no kibbles, just to give me some scribble. Remember I was really on the block like Tetris, just to give me some chill. Surfing, rock in the parking lot, my weed lighter, like the game bubble light. I be on her mind like non-stop, yeah, gotta get the little thought, no tomahawk. Remember smoking blunts with my friends, seconds a couple of days, yeah, lost a lot to the fan. That's the shit got me upset, but at 8, then I finally lift dog, yeah, I'm smoking beside me. 4-4, I'm a zombie, this a girl, but she wrong. These broke boys think I'm cocky, Bobby straight like Mary Poppins. Still like an ice, smoking on killer, I eat a coffee. My bitch drip like Mary Poppins. Still like an ice, smoking on killer, I eat a coffee. Now they just people like friends. Remember way back, she was love. These bitches sneaky can't come. I got 4 hoes up on top.
OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. 1, 2, 3 a day. I'm on my way, on my way. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW, on my way, on my way. They wanna judge me, I'll testify. Catch me on Insta, I'm verified. They want me quiet, I amplify. I'm on my way to the best thing that you've ever seen. You know that you bow to the queen. You lose all your senses and reason. I'll give you something to believe. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW, on my way, on my way. Yeah, OMW, nothing left to prove. So enjoy the view, taking a picture like Malibu. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW.
Hello and welcome back, folks. We are here and we are live. The AFG Minor League Fortnite Finals doth start. This time, no debating, no debating. I'm FBI Tugboat.
Psych, back to break.
There you go. Sorry, guys. There you go. No, none of that. None of that. Cut that out.
No,
Cut that
I'm
out.
joking.
Cut that. Jolly here with me. We are getting ready to get it started. We got, what, 2 teams from NA here coming on to do battle with a team from EU. But first, let's talk a little bit about how this competition is going to be going down.
That's right, especially since there's 3 games going on here today, right? We can't be aficionados and everything, so we're going to cover all the basics for your benefit and also for my benefit. So as we take a quick look at the bracket, there we are going to start with Team VAR Retake going up against Bonsai, which we saw earlier, of course, in Rocket League. One of those players actually still the same. We'll touch on that later, though. In terms of the format here, it is going to be a kill score or kill lead that is going to get you the round win. These are best of 3s, but it is a double elimination bracket. The grand finals has no bye, no bracket reset, so it will be just a standard best of 3. And it really doesn't matter if you climb your way through the loser's bracket or if you make it up through the top.
It'll be a little bit more dramatic, right? We'd love to see it. Like drop on down there and then take it all the way through. But yes, Jolly, there will be no winner's bracket advantage coming onto this one. As she alluded to, right, the kill race format, and here these 2v2 squads, these squads of 2 will be dropping in the full 4-man squads in Fortnite to then go forth and do battle. The teams with the most amount of kills there at the end will take that lead in the game number 1 in a best of 3 format, so might be some quick ones.
Yeah, and there is the option for these players to either run build or no build. However, based on what we've gathered from talking to some of these players, not the biggest fans of no build, so I'm assuming we're going to primarily, if honestly, entirely see just build play on this one. And you could see as well with that last bracket, there was actually a bye, as we only have 3 of these teams here, so it was based on random seeding. Of course, that was Team Rollout that ended up getting that, so we're going to have to see who goes up against that team right here. VAR Retake against Bonsai. These are 2v2s, of course.
Absolutely. I can guarantee it'll be one of these 2 teams. We got to sit down, really talk and get inside the minds of a couple of these players. This is VAR and Retake. Now, these are cousins here, Jolly. These are cousins, not just that. It was VAR who did convince Retake, the cousin there, to make that solid decision to join the military, and they're both completely happy with the decision.
Yeah, and you know what? If you can recruit anyone to join you, it's gotta be Retake, because the fun fact that we have about this guy is somewhat terrifying, also astounding. He can squat, bench, clean, and deadlift 300 pounds, which is absolutely insane to me.
Insanity. The quad threat, yes, 300 pounds. That is squatting, benching, cleaning, and deadlifting again. Again, I think it deserves a double take
really
right
does.
there. That gentleman on the right here on your screen. That is, once again, VAR Retake, the cousins. Now let's take a look at your team Bonsai coming on in here from the European region. Yes, that is J-Dubs. If that name rings a bell, it is because you just saw this player competing in the great game of Rocket League. He will be joined by Sir Joseph Scott Simpson, J-Cut 123, coming on here as well.
We might see that name as Mr. Meaty here when we actually get in the game. Yeah, so
I just read what was on the screen, didn't I? I just read what was on the screen.
You know what? Sometimes the paper and the screen, they don't line up. We don't necessarily know which one to go with. So when we get in game, that's what I'll decide on. But yeah, Mr. Meaty and J-Dubs, and yeah, J-Dubs playing earlier in Rocket League. Of course, they were in the first best of 3 and got eliminated in a 2-0 sweep. So J-Dubs hopefully has had some time to prepare for Fortnite. And, you know, this seems like it might be his preferred game of choice anyway.
Absolutely. Player was over there saying that he wanted to play against the Rocket League teams in Fortnite and against the Fortnite teams in Rocket League. Maybe wanting that little bit of advantage. But advantage-wise, we'll see who's going to be coming out with a hot start on here. Once again, 2v2 status with them dropping that full 4-man squad. So whoever they'll be pushing in this will, of course, be that full 4-man squad, just numbers-wise have an advantage.
Exactly. And something else that, of course, we cover, you know, when it comes to that I mean, just trying to get as many kills as possible. If one team drops out and the opposing team that is still in the game already has more kills than the team that has fallen, then they're just going to end the game right there. We're going to move on to the next round because these are, again, best of 3s. So we want to get through this bracket not as quickly as possible. I want as much game time as possible on this one because you guys have had to wait long enough.
Exactly. Well, we had some overtime situations over there with Rocket League. We want as much Fortnite action as possible. But yes, it is entirely possible for these to be really quick ones, right? Teams come in, drop in. We already got a little bit of insight as to how aggressive aggressive some of these teams will play. Is that a fair statement, Jolly?
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. How aggressive, how maybe it's somewhat intuitive as well, because this is a situation where it is 2v2. However, these two teams of two will be on the same squad. So they're not able to, hurt each other, harm each other. You can't box each other in or anything like that and restrict the other players. But they do have some advantages to that because you can kind of follow the other squad around, right? And we know some strategies for some of these teams, a little bit of stalking, if you will, that has led to fruition in the past.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You can follow them, but you cannot take them home because only one team will come out on top here. Again, no points for placements. I think we said that earlier, but pure kill race status on here go all the way down. So, these might be really, really quick games, Jolly, but it's also entirely possible for these two teams, or these two duos, to go down to the last squad as well, and then just have to be fighting in a tiny little circle for the last couple kills when they're neck and neck right there, right? There will be no true disadvantage until you get down to like a mathematically impossible situation. If one team goes ahead by, say, like 10 points, and then you get down to the lobby, there's only 9 players left. Now you're looking at a situation, fortunately, not mathematically possible. We got to get there first, though. There'll be plenty of Fortnite action. Be hot and heavy, it will be, but not sure when we'll get down there.
Yeah, and the chances of seeing a victory royale, right, very slim. But my gosh, how hype would that be if it does end up being those two teams? And it would have to be pretty precise. A pretty precise predicament, right? You've got
working together.
Yeah, some confines on actually falling into that situation. It would have to be exactly even in kills and also being less two, and you would win, right?
Yep.
So I'm not quite sure what.
What do we do for ties?
I have no idea because they are on the same squad, right?
Exactly. We spent a lot of time going through and trying to figure out what if situations, theory crafting and prophesizing, right? Trying to look into the future. But ties, I'm assuming they're just playing another game here. And there'll be extra Fortnite action, which is exactly what we wanted. I'm knocking stuff over already. Look at us to getting into this one. Yes, this is your VAR retake squad coming out of NA and Team Bonsai getting ready to do Fortnite battle.
And it looks like we're dropping out of the battle bus pretty quickly for all of these players. Not a big surprise, especially for the first one. These players don't really want to extend the time, and they want to try to get as many kills as possible. So going to a highly populated area is a good way to do that. It's also a good way to get yourself out of the running pretty early on. So high risk, high reward.
Absolutely, and that's going to be the name of the game. Now, this is the first of a best of 3, so again, high risk, high reward. They'll have a little bit of breathing room right here, opting not to get that one in quite yet. There's the chest, now getting in with the teammate and a little bit more. That's just some early action now from this retake player.
Beautifully done. And this is a situation that is ideal. You find, one of the reasons you don't loot a body immediately is because you can see if somebody else goes up try to loot the body, then you essentially have 2 bodies to loot at that point, and that is the situation that we're seeing right here. Another big weapon pickup, full slots currently.
Yeah, and 2 is better than 1. That's what they tell me. That's what they tell me. AR in hand, now trying to get something going out of this vending machine here, but Retake knows that he's really in a not great situation. The charge comes in. That's another knock, but it's the kills that matter.
Yeah, kills that matter, and you have to secure them. And like we said, the other 2 on that team can actually secure that kill. So if that downed player is still down, this is one of those situations where maybe you do actually want to follow through on something like that instead of scoping out for the rest of the team.
Absolutely. That's going to be a big heal first. 10 seconds on that as we skip on along. Looking inside, just kind of collecting mats a little bit and looking to the top, kind of get this player. Oh, thought there was players up there, excuse me. A fat loot indeed.
That was over the 3-story limit, right? So this is not Borderlands, people. If you fall from a certain area, or Halo, I suppose. If you fall from a certain area here, it is 3 stories is when you start to actually take fall damage from that. So you got to be very careful when you are building yourself and trying to get to a high vantage point, because if somebody disables that building, if somebody's got a launcher, you are done for.
There's the first knock, and there's the kill right here coming in. There's a lot of players on the other side as well. This is Retake and Bonsai. They said before that they were going to be playing a lot kind of closer towards each other and not be totally willing to go forth, kind of maybe repossess some kills, not steal anything, right? It's not yours till you take it.
It's secure, right?
It's secure.
KS, it stands for kill secure, not kill steal, okay? That's something that we have all come to learn from playing online games.
Kegger in a field. There you go, South Carolina.
And what better way than a football player to go and douse himself in that one? Definitely a situation, too, as you can see, whenever those shields are picked up or those potions are picked up, they're instantly going to be given in. Shields, incredibly important in this game here, Tugboat.
Absolutely. You always want to get that that one out first. It's much more unreliable trying to count shield damage versus health damage, right? You know you're only going to have 100 health, and that shielding can come even quicker sometimes. Fielding something outside by the Joneses. Both of these teams will be hot-footing out to this northwestern area, try and get on in, but they got plenty of looting to do first.
They do, and they know someone's nearby. You can tell for those of you that don't watch Fortnite regularly, the running, the sprinting leaves these little puffs of smoke behind, so it's relatively easy to track you. And that's definitely one of the things that these players are hopefully going to try to do, picking up some of those tracking skills. We see some weapon swaps coming through here. Still, no big plays, and nothing, no stalking that we were kind of anticipating between these two squads.
Nothing like that so far. Nothing really transpiring between these two, and they're just kind of like looking for players as of right now. 35 seconds to go here. Indications from the back from teammates that might be going to try to get something going to this northeastern side, but of course they really have to pay attention to this. Now, all three of these players in a line. This is the last teammate back, still in the Joneses, but there's a little bit of time, and now accepting bounties. Okay, I'm with it.
And just so you guys know, okay, based on what I am seeing here, VAR and retake relatively easy to see here. We have J-Dubs and Mr. Meaty again on the other side. So I'm assuming J-double-S, probably J-Dubs. And skip to my bullet is that Mr. Meaty Adonis Miles here as a senior airman.
Yep, absolutely. Just a little bit of clarification for you guys. On board now.
It helps me too. Okay, this is a game I'm least familiar with here today. We got 3 games on docket though, and I'm excited about all of them.
Talking about a little triple threat here. Anything that you want, first-person shooter style or Rocket League, you can find here at the Air Force Gaming League the finals here at Tech Fort. San Antonio, sunny San Antonio. Been saying it all day. A lot of pressure now down. Wise decision to back up from this. I think took a little bit off the shields. Now just kind of watching this horizon. They did not know that he was coming back. That's almost entirely deleted shields here as a lot more wood comes up.
There it is, the teamwork coming through. That one easy to break down, and it is a secure. The elimination being locked in here. So if you are Team Bonsai, you're feeling pretty good.
They are. Going to be plenty of assists throughout here as well. The automatic in hand, the Stinger trying to get something going against the initial here, but that's actually going to be one of these members dropped. Yes, J-Dubs is down. He will not be getting any help from retake or from VAR. Skip to my bullet. Again, probably Mr. Meaty is just outside there. It's katana in hand. This keg is still going, still giving shields to everybody out here, so he's got to push. He's got to push right now. A lot off the top, and that's going to be an easy drop. Unfortunately, J-Dub skipped to my bullet and dropped here, so now without any kind of their wonkiness, right? This is retake and VAR that just have to take a couple more, and that'll still be game number 1 going their way.
Hey, and as we swap over to their perspective here, it looks like it's going pretty well for them. Team VAR and retake, again, best of 3s on this one, so whoever actually takes this round number 1 is going to be going into series point for game 2.
Absolutely. There'll be a very quick way to go do that series point as well. Initial shot right to the chest. It's about as good as it gets here for this VAR retake squad.
And that's the reaction time that you need in a game like this, right? But there's so many elements to this game. I mean, literally and also figuratively here. And it does seem like VAR retake, the cousins, they have this synergy, right? And that's kind of the expectation for family, but not always the case.
Yep. What they were talking to me about Madden tournaments and whatnot through the family and sleepovers and everything else like that. This is 2 young men who've been playing video games together for quite literally decades. So I think that synchronicity kind of showing up here, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. And like I said, it's not always an expectation. Always a pleasure to see, though. And they look like they're vibing up there on stage, too. I mean, definitely in the zone, as we can see. Oh, look at that, the battle bus out to play.
Here you go, unique look right here. This is just kind of peacocking, right? This is trying to get this one out and get people to pay attention to them so they can come forth and get kills.
It's a pretty high vantage point as well that we're looking at.
Easy drop right here after the initial damage comes in from the SMG, but now pressure applied here. Again, all of these squads that they're facing against are full 4-man squads.
And a little bit of a split apart. Ooh, the shotgun coming out nice and heavy, of course.
Got a perfect angle on it.
You got a perfect angle on that. Now you got to figure out which direction they went. And it was a little bit of a lackluster play right there, but it's still A-okay, at least in terms of this team right here for VAR and Retake.
I love this look. There you go, just kind of coming in with the Mad Max bus, just trying to run some players over, but no, taken out. And getting up close and personal, early little close quarters combat, and hasn't taken a lick of damage themselves quite yet. Retake is out here right now, drops it, takes 68 damage themselves, now trying to clean it up with the repeater. An easy rift early. So this is going to be so teammate down, but still alive right here, and he will have a incentive now to get some respawns if he so chooses.
We're pulling up the UI here, trying to take a look or try to see, I guess, what the kill score is. I'm assuming we've got for the observers right here, so we appreciate y'all.
Unless Fortnite has changed massively, this is another interesting element to this, right? If one duo goes down and they do get the other teammate's player card, you can't just choose to reboot one player at a time, right? And so that right now, if that other player card had been picked up, this literally would be him resurrecting his opponents, but of course it's not. Of course it's not. That's not the situation we're in right now.
Yeah. Definitely don't want to accidentally do something like that. Right. And then, hey, you're bringing them along with you, giving an opportunity for the remainder of the team or the opposition to actually take something a little bit of a dance, a little bit of show off too. And you might as well. If you're going to put yourself that far ahead, you got to do the dance.
Absolutely. The point here is as well is trying to attract attention from the Spider-Man webs coming out over top, so they know that there's a lot of people here coming in.
It was an enemy team. Look at that. So J-Dub's the only one right now that is not participating in the game. So at least Team Bonsai still has an opportunity to stay in this one. They're still in the eye of the storm. They're still alive.
Yep. So how interesting that kind of element coming in here, and how interesting the respawns kind of come in and have that effect. Shared resources makes sense right here. Can't imagine that'll be going to skip to my bullet though, or Mr. Meaty.
And vehicles, it seems like, you don't necessarily see a ton of vehicles. Sound is a huge part of this. Even swapping weapons can be heard by your opponents, and that's why we like to try to get good headphones on for these guys. So it definitely looks like you got a little bit of confidence, right? A little bit of an ego coming from VAR and Retake. This is the second or third vehicle I've seen them in so far.
Looking at 22 players left, so 19 outside of these three right now. But now they get the indicator there, and they're going to be going off for the scent. Hunt starting in just a second. A lot in between, so that makes sense. This is going to be just a little bit of extra action coming in. Now looking at pyramids. We're on board. Trying to get this one going. This is Retake right now. Excuse me, this is VAR right now.
This is VAR, yeah, I'll get those down. Battle Royale is definitely a stressful game. This is one of those games where, they say in a lot of games, don't be paranoid. This is one where you need to be paranoid. You cannot relax, right? You have to stay alert in this game because anything could come at any point, and you have to have those instant reactions, whether it's putting up a wood wall behind you while you're trying to sprint to cover, whether it's, trying to swap to your weapon, whether it's trying to just get target acquisition in general. You need to constantly be focusing.
Yeah, and it's about, giving certain threats their just attention, and also knowing when to fold them, when to get out of attacks, right? There's a lot of attention earlier, a lot of back and forth earlier that led to one of these players now down. If more player cards had been collected, it might be a different situation. Ooh, a fast pickup it was indeed. Better have a tip for that taxi.
We can see the rest of the squad as well for Bonsai, not too far behind. Of course, only one of those members, like I mentioned before, is up and alive. We got this Passenger trying to pick up some shots. Damage has been done right there. Can they follow it up, though, or will they be taken out? Beautiful aerial shots. This is another thing with this game. I feel like it's RNG whether my bullets actually hit.
I believe that is a knock from the teammate right here. Yes, so very nicely done. The pick comes in here, so they're going to have to go for it. No, they did get the drop on this. So another kill goes all the way. It's going to be a lot right now for VAR Retake.
It's getting scary, and they are close to the edge here of the eye of the storm, right? And that's another one of the strategies people like to take, especially when the circle is getting this small. When we've only got 12 players on board, and this is our first round that we have seen, that's incredible. VAR gonna go down. That means that there is one up for each of these teams.
Yeah, so Mr. Meaty playing under Skip to My Bullet, and YouTube Retake KC, or just Retake, will be the last two members left in this one. Sound is where there's going to have to come down from. Early shots to try and gain a little bit more resources. There you go. All right, a kill is a kill, I suppose.
And stacking up resources, honestly, this can make or break the end of the game. When we get down to the nitty-gritty, we're in single digits for individuals that are still alive on the map, folks. So you guys are watching some, potential pro players that we've got right here for the Air Force today. I mean, it can be very, very difficult if you don't have enough resources. It's incredibly difficult to gather those resources once you're limited to this small space.
Going back to your point a little bit, Jolly, talking about the future and whatnot, like I said, we got to sit down with these players earlier. Oh, my goodness, excuse me. I was going to talk about how Vara's been talking about wanting to go pro, wanting to get represented maybe in Nashville, right? But I think that's making the case right here before our very eyes.
Oop, we gotta watch out though, and it is a drop. The shield potion was chugged, but it's not enough. We can see a line of sight being broken here, but it seems like all is lost right there for Skip to My Bullet or Mr. Meaty. And that means, funny enough, the squad that got knocked out at the beginning, there's one member still alive.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Now, last here. Going to be kind of operating on this northern side. Definitely heard something. That's going to be used for a little bit more information. Try and build up to that. Now he does get it. That's 3 players, though, so this is going to be tough numbers. Tough numbers.
Yeah, tough numbers to take down, and particularly if we have some actual roaming squads that are still together, not having lost multiple members. You also have to kind of consider the fact that the squads they're going up against are 4-man squads, right? Whereas they're technically two-man squads within this, so it kind of limits their opportunities to save each other.
Exactly. Well, hey, maybe they're playing in 2v2 tournaments too, so not going to see like the help in the other two. Cannot gamble on that one, guys. Cannot gamble on that one. Trying to get just inside right here. I actually really like this play, so the idea is to go forth and did get a lot of damage onto that next one. Now boxing out comes out. Now the vertical advantage in Fortnite always going to be represented. Now here it is inside the storm. Can't get it done. Still a 4th place finish. And a fantastic performance from your VAR retake squad.
And now we get to, I was going to say, now we get to do some math. We get to add up the kills. That or production can tell me in my ear what we're looking at here. That would be fantastic so that we can...
you take single-digit numbers, you put them together, I'm just lost, right? I need this information given to me.
Double digits, exactly. That's why we do better when it gets down to single-digit players at the end of the game. But still, what a wonderful start. I mean, honestly, we kind of thought the first couple of rounds going in this, especially at least the first round for each of these teams, might go a little bit haywire. They came out guns a-blazing, and it seemed to have worked out well for both teams, particularly, I do have to say, particularly VAR Retake, given the fact that they were able to bring back their member into the squad and bring Mr. Meaty back into the game as well.
Yeah, right. Still kind of allowing this team, this Bonsai squad to go forth, get a lot done towards the end. And we really, really like to see this little replay action coming in for you guys, kind of rehash what just happened.
Which is helpful for me.
Oh yeah, no, I got a terrible
There's a lot going on. This game is very, very fast. And that's coming from somebody, who's casting MOBAs and whatnot. So you got to have some sort of appreciation, right, for not just the speed of the game, but also, like I said, the concentration, the focus that you have to have on a game like this. It's exceptional.
Absolutely, absolutely. J-Dubs coming on in here. I got to sit down with him, right? We want to give a shout out Mr. Tim Simpson, the father, and other family members coming on in and supporting, right? This is the kind of support we really love to see. Now we're seeing it in esports as well as wife and mother here as well. So fantastic stuff. Welcome, welcome.
Yeah, and we got, the chance to maybe see some more of those players. Of course, Halo is going to take place after this, and we do have that open availability, so 13 plus. Any dependent of any active military member is going to be able to participate in that one, so definitely looking forward to it. But right now, we got to see how this tie gets broken, because one of these teams is currently sitting at match point in this best of 3.
Absolutely, and now technically series point. We'll get that information in for you guys just as quickly as we get it. A lot of numbers back there, right? I run out of fingers and toes to count on, Jolly. I'm just lost. I can't do it. There you go.
They're not going to give us the final numbers, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's okay.
But hey, that's all right. I'll learn the UI of this game better, and that way I can maybe do that quick math when we have that half a second of the reveal coming through. So VAR and Retake, like I said, it seemed like that game was kind of in their hands. Not only surviving super long, bringing a teammate back in, helping out Bonsai a little bit, and still winning.
Hey, they gave us extra Fortnite. We were literally asking for it for so long, and then Jolly, we made him wait. We made him wait. for a while, so I feel like this is undeserved present. Really appreciate you guys.
Want to
Oh, we're going to get blamed for regardless.
We had.
We're going to get blamed for regardless, right?
That's
There's
true.
no point in telling him otherwise.
Yeah,
They're
I
gonna
take
say
the blame,
otherwise.
not the credit, right?
7 of 3 kills there for VAR.
Thank you.
And 3 for Bonsai. So, and still, this went all the way down to the wire. Given that this Bonsai player was loaded back into this, they still had opportunity until that 4th place finish for these two. Again, that's VAR retake on your screen right now. The Cousins coming in just outside of Savannah, Georgia. I got the name for it. I think I'm gonna try not to butcher this name. It's a smaller town. I had it right here written down. Oh man, I lost it.
Those
I'm so
notes
sorry.
are all over the
So
place.
sorry. My
I'm
notes
not
are-
surprised
you
you
see this?
can't find. Yeah,
You see
I'm
this?
looking over right now. You have
I'm so
everything
sorry.
is circled. How do you?
Oh. Wow, I didn't think you were gonna go that hard on me,
Everything is-
honestly. I didn't think you were gonna
everything
go
is
that hard.
circled.
Well, see, things
Everything's
get
important.
individually interesting, and then I circle them, and then I just, what can I say? Everything I write down is interesting.
Well, 7 to 3, that's a pretty solid lead.
Yeah.
And, you know, like I said, the majority of the game, it just felt like there was kind of this control that was really being held by VAR retake. Comfortability. These are members too who you know, are kind of lower on the end of years in service or years, you know, in the military service. So VAR is only 1 year in service, and then retake has 2. Most of the other players, you know, around 4 or 5. Some of these players actually have 7+ years of service, as we've seen later on previously. So yeah. I don't know if that's an advantage or a disadvantage to them. Either way, because they're family members, they've had some of that history together. So you have to lean a little bit towards their direction when you're talking about synergy.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the camaraderie, communications that you find throughout military enlisted and otherwise will definitely be represented within the great game of Fortnite. About halfway across right now. Nobody jumped out quite yet. I spoke too soon.
Yeah, right as you did. Everybody decides to hop out. And again, the expectation is if one squad jumps, the other squad's going to jump too, just to try to maybe get that advantage, right? You know, even if loot is being taken by your other squad mates or the enemy squad mates, if you will, then you still know it's not an enemy character there, and it's also not enemy players that are picking up that remaining loot or that you have to kind of fight against. You got somebody else on your side.
Absolutely, and that's what all of this is about, right? Having that camaraderie, having that teammates. But unfortunately, like we've been saying, also means you'll be going up against 4-man squads. So all of these players, I think it doesn't speak enough to their skill, right? That all of these, 7 kills, 3 kills, these were taken against full 4-man squads. Everybody here going up against numerically higher odds.
And coming out the gates, we can see another vehicle already being picked up. Like I said, a bit of a risky strategy. High risk, high reward potential. You can navigate quickly. You can find good loot. You can catch eyes on an enemy. But if you get caught out and if someone has already found an epic weapon, you could be in danger.
Looking inside and just kind of getting these resources and whatnot for right now. Moving up and down. Again, the resources came into pretty large effect towards the end of that last game, I think. So it just makes sense to try and get this one. Destroy some barrels, get some shields for it, and we'll see how they go in the rest of this game.
Yeah. Speaking of shields, we do not see part of the shielding. Ah, yes, thank you. Now we can see the whole mini-map. Excellent. That's exactly what we need here. Minimal shielding, of course, 20 on those small pots that you're able to get. And this is a situation, too, where if you are going to engage in a fight as a squad, especially as a 2-man squad, where you do not have all 4 members right from the start, you generally don't want to engage unless you can guarantee success here. So there have been some really risky plays that have been taken by both of these squads, by both Bonsai and VAR Retake, and yet they haven't really suffered consequences, right? They're very aware of their surroundings when they make these moves.
Yeah, they really have not gotten punished for that. Now, a lot of those were kind of committed during like the early mid-game earlier.
Yeah.
But still, gotta be nice that there was no punishments for it. Just outside Rocky right now, as we watch an airstrike go down, this is all Air Force today, right?
Yeah,
Maybe
Air
thematical.
Force.
Maybe thematical. Right?
I like it. I like it. We might not get that every time, though, so we'll appreciate the coincidence.
Exactly. Pushing outside for right now. Got to be chasing something down. Got to have the scent of something as we're on board right now. Trying to take some high ground here. No building necessary when you got the hills right here to your right.
see full shielding currently held right now by Mr. Meaty, and he's got a couple pots as well in his pouch. So he is feeling quite good. Several pots in his pouch. So he's just going to be able to sit at this vantage point, pop off shots. If he takes some in response, he's got the ability to back off here, can obviously also build on top of it. The headshot's going to be a lot. There's the knockdown, and oh
wow,
my gosh,
nice.
that enemy, what were they thinking? They crawled the opposite direction they should have there.
Yeah, the easy peasy right there.
Yep.
I mean, that was just kind of delaying fate, right? A
Yeah.
few shots in that wall, that would have dropped, and then kills would have come shortly thereafter. A lot of violence here in the middle part of this Fortnite map. A little assist action. We're looking right now on board with Mr. Nope, that's, yeah, Mr. Meaty, excuse me,
Meaty.
Mr. Meaty.
Okay, yeah, they swapped it around again on us, making it as difficult as possible. But now we have Retake and VAR next to each other up on the upper left-hand side. So our UIs try to make it a little bit easier to understand this game. And
Absolutely.
the squads meet back up.
Looking, yeah, in the middle right here. Of course, they're not right next to each other. Maybe some camaraderie regardless. Again, doing this right now does, of course, attract attention. That's the name of the game. VAR is going to be the one a little bit farther away. There you go. Might be complaining about the mistreatment of his teammate or something like that right there. VAR was a little bit lower for a second, but everybody back up to 100 at least on the health, and now the old school GMC.
Hey, we saw the broom come out. We'll see if the broom comes out in the gameplay, right? Because this is a situation where VAR and Retake can actually sweep this series if they're able to take this game number 2. And both of the teams are pretty resilient. They're making a lot of noise. They're going all over the place. In fact, I mean, spending a lot of time out in the open. The fact that they're sticking together, though, and decided to wait to use their potions until the two squads kind of joined up, that's another thing that you got to recognize.
VAR remaking the truck, teammates behind. That's an NPC right there off the rip. Again, this is used to attract...
Okay.
I'm sorry?
It's not a cute one. It's okay.
Okay, gotcha. There you go. That's what's most important here, people. That's what's most important. Taking it outside, taking an aerial with it as well. And really, we talked about like the punishment of mistakes. There's a certain point where you want to attract attention. There's a certain point where you should just be glad that multiple squads haven't jumped on top of you yet.
Yeah, and we're below 50. We're at 45 players left on the map. All 4 of this squad is still up and alive. So you got to think that they're feeling pretty confident. And that's definitely the style that they are playing now, just observing. I mean, you got to scope it out, see where an enemy is, because again, this is a kill race. So while it is great to stay alive, while that is normally the purpose of the game, is to be the last one alive, if you don't get kills on your way there, then you might still end up losing.
It's a really, really good point, Jolly. So if the idea earlier is you just want to make it to the end, there's a lot of like a hiding factor to that. If this
Slow
is here,
play.
like if you're thinking about like best situations possible, you do not want to meet a whole bunch of players who are fully equipped, full health, best weapons in the game and whatnot, with loads of supplies in the end. You want to try and take those kills right now. That is why they're constantly getting in these vehicles, trying to attack attention and trying to take team fights.
Oh, and they are going to a much more crowded area here. See who they're able to jump on first. Maybe an opportunity there to the left, but they're not going to take it, actually. Picking up the other squad member, in
this
fact.
makes sense.
And this is a fight for the kill, right? You have 2 of the opposing squad members. Whoever is able to actually secure it is going to be the one to put the point on the board for their team.
They're the rift pull earlier, so movement ability is coming in, but that's a big turn. It is singing. Maybe not as big as our Humvee in the back, right? That's still going to get it done. A battle bus indeed.
Yep. And that member popping out. That is a down, though. Can the kill be picked up here? Who is it going to go to? Oh, my goodness. I didn't actually see. Was that Retake that got that one? Who got that?
I'm trying to check out the kill feed. I think it was J-Dubs that actually got that one.
And only 2 more members have gone down in this time. So it seems like a lot of the players sitting it out, right? It's a slow play game.
Absolutely.
Normally, you just try to survive. Normally, you just try to stay within the circle. And it does sound like it went to VAR. So I was close with Retake, at least the same team.
Hey, there you go. There you go. Closer than I was.
Nah.
Closer than I was. Looking on right now, kind of landing outside. And this storm is going to be going here soon, but they eye out this Corvette trying to get inside. I'll tell you how good that one is going to go, trying to go uphill like that.
Yep, that's not going to work. Physics, all right, while they're not
They're against
100%
you.
accurate here,
Yeah.
they're definitely against you in
Easy
this.
knock.
That is going to be the knockdown. Very precise shots that we're seeing, and it's absolutely worth picking up that additional elimination. So, if you are VAR Retake, you are feeling exceptionally good about potentially taking the broom on this one.
Absolutely. Still outside the circle a little bit, but that's going to be A-okay. Got a little bit inside, but let's switch our attention towards this inside area. Everybody moving inside, blue and yellow. That is VAR, and that's J-Dubs. On the outside, Now going to be VAR getting in just a little bit closer with the help of that reap deploy.
And sitting right on the edge after the Eye of the Storm moves like that.
Nice knock.
Always a great place to look for opponents who are trying to do the same thing, whether they've already crossed the line and are within the eye, or those that are actually on the outside and are trying to race to stay alive to be able to get back inside.
Exactly. Taking it back to the helicopter for right now, trying to get the teammate in there, but not the opponent, right? That's the most important right here, especially as they're coming out and trying to attract even more attention. NPCs down bottom, but those are real-life players down inside this gift shop area.
Lots of loot coming up at Crossroads. Pretty popular one. I would assume at this point in the game, though, a lot of that has already been picked up. So the loot that they're looking for, loot that they want to snag now, is on those eliminations. And, you know, also just the kills that they want to snag and add to the leaderboard. We got to see J-Dubs and Mr. Meat definitely pick something up if they want to stay in this game. And, hey, that's not going to help them.
You ever sit in your car and kind of want to finish the song when you pull in somewhere, right? I think it's just kind of what we were saying. Unfortunately, not a good time to do it within the great game of Fortnite, though. Took a nasty couple shots right to the face just for the efforts right there. Taking out a wall and trying to get a little bit more aggressive right here. No player card for you, my friend.
I like that one. Mr. Meaty was like, yeah, I'm going to hop in your vehicle. It's either you and me or you get out. And so that was Retake is like, yeah, fine. All right, I'm going to leave the vehicle. And this is where the stalking play also comes in. It's very helpful at the very beginning, and then it's incredibly helpful when you are getting down to the nitty-gritty. We're almost there. We go, 30 players as that kill comes through. So less than a third of the overall players left in this one.
Double-digit kills for the squad so far. On board now, back on in with Mr. Meaty. Trying to get something going here as the call comes out from not his teammate, but obviously on the squad right here. And everybody's trying to converge right here and finish up some kills.
There's still a shield potion. Yeah. Fill it up all the way to 100. Nice shots. And the rest of the squad is there. In fact, 3 members of this squad. So once again, we're going to have to see who's able to actually pick up the elimination, not just the down. Downs do not matter, Tugboat.
No, they do not. No, they do not. You're going to have to cash those in all the way for that. Whoa. Nice burst shots, but getting incredibly aggressive. That's going to be both J-Dubs and now Mr. Meaty taken out. We'll have to get kill totals in a second because they're not going to get res, and those player cards aren't going to be accidentally picked up.
We'll have to see, though. And Retake and VAR, who are at series point on this one, right? Gotta feel good if they're not already ahead. And honestly, just based on the perspectives that we've seen, which has primarily been, I would say, VAR and Retake here, and the several kills or the couple of eliminations that we've seen them collect, I've got to think that we might be at the point now where this is kind of a GG situation.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. Haven't seen many other teams so far. Now trying to get the last little bit of this out. And you know what? This is the no build version. I just realized that. I literally just realized that. We played the second game on no build version, right? We haven't seen any.
You're right. Very good.
Those will be coming out right now, right?
People will be disappointed that we did not realize that until now, especially considering I was saying these players they made it sound like they're really not fans of the no build version.
Where we're talking about just how much they hated it, so a little bit maybe it's a concession they made.
Maybe but the kills too, right? You got to consider when there's building. Yes, you have more opportunity to see people. You have more opportunity to make vantage points for yourselves to get additional kills. But if you're trying to play quick, fast, and get as many eliminations as possible in the early parts of the game, it makes sense. No build means that you're just looking for enemies to capture.
Speaking of enemies to capture, a little tangent follows Talented 67, the next on the docket right here. That's both. Now, just have to finish that one up a little bit more, but shields and more are going to be the focus first.
That's a good call. You got to be careful. Generally wanting to chug those shields as soon as you receive them. Shields, very important in this game, like I said. So if you can get those charged up as quickly as possible, you still have to be careful, though, when you're doing anything in this game. And that's the stressful part about it for me is anything that you do, you need to be cautious, and you need to be aware of your surroundings. And Batman's going to go down.
That's going to be Batman taken out. Panic, yep. Taken out as well. So another couple of kills added on top of this squad. The total 4-man squad increases to at least a little bit of damage on 16 different players. VAR with 8. That's going to be teammate Retake with 6.
14, woo! That's a lot of eliminations here. And there's only 20 players left on board. 17, I'm sorry, that was a quick drop.
Yeah, so going to be VAR retake doubling up their kill totals, and they're not done with this game quite yet. Shooting out a lot more there at the end. That's Shield's first, but nothing else outside of that.
Uh-oh. This is a risky play. There's absolutely nothing around it. With no build, you can't set the stairs behind you and get that angle so you can run forward or get just anything really built behind you. When you're out in the open, I mean, you're a sitting duck, right?
Absolutely. Speaking of sitting ducks, trying to maintain a little bit. Nope, gonna get danced on first and shown who's boss.
Yeah.
Thanks, Glitch Bob. Thanks, Glitch Bob.
A little bit of body disrespect. You know what? We watched Halo yesterday, okay?
Yeah.
We should have anticipated it coming into today as well.
Exactly. Looking to get a little bit of revenge for their teammate right here. Jumps in more. The full clip takes out all the shields and starts eating into the first little bit of health. Looking outside. Caught out looking. Caught out lacking. That's GG Theft. Dropped now by the last retake player alive in this 2v2 situation.
Looks like the last bullet in the clip as well to actually get that knockdown. And this is just padding the stats at this point, right? We can see now even Mr. Meaty's like, what am I doing here? You know, we're already down. We didn't really pick up any eliminations. And when you're looking at 15, 16, I don't even know how many now are on board because retake has been going on just a killing spree. It's absolute mayhem right now. 10 players left alive. Tugboat, we've gotten almost, well, we'll have to see if we can get to single digits. If that's the case, I mean, this VAR retake team is pretty nutty.
Yeah, pretty set up for success right now, Jolly. I have to agree with you. A whole lot of Fortnite finessing going on so far, and hey, why not see if you can get the victory royale?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, come on, how hype. I know we don't have as big of a crowd as we did yesterday. Of course, we had all of the branches of the military here competing, and today it is all Air Force all day long, and so we do still have some people, lots of family members out here supporting, but I would love to hear them go crazy with a victory royale here, and if anyone can take it, it does look like it's going to be a retake. Speaking of taking, but he has exposed himself, and there's not a lot of safe spaces around where he currently resides.
Yeah, so what we're looking at right now is a dangerous chicken. He takes out the first threat first, right? First threat first here. But 9 other players, given that this is 4v4, there's a very serious situation in which he is facing up against 2 full 4-man squads, Jolly.
That's rough. That's, you know, it's not an impossible feat
that's a rough one.
whatsoever, but with no build in particular, you have to make use of the resources that are around you, and you know what? This is a pretty solid one. We'll see if any perspectives can be taken, maybe any individual members caught out. At this point in the game, though, you're moving as a full squad. Maybe in the past where you kind of gave some room in between yourselves, a little bit of separation. Right now, you're staying together because you have the man advantage.
Just saw the heavy armory on the other side, decided he didn't want no smoke. Had to get up really high first, and now we'll be looking to drop in at any members that are kind of using this tank as cover down bottom right here, right? There's always a flank action, and it's going to use the bat to do it.
And I like retake here, saw the tank, and then said, okay, where is it pointing? Where is it shooting, right? Maybe this is another elimination I can pad my stats with, because at this point, retake, he already knows he's got the medal around his neck, you know, or at least going forward in the upper bracket for this VAR retake team. But still, we want to get as close as possible to that victory royale. That's a lot of enemies out there in the distance. It's nice positioning that retake has found for himself considering this, though.
Yeah, and that was going to be a lot of damage out first, right? So that was a lot of attention now drawn in from the back, but staring down 3 guns is never a good feeling. Last little bit here, trying to attempt the damage or the healing over time, but this wall in front of him will drop out soon. That'll just be the telephone box to try and get something done. What he's counting on right now is these players getting away from him before the shield.
Close.
God.
4th again.
Yeah, 4th again. Hey, talk about consistency, Jolly.
Yeah, that's something we definitely like to see, and that means that in this best of 3 series, it is another sweep that we get to see today. Of course, VAR and retake taking both of those games.
Absolutely, a 2-0 sweep right here after they put up, 7 kills is decent between 2 players. 14 plus, I think that was more closer, like 17, 18, something like this. A solid, quarter of this map, or a quarter of the total population. Crazy stuff to even think about. VAR retake thusly going to be punching their ticket on in to the grand finals. Undying honor and glory going on to the winner of this Fortnite finals.
And it is, again, a best of 3 for the grand finals. We're not extending that, but that also means that there's no best benefit for, aside from, I guess bragging rights, from navigating your way through the upper part of the bracket, because there's no bye, there's no bracket reset opportunity for that losers. So it's going to be just another straight best of three and an opportunity for a 2-0 sweep.
Gotcha. Hopefully a game that will go down to those 3 games as well. We've seen overtime within Rocket League, but pretty much otherwise just some clean sweeps all the way throughout. Some absolutely devastating, right? Little spring cleaning action. Maybe a little bit late for it in late May, but spring cleaning nonetheless, right? We're looking at the Air Force Gaming League Fortnite Finals. We got Team VAR Retake going on into the winner's bracket side right there, on into the grand finals, right?
Into the bye team.
Yes, exactly, into the bye team. So a scary, scary opposition there indeed. Team Bonsai taking on this other squad, right? Team Rollout that we have not quite seen on the main stage yet.
Yeah, and that's, I think, which is, so we're following the top. So basically the loser of this next matchup that we've got, VAR Retake going up against Rollout, whichever team loses, drops down, is going to play off against Bonsai. So no matter what, one of these teams is absolutely going to make it over there to the grand, or two of these teams to the grand finals, but we'll have to see exactly how that comes through. Of course, we're going to take a short break before that.
Absolutely. We'll be back with you guys just as soon as we can here for your Air Force Gaming Minor League Fortnite Finals.
There it is, the teamwork coming through. That one easy to break down, and it is
a very quick way to go do that series point as well. Initial shot. Like I said, we got to sit down with these players earlier. But oh my goodness, excuse me.
He's got the ability to back off here, can obviously also build on top of it. The headshot's going to be a lot. There's the knockdown, and my gosh. Okay, yeah, they swapped it around. First, maybe an opportunity there to the left, but they're not going to take it, actually. Picking up another squad member, in
fact.
Makes sense. And this is a fight for the kill, right? You have can the kill be picked up here? Who's it going to go to? Right, while they're not 100% accurate here, they're definitely against you in this. That is going to be the knockdown. Very precise shots that we're seeing. It's at the Storm moves like that. Always a great place to look for opponents who are trying to do the same.
Cash those in all the way for that. Nice burst shots, but getting
patience is possible in the early parts of the game. It makes sense. No build means that you're just looking for enemies to capture.
Speaking of enemies to capture, a little tangent fall. Speaking of sitting ducks, trying to maintain a little bit. Nope, gonna get danced on first and shown who's boss. Side, caught out looking, caught out lacking. That's GG Theft.
OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. 1, 2, 3 a day. I'm on my way, on my way. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. On my way, on my way. They wanna judge me, I'll testify. Catch me on Insta, I'm verified. They want me quiet, I amplify. I'm on my way to the best thing that you've ever seen. You know that you bow to the queen. You lose all your senses and reason. I'll give you something to believe. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. On my way, on my way. On my way, on my way. Yeah, OMW. Nothing left to prove. So enjoy the view, taking a picture like Malibu. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW.
Welcome back to the Air Force Gaming Minor League Fortnite Finals. One match is in the history books, and we got the second one coming up right now. My name is Albert Halloran Haley III. Proud to be here with Colin Seymour and more. Dude, that first game, expect the unexpected. That's what I'm gathering here.
I have to say, you know, it's very limited the amount of Fortnite I've watched at like the top competitive, or even like the amateur level. You know, I've watched a bit of the top competitive level, but I was not disappointed in what we got in the first one. I mean, we had the whole 9 yards.
Fortnite, it's the only game you're going to have to worry about fighting a chicken just as much as anyone else. But the match we have coming up, I think is going to be really interesting. The cousins of Team VAR Retake were able to take out Team Bonsai and send them to the lower final. But this is going to be quite the challenge up against Team Rollout. These are some seasoned players.
No, you're right. This is a seasoned matchup right now. Team Rollout from North America as well. You know, a team who, when I got to talk to them yesterday and interview them, they were very confident in their abilities to take today by storm. And the way that they're going to do it and the way that they were explaining how they're going to do it is being aggressive and stealing kills from their opponents. And when they told me that, I was like, you guys are going to be those guys, huh?
Well, I had a chance to speak with them, and they are quite the characters. Now, I told Senior Airman Ethan I would do this. Senior Airman Ethan Dairy Lord Harkey. His call sign is Dairy Lord. He was very specific, like, please call out my name, Dairy Lord. And for Airman First Class, Timothy Craig. Old Timmy. Now, don't shoot the messenger, but he has a very special message for his shop. You can't weld aluminum.
Can't weld aluminum. Actually, we Googled it. You can weld aluminum. but you have to do it very specifically. I don't know how
it's a long-running joke with his shop. He was very specific. He was like, you guys have to say this on camera. I would not leave him out there on that. So, yeah, apparently
it's an inside joke. I guess you had to be there.
But on the other side, Team VAR Retake, we just saw them in action. Incredible performances. You never know what you're going to get when you're in a kill race format like this. It's just two people against potential entire squads. But this team was able to make it to 4th place both times. That speaks to a high level of consistency in my eyes.
No, and we got to see them in our first matchup today, so it's cool to reference back to that first matchup against Team Bonsai and the way that they were handling things. They looked confident, composed, focused on the game, and they walked out on top. I mean, they put on a show even in that second matchup as well, just lasting. I think they got 2 4th-place finishes. Yeah. And that is just, it's incredible to just walk out here, show up, 4th place finishes. Why not? You get to move on to the next one. And now you're playing up against Team Rollout. And I'm curious to see if they have, I guess, the same success in this one. I don't expect it. I think Team Rollout is going to come out, bring a few different strategies out. I think they have a game plan to go through. And look at that. They even have fans cheering him on. Timmy, he's cute.
Ginger bee snapping. That's a sign. That is a complete sign.
You love the fan work out there, supporting their friends. And look at this. It's not over just yet. Timmy hits 90s as well. I'm excited to see it. One thing that's a fun fact is Timmy hasn't always been in Fortnite either in Air Force Gaming. And I think this is one thing that's really cool to introduce is that he was also a part of the Apex League for Air Force Gaming in the past, and he's played in the grand finals for the AFG Apex League. So it's cool to see someone transition from Battle Royale to Battle Royale and remain successful inside of it as well. And now he gets to rep Air Force Gaming on stage here in FORCECON in sunny San Antonio.
The skills translate over, and I really love the kill race format in general because there's so much risk management involved. At the end of the day, it is just you and one other partner against potentially multiple squads. So finding the right opportunity, the right time to say, like, okay, let's go for kills now, or we should back away, worrying about the 3rd squad showing up. There's always a lot to worry about, and stakes just seem that much higher when you kind of know more often than not you're going to be outgunned and outnumbered.
No, and stakes seem high, and that's definitely something to bring up. But when we were talking to Team Rollout yesterday in the green room, they were talking about how, playing together for 2 years, it's incredible for them to now come and meet each other in person here at FORCECON. And they were saying that this is like a dream come true, and that on stage they're just here to have fun, put on a show, and entertain the audience.
I think that's just an amazing example of what Air Force Gaming has brought to our airmen. Just the idea of being able to form these bonds. You're going to see friendships formed in Air Force Gaming that last for a lifetime. It's just really cool to say, like, we're meeting for the first time. Let's go ahead and let's show out. Let's have a great time here. And it's going to be game number 1, Team Rollout, taking on Team VAR/Retake.
Let's jump into it. Let's jump right into it. And look at that. Jinx from our game. You get everything in this game. And more. As Team Rollout looking to match their opponents inside of it, you see they all drop together. So you can imagine that Team Rollout with their strategy, they don't want to kind of fall too far away from their opponents. They're going to stick with them, see if they can nab a few kills, get a little bit of a high ground advantage on their opponents, and just walk away with whatever they can get, steal it away from VAR and Retake.
It's really important to be Thanos in Fortnite. Like, you gotta find a balance. You don't want to be too far away from the action so you don't get any kills, but you don't want to drop super hot and then you're swarmed by 2 different squads. You gotta be right in the middle of that idea. So thankfully, we don't see anyone on either side really run into an entire squad, get outnumbered immediately. It looks like they're getting set up for the mid game.
Which is crazy because, back in the day, well, it's funny to say because Fortnite's not been out for that long, but Thanos was in Fortnite before, so. It's not too far out of the books for this game. But at the same time, you can see landing in the Joneses. This is a classic for Team Rollout, one of their favorite places to drop. So you can imagine they know this place like the back of their hands. But early game, grabbing these materials, making sure that they're stocked up for the late game, the mid game. Any single time that they're in a fight, they were saying, we want to make sure that we're always prepared. Because in the fight, 30 mats compared to 20, 100 compared to 90, it's the difference in between losing and winning a fight.
Yeah, we were talking with Tim about that, and it's just these moments right now where you're getting the materials, where you're getting set up, the preparation. To me, this can be some of the most tense parts of a Fortnite match because there is something of a lull. You could potentially have your guard down. You could walk around the corner and find yourselves in a really rough spot, but also at the same time, if you don't commit to the material gathering when you need it, when you need that ramp, when you need that wall down the road, that could come back to bite you.
It really can. And it's surprising to me that we haven't found anybody at all. I want to know where the action is because this is a kill race after all. And these players, they better start racking up some kills because if they wait
a llama for you.
Like, just trying to loot up, you know?
Action.
Just trying to. You got to loot out with the llamas for sure, but a llama's not going to win you into the finals.
Well, I think we could see this team get into a more offensive stance now that they have some shields. I was a little concerned just seeing them run around. They had plenty of guns, but without any shields, without any kind of ability to sustain in a fight, I would not want to be super aggressive either. But now we could see some action here out of VAR retake.
Yes, we could as we move into Outpost Raven. Taking a look at VAR on screen right now. Not really stacked out with the guns. He's just repping a classic tac rifle. He's got the drum shotgun as well, as we saw him putting in work with that in our last matchup. But not a lot you could do right now when there's nobody around. It is quiet on the map. This is completely different than what we got last series.
A little too quiet, one could say. But again, also looking at, there's a knock there. Timmy's getting on the board. Do they want to run that down and confirm the kill? What kind of dangers await? Looks like there's a bit of action on the other side. Down sight, gets the target, gets another knock. Yeet man yeeted back to the lobby. Hooray, Beats gets taken out too. We're seeing team rollout on a roll.
Yes, we do. And already 6 kills across this whole quad. 4 just alone in the hands of Timmy. So he is racking them up right now, leading the lobby in kills for his team. And that's something to be paying attention for the late game too, because that means that you got to play a little bit of catch up if you're VAR and retake.
VAR, plenty of small shields there. Ability to sustain is going to be locked in. After a couple of kills, we're going to go ahead and pick up some loot. Still, though, Ginger Snap without any shields at all. Does pick up some health spray finally, though. Taking a look at the projector, just scoping the sights. You don't want to run across there into the wrong spot.
There's something that's interesting in Fortnite, too, that you have to be aware of, is there's NPCs who drive tanks. You got to watch out for these tanks because this can absolutely end your career a little too early. And this is, this is sabotage right now. Hobson's the take. He knows how to move into this one. I'm liking this, but he has got to be careful. I mean, this is not the way you want to go down, Timmy. As he is knocked down but not out, his teammate's going to pick him right back up, and he's going to make sure that he is safe and sound when he does, or he'd hope so. This is not going his way.
We're building out the duplex. We're going to go ahead and be able to get Timmy here, thankfully, without too much pressure. You don't want to lose a teammate this early in the proceedings. Meanwhile, VAR Retake will be doing quite well themselves. Hanging out by Rocket Reels. Have the taxi on deck. So again, it definitely, the name of the game just looks to be, let's get our resources. Let's get the guns we need.
Here we go.
Let's get some upgrades. But we're taking a bounty.
Gotta watch out. That's a tank that you're playing against. He is gonna hop into the turret, so not a lot of damage you're gonna be taking when you control the guns. The shotgun is gonna get the job done with this matchup. Some more kills tallied up for Team Rollout there as you're looking at. I'm pretty sure that was Ginger Snapper running. We get a little bit of copies right now, so Ginger Snapper walking away with that one. Racking things up for Team Rollout, as I'm pretty sure they're still leading the lobby right now in kills.
VAR and Retake in the taxi cab, looking to move closer towards the center, keeping an eye on the circle. Minute 27 before that starts to close in and become more and more of an issue. And right now, I feel like this is just a great opportunity for both teams to just find kills, find isolated team fights, find things that go their way to try to pad those stats as much as possible.
Stay to the sky, see if we can scout. It's the easy way out, you know, just cross this map. But it's not only racking up kills right now, but a good thing to watch out for is the efficiency in movement from these players to maneuver through this map, gain a vantage point, and just rack up more eliminations a little bit easier with said vantage points. So we're taking a look at YouTube Retake, who was able to, I guess, smoothly maneuver through this map and glide his way across, but we're hopping on into Tilted Towers as it looks like it is occupied by a few residents. A little bit of a build battle going on, and I like this. They don't have the high ground right now. You can see the ramps to get a little bit of an edge. See if you can climb on up, and this is where the magic happens.
Interesting spot here. Retake starting to move forward. VAR is knocked down for the moment. Do you advance? Do you come back to help your teammate? That's the question they have to answer. Switching over to Tim. He's going to drop down, save himself from some fall damage. Gets the outside shots. Player 3 entering the game in the form of Timmy. And that's going to be another elimination racked up here. Retake still staying on the offensive front, even with the teammate down.
And VAR hasn't been fully down just yet. You can see that a little bit of help from your opponents. You know, the enemy of your enemy is your friend at the moment. And if you guys work together, you're just going to rack up even more as you're trying to steal away from your opponents. But a little bit of basing right now coming out from Timmy. Gaining the high ground quickly, and his opponents are a little shaken up from that. Struggling to keep up, but, you know, this is wood against metal, so how much can you really get done trying to take that high ground? You got to be aware that your base isn't being destroyed, and it looks like they're getting it done. Another knockdown. Build battle going on, dropping down with the pickaxe, struggling to get things going. The submachine gun can't get it done. Shotgun is going to knock him down, and this is not looking good right now for Timmy. He is out of there.
Was that a giant chicken? Fortnite's so random, man. I love this game.
I love this game.
Timmy is taken out, though.
Revenge.
Ability to bring them back could still be on the table. Do not count them out just yet. Retake further climbing up this tower.
He's on the hunt right now.
Drops down. There's the next target. There's the next elimination. Retake. VAR Retake, this team is so consistent, man. They just make it so far into the game each time.
No, and the build battles are interesting, too, because a lot of the mechanics aren't really shined inside the basics of Fortnite. And when you're trying to steal away these walls so you can be the one to edit your way back into a gunfight, it's really important to see how quick these players are. And now already on the hunt again, YouTube Retake Casey trying to hunt, but he can't break through the stone. He gets knocked by a shotgun, at least chunked down, 214 HP. You gotta be careful in this situation. Your teammate is down, and if you're not careful, this could be Retake bowing out early.
Whoever they were targeting was throwing up so many bricks, man. I thought I was watching like a D-League game from the NBA. But here we go. Ginger Snapper on target for the moment. VAR, could you help me out? Or actually,
out of there.
They're going to get taken out. So now it's one player, a piece for either side. Oh, here we go. Bringing them back.
Bring them back. Get them back in here. Job's not done. Job's not done, huh, Lauren?
I didn't see if they were able to get the cards for both sides, so I think it's, yeah.
Timmy's back. VAR's still gone.
And just Timmy.
So back to full health, or yes, full team, 4-team rollout. VAR and Retake is right now just Retake. And you're looking at how much Timmy and Ginger Snapper have been able to accomplish throughout this first match. I assume that they are right now leading. I'll have to do my quick math later.
Seymour, I'm calling that that's a shame. When you bring your teammate back, but the other guy doesn't get to come back, it's like, oh, that's a shame.
Back to the llama fights, you know. This is important, too, because coming off of spawn, you want to make sure that you get a little bit of mats, a little bit of HP, shields, you know, whatever you can get. And a llama, it's an easy way to bring this one back. You can see Storm's catching up to you. Going to be using the vehicles to go all the way down. It doesn't look like we're moving all the way down to Greasy Grove. Greasy Grove right now is in the circle, but it looks like it's pulling even farther than that. So you have to not just cross Greasy Grove, but you have to move into the dunes as well.
Looking at the materials there, Ginger Snap, man, looking like a city planner. You can build half the town. Plenty of resources here on deck for for retake 2. Timmy big wheeling. I love the seat swap there just to check if he can get the cheeky snipe on someone.
Look at this. Everybody is moving on into Greasy Grove at the moment. I assume you will find opponents tucked away here. But so far, it has been quiet on the entry. And here we go. This should be VAR coming right on back in.
All right, Retake was able to get the player card for their teammate, and the Cousins will be back in action yet again. The counter to that's a shame.
You're right.
Get my teammate back too. Don't worry about that. 15 players remaining. I'm not sure what the kill count's looking like, but you got to feel like every kill is going to become increasingly important here as the numbers dwindle down. Circle's definitely targeted a good portion of Greasy Grove, and it looks like the enemy of my enemies, my friend concept is starting to play out here. Let's set up shop here in Greasy Grove and be ready for the next fight.
Well, it's important, too, because you have to remember that they're not just playing against duos themselves. They're playing against full 4 squads. So working together is an aspect right now of this kill race. And you want to make sure that you're going to have an even playing field when going into those late game fights. Because it's not going to be an easy one. We saw in our first series that those late game fights, they get a little bit hefty, especially when your opponents have so much of an advantage already stocked up to the end game circle. And Hazy 27, he didn't see that coming.
Did not. It came at him in 3D too. There's another knock. Retake wants to get on the board too, and that is a rough rotation to making a vehicle, as that's going to be another elimination. VAR Retake are looking terribly terrifying right now.
They really, really are, but off of those eliminated players, they are going to be quite looted up after that. So making a good situation of what was originally a bad one. And it's not over just yet. You got 2 teams in a car, and they're building their way across. You're trying to give a little bit more leeway, but getting a knock there will be Ginger Snapper. Can he get the full elimination as they are surrounded but thriving in the pressure?
That is taking drive-by to a whole new level, man. Just driving by building as you go, and it's crazy stuff here. Up on the ramp, we're seeing Timmy get targeted and gets another down, able to respond.
Nice little quarter edit right there. Allows his opponent on in, but right into the barrel of his shotgun. It's a troublesome wake-up call. If you ask me, it's not the alarm I want. Waking up late game. But it is going to lead these 2 teams into now the top 5 squads. It should be actually top 5 players.
I was about to say,
they only have one left.
They are playing whack-a-mole right now. And there's just one player left cowering in the corner. Our team has effectively won this game.
Yeah, so this is a great way to start off our second match of the day. One more elimination. That's going to be a victory royale. And a fun one, too, that we've seen. They have been on a tear ever since the beginning, but here we go. It looks like they've located their enemy. The sticky grenades are going to be coming through, gets him out of the vehicle, but they know he's in the bush. It's only a matter of time before we're going to get aggressive here. VAR on screen. He wants to get this last little elimination. Spots him out. Bush is gone. Looking for the victory royale, and there it is.
In the grassy knoll, the final player is taken out, and what a way to start this best of 3 with both of our teams coming away with the victory royale. And that last kill might be the deciding factor, because I wasn't able to track the kills over the course of the game, but both teams look to be firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I mean, for the most of it, I was seeing a lot of success out of Ginger Snapper and Timmy. As you look at them, they're having a great time on stage. They're having a blast, and honestly, you can see it translate inside game as well. They are so comfortable at that, and you know what? Can Groovy on stage? Why not?
I wish the camera was on you right then. For the record, Colin did try to do the same movement.
Yeah, it's just not as groovy.
Good try. That's a good. But what a game one, and what a statement from both of these teams. I mean, they're saying we are willing to go the entire distance. We can do exactly that. And I do feel like both teams did make a point to stay in relative close proximity to each other. I do definitely think that was a benefit to them overall. The kill stealing ability becomes all the more important when teams are in that situation.
Well, it's not even that. It's like you don't want to catch yourself in a 2v4 when you're separated from your opposing team. So why not just work together? It is more of a benefit than not. And for Rollout, it was the biggest benefit because they're going to be our winners of game number 1, walking away with the most eliminations in that whole sense. And I guess their strategy worked. They said that they didn't really want to tell me what their strategy was yesterday when I was interviewing them, but eventually they budged, and they're saying that, yeah, we just want to steal their kills and follow them around. So you can see it's working out for them.
I think the score we just heard was 12-9, so pretty close in the grand scheme of things. I mean, a high kill score for both teams, so I definitely think game number 2 could be pretty high as well in terms of overall action. I do think we'll see something of a slower start. That proved to be really effective, just mining those materials, making sure that you're ready to build those towers, build those ramps when you need to. At the back end of the game becomes all the more important, and just preserving your life. Just clean use of resources from both teams, I think we saw.
And a big thing that, stems this confidence out of Team Rollout that they were talking about yesterday is their sense of mechanics inside Fortnite. They said that the reason that they are so confident in following around their opponents and winning out and stealing a lot of those kills is because they just feel they're faster. When it comes to the editing, the fights, the movement, they're just more of an efficient team, and you can see it already. First game, it's been translating. I was excited to see how it would translate inside the game. You can talk the talk, but can you walk the walk? And right now, Rollout, they're walking.
Strolling.
They're strolling
confidently. I think one of the really cool things about what we saw in game number 1 is that Fortnite as a game in a competitive sense is one of the most unique instances of skill expression. When we were talking to them yesterday, they really preferred the build mode because, you can outplay your opponent. There's so many more possibilities of what you're capable of doing. Just the ability to change your positioning, get into a new spot, protect yourself. I think there is a lot more competitive elements to the build mode, and we saw some prime examples there out of course of game 1.
Well, let's see if we can pull this one back to a game number 3 as we hop into game 2. VAR and Retake looking to come out on top to make it so. When we're dropping, where are we headed to?
So they got the Victory Royale crown.
They do. I mean, it doesn't give you much of a buff in game, but you get more XP and you glow, so it's fashion sense. You want to
Surfing
understand.
a unicorn while glowing. That's a pretty nice combo when you think about it.
The things that Fortnite gives you. I mean, it just gets better and better.
The Joneses seems to be a pretty consistent staple of an initial dropping point. Doesn't look to have too much action. Good amount of resources nearby. Good way to get into the game.
Well, it looks like they're caught in the brush. They're on the hunt for somebody already, and not coming out from Ginger Snapper. He's going to get the full elimination right away. It looked like that was first blood of the game, too, so dropping and making the best of it right away. Assault rifle in hand. They're looking to catch out some more players, but in a very hot zone is the Joneses this time around. It was quiet last game, but right now it is very, very noisy. I assume the Joneses are well awake.
Okay, we're going to switch over to VAR as they get yet another knockdown. Excellent start here for both teams. Going to be able to confirm that kill momentarily. Not in a big rush. I put enough shots on them. They're going to go. Don't worry about it.
Let's see if they can beat out the teammate of that down player. Trying to get the revive and then catch him looking the wrong way. But it looks like Retake opted to drop down in the Daily Bugle. So maybe he missed the morning paper.
I think he's going to have some news for us here off this next play. Drops in onto the tank. Cheeky play indeed out of shield. 67 starting to drop. We're going to go ahead and reposition ourselves. Got a little bit spicy there, and it's Morbin time. We're just going to jump onto the bat and get out of here.
It's Morbin time.
It's the bat. What do you want me to say?
Back to the Joneses with Team Rollout. And they are cleaning up house, Alberta. Still not done just yet. Caught in the danger zone, down to 8 HP. Here comes VAR to the rescue. Will find the knock, staying alive. Out to the corner, a little bit of an ego chow, but it's okay because he's got a backup.
What an excellent play there out of VAR Retake. We saw that one player was super low in health. Look, let me step around the corner, trade some health out. I can step forward, get this kill here. Don't worry about it. Excellent play here all around.
I mean, so far, smooth sailing for these two squads. A lot hotter of a drop than we got in game number 1, but both teams walking out alive, and it's going to lead to an interesting late game, and we can see a little bit of action with the NPCs. It is going to be an MK7 assault rifle picked up by Ginger Snapper early into this game, and that is going to be a weapon of destruction throughout game 2.
It's also going to be known as a laser beam to whoever Ginger Snapper targets. That accuracy has been on point so far over the course of this best of 3. And that class of MK7 rifle, it's pretty accurate when you see it.
Getting a look at top side of the minimap is where this is pulling to. Not quite sure the late game just yet, but as we move on, we will find that deciders. This is where things are going to slow down a little bit. Definitely the teams are going to kind of stay sharp, hoping that enemies, present themselves eventually. But at the moment, just comfortable picking up mats, making sure that you can. Well, Titan, actually, it looks like we're playing no build second go around, so.
I'm wondering if that's part of, I don't know what the decision-making process is, and that's the second time we have the second game with no build, so maybe that's just part of the rule set. I do think it's a nice showcase of skill either way. A couple of targets here, make that 3. Goes through the shields of 1, gets a knock.
So one clip right there. Beautiful shots coming out from VAR. Not done yet on the heady, but it doesn't matter. Good night. Still the third one, right around the corner. You have a teammate coming up on the flank, and there it is.
And Retake tips their head on the flank. A whole ton of pressure there by VAR. Retake is more than happy to come through with a cleanup, and a rack of kills are picked up for Team VAR Retake.
Keeping things strong right now, Albert. I mean, this is electric right now in game. These two teams, they know what's on the line. Grand finals, right off the bat, that's where you want to be. Team Rollout up 1-0. I mean, they could put it away here and now with a win in game 2, but VAR and Retake, you can see they have really come alive in the second game.
And their communication is so on point. I'm really impressed with that play that we saw of them eliminating that squad. You see VAR show up, get one knock, put a ton of damage out, basically serving as jazz hands so Retake can come around and get the flank to close things out. Excellently done.
It's fantastic. That's exactly what I want to see out of these two teams, too. You could definitely tell that VAR and Retake, this go-around, they wanted to make sure that they were separated from Timmy and Ginger Snapper, and it definitely looks like they're a lot more comfortable in game 2. That whole stealing kills method didn't work out for them game number 1, so this is their turn to show what they can do when they're directing the rhythm of the game.
They definitely come across to me as a team that likes to play on their own terms right now. We're seeing VAR target a bus driver.
Shots.
Puts out enough pressure to where the driver decided to jump out. We're going to go ahead and flank around to the left. Retake setting up shop here in the actual shop. On the receiving end of some shots there. Overshield's gone, down to 64 remaining. Put the scanner out. Such a strong tool here in Fortnite these days. Picks up a couple of targets. Mid-range, mid to long. Gets decent shots out. Not able to get the knock just yet. Switching over to VAR. On target, good for a couple of points, but that explosion's going to wake him up. Oops.
When you get away, big usage of the shockwave grenades just to escape from that. This is the movement that you're looking to elevate your gameplay with, using the whole environment to your advantage. But it looks like he's not out of danger just yet. We're going to snap back over to Ginger Snapper as he's still picking away at these vehicles. They're going to eject from it over the shotgun, blown away, and
I think the action got a little too intense there.
This is where you have to decide. It's one of those pick and choose your battle. What happens next? Are they going to go left? Are they going to go right? Do they win the fight? Do they not win the fight? It's for you to decide.
Right there in the heat of the moment, we're going to have a bit of a freeze there. We'll get that taken care of as soon as possible. But the action was crazy, man. We saw the strategy shift going from game 1 to game number 2. Like you pointed out, stealing kills, sticking close to my enemy, that's going to be the play here, game number 1. Game number 2, let's split up, let's go off, get our own kills, play the game on our terms. And I think it was working out well for both teams. I really like the momentum that both sides were able to put together.
No, you can definitely see that the game plan is shifting and the adjustments are coming through. And they talked about it between games 1 and 2, which is, it's definitely showing that this means a lot to both of these teams. They want to make sure that they're walking in as best as they can into the next game. So with VAR and Retake, I was a little bit worried that they would go back and play the same method that they did in game number 1, try to work together with their opponents and steal their kills. But it just wasn't working in game number 1, so I'm a big fan of them changing things up, taking their own pacing, setting their own rhythm to this game, and it's working out fantastically for them. So going into this reset, I would like to see them continue with that for sure. It's a little unfortunate that we get dropped from that game because they were having a great one, but you know, it happens.
It does happen, and I really like the idea that they did go away from the kill stealing strategy because I don't think that's their identity. They've come across more as flashy players. They love to make those plays. They love to go for those highlight reel style moments. So why not go out there and find them on your own terms? But I do understand the idea because after seeing team rollout for game number 1, I can appreciate the idea of like, maybe I want to be around them to get some kills because Tim and Ethan, man, they were racking up kills like crazy over the course of the best of 3 so far.
Just looking at them, you sit back, you're like, you know, I don't actually like the way that they play. That wasn't very cool. They're stealing our kills. I want those. So we change it up. Fine by me. You know, they're doing a great job so far throughout this series. And as we were, you know, mentioning prior to this, winner moves on into the grand finals. So that's going to be something to watch out for as well between these two teams. You know, a lot on the line, a lot of pride on the line between these two teams inside the finals here for the AFG Minor League Fortnite Finals. It's been fun so far, and I can't wait to see what we get through this next one. I mean, it's always a surprise what we get in Fortnite so far.
There's been a chicken, there's a wolf jumping out of nowhere. Saw Sakura come out a couple of times. Anything and everything is in this game, man. It's absolutely crazy. But I think equally crazy is the level of play we've seen so far out of these teams. Getting the opportunity to be on stage, to have an audience cheer you on, to hear that visceral reaction is just an experience that is very unlike anything else you're going to come across in gaming. So I love the idea that Air Force Gaming has come so far to be able to have events like this at this size, in this scale. I love it, man.
No, and if you guys didn't get to check it out too, yesterday we had all 6 military teams, all 6 military branches here playing the Halo Championship, and that was wild. I mean, the venue was crazy. So you guys got to watch out for future events like this too. Come check it out. Stop by. There's plenty to do. You got a merch stand. You got arcade games, flight simulators. I mean, the opportunity is endless at FORCECON, and I can only imagine. I mean, this is only getting bigger.
Well, you use the word future, and I think that's the exact word to think about when you consider the possibilities of what we're seeing here at FORCECON. You know, traditionally over sports, there's so much of a rivalry, like Army-Navy in terms of college football and stuff. And I think what we saw yesterday is the beginning of a whole new set of rivalries.
It felt like
where it's like, okay, we need to come back ready and prepare for next time. I think all 6 branches are going to be upping their game. I can't wait to see what comes up ahead for just the acceptance of gaming here for our military branches.
And it was cool because you had like Air Force versus Army, and the venue was going crazy. But the Marines were showing up, and I was seeing the Marines taking quite a bit off of their opponents too, and they had a crowd supporting them. They were loud. That's what I would expect from the Marine esports team as well. But we're gonna pan back to Fortnite, folks, getting back into this game number 2, dropping on down, and it looks like going into the second one is going to be a little bit of advantage going into this as well for VAR and Retake.
So we have 2 points for VAR Retake as we get into the reset here. So again, this is going to be 0 builds. You don't have to worry about mining for materials super early on or at any point over the course of the game. Daily Bugle looks to be the drop of choice or the surrounding area for Retake. They're going to go ahead and sail in. Now the name of the game is just loot, get prepared, be ready for the first fight because it could come sooner than you would expect, want, or anticipate.
I mean, this has to be a little bit of a heartbreaker coming out for Team Roller. You had such a hot drop at the Joneses last time around, but it's quiet, just like game number 1. But we snap over to Ginger Snapper, and he's already racking up them kills, pulls out the pump shotgun, goes for 1. The second one's going to be cleaned up. So that's 2 early kills for the Joneses. That advantage that VAR and Retake have already gone. But you look over at Timmy, he's got a little bit of action of his own. He is going to clean up onto another one. So keeping the ball rolling right now for his squad.
That's 3 on the books, and they're not done yet. Team Rollout are looking very strong here at the beginning of the reset for game number 2. Being able to jump in here, get this early squad takedown, elevating yourself, getting all the gear, that is a huge advantage going into the mid game.
And that's what, 4 kills right now for Team Rollout. I didn't get to see how much VAR and Retake picked up on their drop, but I'm sure they're not too far behind for their own right, as we're going to be keeping an eye on Timmy right now. He has got quite the loadout. He was rocking it with a couple green SMGs, so he's going to be looking to box out his teammates, see if he can get those up close and personal gunfights. Go to the build. Well, I guess you can't go to the build battles and no build, but he's going to make sure that he is known inside these towns as someone you don't want to go toe-to-toe with. But the same thing with Retake is very valued, these tac rifles, these burst guns. And you have to look at, he definitely has been looking a lot more comfortable at range in these gunfights.
I would definitely agree there. At the same time, definitely capable of being outright surgical with that drum shotgun. Timmy looking to reposition, on the hunt for more. Had a taste of the action at the start of the game. Was like, you know, I'd like to do that again. Why not? Let me rack up a few more kills. Just scanning the area. Mary Poppins style, heading towards Tumble Down Temple. They still have not been able to find shields yet. I really feel like in terms of looking at their loadout, that's the big thing that they're missing right now. They do have the med kit, they have their overshield, but they could definitely get sniped and get knocked pretty quickly here.
Still on the hunt for some opponents. As you notice, this is the duality of a game of Fortnite. You know, at one point you are taking on 2, maybe 3 squads. The next point you are running across the map just to get to the safe zone.
These moments feel different in Zero build, and I think the big reason is when you're building, in build mode, you need to get the material. So when you have these slower moments, it's like, all right, let me whack away at this, let me get some stone, let me get some brick, whatever. But when you're in Zero build and you have to rotate into the circle, that feels spooky because you can just be out in the field and then an entire squad tries to just one-shot you. You have no walls to make, and actually you might see Retake in that very position, jumping forward, finds another target, gets the clean positioning, and Honda Civic is going to get knocked and sent back to the lobby potentially if that whole squad gets wiped. Retake operating well under the pressure.
That was fantastic way to cut that distance. I have no idea why his opponent was trying to snipe him that close, but he gets up into his face with a drum shotgun and he picked away at that kill. But Retake actually has gone down. So a little bit of a turn of events over there as he gets cleaned up, I'm sure, by the teammates of that downed opponent, and that is not what you want if you're Retake and VAR already down 1 map.
I was about to say, Seymour, I don't think the Civic's teammates liked what happened back there. They wanted to come have that conversation like, hey, be nice.
You can't just do that. You
can't just do that.
You're not going to just let you take down our teammate.
So now it's going to be up to VAR to potentially bring their teammate back. They did go into this reset with a 2-kill lead, but we saw Rollout quickly equalize and go past that. Well, long-range shots, and Timmy gets an eyeful. Thankfully, the teammate Ginger Snaps is right there for the revive.
Got to watch out, though, if those opponents rush you right now. That's going to be a 4v2, and your teammate's already downed. Going for the reboot, but not out of danger. Swaps the tac rifle, a few chip shots. We head back over to Timmy and Ginger Snapper as Timmy is now back up and ready to go. We'll be pumping this med kit as well. Ginger Snapper trying to keep him safe. Both teams a lot on the line right now. A lot of heat going on. It looks like you want to stick this out if you're VAR to get Retake back into the game. But Ginger Snapper cleaning up house around the canyon while Timmy heals back up to full. And this team Reboot, Team Rollout are unstoppable at the moment. They just cannot do no wrong.
They're going to go ahead and pick up another kill. VAR's resilience pays off, by the way, as we continue to see Team Rollout just being an absolute action movie right now. Every time there's another target, there's another knock. Team Rollout, they look like they're ready to take this whole thing.
This is insane game number 2 right now. An early lead for Team Rollout has forced Retake and VAR to really up their game, up their pacing, and I think that they're just kind of shaken up a bit. You can never catch your ground when Ginger Snapper and Timmy are constantly ahead of you. And it looks like if you're Retake, you went right back to your dropped loot just to see if you can pick things up. But you have to imagine you're so far separated from VAR. you need to get back to him because you cannot find yourself in that exact situation that you were in before.
Well, it's a bittersweet moment if you're a team VAR retake, because yes, VAR was able to withstand a couple of shootouts as they were bringing their teammate back to get retake back in. But while that's happening, we see an absolute shootout on the side of team rollout, and they were just able to further expand the lead that they had going into that. So now it is up to VAR retake to just put the pedal to the metal, get a bit more aggressive. There are 38 players remaining on the map, so there's still plenty of time for them to rack up enough kills themselves for us to see game number 3. This is just a huge breakout moment here for Team Rollout.
Right now, VAR looking to scout some enemies. As he is surrounded right now from players. Hasn't shown himself just yet, but his enemies, they do know he's here, and he's taking a lot of heat right now. In for the charge, swaps the shotgun. Retake's gonna take him down right on the doorstep, but job's not done just yet. You know those opponents, they are gonna be looking to follow up on their fallen comrade, and it seems like VAR and Retake, they're okay with what they got, and out they go.
Look out, listen to Bob. I said, listen to me. No, it's my turn to talk. Retake dropping in, under fire, down to 34 health in a blink of an eye, and they're gonna go ahead and rethink that advance.
Back to the skies.
Small shield. Cannot do that now, unlucky. Switching over to VAR, who was able to get another knock. Currently scanned. And we're just going to go ahead and swing on you. That is kill number 3 here for VAR.
Saving his ammo. Smart things for the late game. We see things starting to heat up when you only have 33 players left in this lobby. Ginger Snapper dropped down to 28 shield. He'll drop down to low ground. See if he can use his advantage in players. Back up through the garage, the door is shut, and it looks like this is troublesome for Ginger Snapper. 2 HP, is able to escape, and in the meantime, Retake actually stole that knockdown and get a fully limb too.
It's one of those instances where the NPCs do have a part to play. Didn't exactly get it down or anything, but just that moment we saw Ginger Snap target the AI, just really allowed whoever was bunkered down under that garage door to really get the damage they needed to keep themselves in this game. Switching over to Timmy. Ginger Snap's teammate right outside the circle. 30 players remaining right now. Still plenty of time for VAR Retake to even things up. And for us to see game number 3.
Oh,
VAR taking the disguise, gonna go ahead and drop in. Under fire though.
Yeah, right back to his position. But you know what that's gonna do? It's gonna, show a lot of the positioning of those enemies that are surrounding you, a little bit more information to work off now if you are VAR and Retake. And at the same time, Ginger Snapper here looking to pick away at those opponents. Retake looking to get personal, as he has definitely cut the line over there. He's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Finds a knock onto one, but Ginger Snapper picks up the elimination. Another one's going to be down. Back to the shotgun he goes. The drum is going to be enough. Really close to this player, and he's down. Retake again, he's dropping.
VAR nearby, but not going to be close enough to stop the elimination. Retake taken out yet again. VAR's going to have to work really hard to be able to get their teammate back in time. Timmy, Ginger Snap, team rollout. They're like, that's too bad for you guys. We're doing all right on our side.
VAR
getting away with 4 health.
He said it's time to roll out.
Yeah, he opted out of that, and I do not blame him. Overshield comes back. Gets to safety, gonna go ahead and be able to shield up. And right now just sustaining, waiting for the next opportunity is the name of the game for VAR here as the circle closes in.
He's gotta be careful.
Yeah, if they stay in that circle at all, they have 4 health. That's not great.
It's not gonna be easy. He doesn't have any bandages to heal up too, so VAR is definitely in a sticky situation, but so is Timmy and Ginger Snapper right now as they are also under some fire. VAR is gonna hop back into a vehicle, leave Timmy stranded in that gunfight, but it does look like you look over to Timmy's teammate, Ginger Snapper. He's not only thriving right now with 6 eliminations, he's got a jetpack, he's got a stacked submachine gun, as well as a pretty high-leveled drum shotgun. He's gonna grab that vehicle to see if he can go pick up his teammates or at least lead them to the promised lands.
Ginger Snap rolled around, he's like, your Uber's arrived, but Timmy's like, no, I'm good. I'll be able to get out of the circle just fine. Or get into the next circle. VAR, plenty of shields now. Managed to get some of their health back.
Yeah, they have.
But this is an uphill battle.
You're playing for those late game battles. You know it's going to get very dangerous very fast now as we're closing into the circle. It looks like it is going to be closing around shifty shafts. And when you're thinking about that, you can already see the terrain, a lot of high-low, a lot of verticality to it. So you can think that those vantage points, if you have a sniper, if you have that attack assault rifle, it's going to be definitely a lot easier to pick a lot of these gunfights off when you have those burst rifles, when you have the snipers, and you're able to maintain that high ground in this high-level terrain.
If I'm VAR, I am playing the role of third wheel for the rest of this game. I am hanging out with Team Rollout and trying to steal what kills I possibly can. Reboot card, I do not think that is going to be an option at this point. So it is all on VAR right now. With low health, does have full shields. They are not ready to take an engagement alone right now.
16 players left. It looks like an accumulated 22 in this matchup so far from these two duos. 6 on screen for Timmy. Ginger Snapper not too far behind. Oh, Timmy's got a whiff. He's got a whiff of some enemies and seems like he's on the hunt. But first, let's take to the skies. Submachine gun, shotgun. Can he find the knock? No, he won't be able to. And in turn, Timmy a little bit over aggressive. He's going to get costed.
Takes a peek right and finds more than they bargained for. One player apiece now remaining here for both teams. Ginger Snap targets one. Decent shots. Position potentially given away here. They got to watch out for the flank. Took a few shots. Decided to back away. Get the reboot card if they can for Timmy. Find one target. You know they weren't going to leave too soon. There's one knock. Boy gone crazy. Boy gone to the seat.
Oh,
and then it's going to be the return fire. That is a full quartet looking to have a conversation with Ginger Snap, and that will be Team Rollout.
All eyes on
getting
VAR.
Eliminated.
All eyes on VAR to see what he can do. A total of 5 eliminations too, so a lot of work to get done right now.
21 kills between both of our teams here. The lobby janitorial services are well in favor of these teams right now.
I mean, you have 13 other opponents right now.
You gotta be crafty right now if you're VAR.
Need to make
full health, full shield, has a little bit of sustenance in the reserves, a couple small shields. They have to really pick and choose their moments right now.
You want to make sure every single gunfight counts right now. You have not a lot of resources, a couple raspberries, see 2 mini shields, attack rifle, pump shotgun, and a combat submachine gun. So those resources for health at least going to be very valuable for now. Spots out on an enemy. Can you pick away at them? Breaks the shield, gets the knock, and he's out of there. He's got what he wanted. Now it's time to find the next opponent.
I like the presence of mind. They did not over-commit to try to get the kill. They got the knock. It's going to have to be good enough for now. One advance forward, running across the street, running into scanner territory. Going to get spotted there. Gets into cover. Takes a shot up the top. Gets a good amount of shots. No knock there, though. Edging towards the reboot card for the van. Under 2, and that's going to be a 5th place finish. VAR gets targeted and taken down. Heck of a run here, though, by Retake VAR.
The Striker pump shotgun dunks on him to end it out. I mean, that was absolutely wild, Lauren. I think when you're really boiling things down into this game so far between these two duos, it has been a very comfortable lead at the start for Team Rollout, and VAR Retake trying to play comeback throughout the whole time, but just not able to get it done. I mean, it's a tough one to make happen to begin with. I mean, a comeback of that sort, it takes a lot of focus, and they struggled throughout a lot of that. I mean, Retake, you can see a lot of pressure was on him throughout that game to take some gunfights, bring things back, and in turn, he was caught in some very, very unfortunate situations, which costed him a lot of what could have been eliminations in the long run. You know, playing separated from VAR for so long, it just wasn't the way to play.
I think game number 2 in general really highlighted the perilousness that can be this format, because anytime we saw anyone on either team pull the trigger, if they didn't get it down almost immediately, they became a target because their position is given away against potentially an entire squad. So if you don't get that knock immediately and get to a safe place, you could be in a pretty rough spot.
As we tally through this second game, I mean, it was a wild one to begin with. We have seen nonstop drops from Team Rollout inside the Joneses, which has been their comfort zone, I guess, throughout the whole series. And it was working to the best for them as well off those starts. We get a look at these replays and we get to kind of relive the moments throughout this. We go back to Team VAR and Retake. I mean, in the early game, they were looking so comfortable working together, but as soon as we saw them separate, Lauren, you really saw this team fall apart when separated as individuals.
Yeah, an incredibly hot start here for Team Rollout at the beginning of game number 2. I mean, the only thing they were really missing was the mop with how much they were cleaning up whoever they came across. It was crazy. But as things started to slow down and some of these smaller engagements started to take place, you see a 1v1 quickly turn into a 1v3. It's just the unfortunate turn of break sometimes here in this format.
Things happen in Fortnite. It's one moment it's quiet, the next moment you're surrounded by multiple enemies. It's a little bit nerve-wracking. It's stressful to an extent. And when you look on stage at Team Rollout here, you look at Ginger Snaps and Timmy on screen right now. They look cool, calm, collected, like they were made for this.
Chilling. They are in their element right now. And Timmy, I really love that we had a chance to speak with Timmy going into this event. Starting a family. Has a family on the way, and he's like, being on stage here has always been a dream. He feels like this is something of an end to like the focus on gaming as he starts to focus more on his family. So what an incredible day to have in terms of showing up and having a performance and really showing what you're capable of as a player as he's ready to move into that next phase of his life. I'm really glad that he's having the day he was hoping to have.
Yeah, as he said himself, it's like a dream come true to be flown out to San Antonio to play on stage Fortnite in front of a crowd. It's wonderful. It's wonderful to see, but it looks like we're dropping back on in. VAR and Retake managed to walk away with game number 2. This one's going the distance.
We have our first game 3 here of the Fortnite Finals. VAR Retake were able to put enough on the board to force out game number 3. We saw the incredibly hot start from Team Rollout. Maybe it's VAR Retake's turn to have that burst of kills at the beginning. Both teams look to stay in relative close proximity for what we're seeing so far. Venturing. So we just heard that the score for game 2 was as close as it could possibly get, 13-12.
Wow, a 1-kill game. And you know, you have to look at VAR, who stayed alive throughout all of that, while Retake was having a little bit of trouble, but at the same time, Retake, he had to be getting some work done. So throughout all that, they make it to this game number 3. Now a chance to go to that grand finals. If they can find back-to-back games right now.
That is an outfit that VAR has right on. You can't tell me it's not.
It's festive.
It is objectively an outfit.
Well, you're right about that. But it's very festive, you know, for the holiday spirit, for the Christmas spirit. It's gingerbread.
Not bad at all. Not bad start either for either team. Going back to the Joneses, like you pointed out, this definitely seemed to be a staple. Just good area, kind of off the beaten path, decent amount of loot. But we are going to see that early bounty be accepted, allowing them to target and track down someone on their terms.
Moon Knight. I mean, you and I both. You don't want to go toe-to-toe with Moon Knight. Depends on which personality, I guess, you're going up against.
I think I'd pass either way. But we're going to see Retake show up. VAR,
this is quite the unit.
Surfing the bus a little bit. Oh, something else I wanted to point out for Team Rollout. So we came over here today. At the same time, we rode over together, and there's a shuttle. So we're on the bus, we come over, and as we're getting off, Timmy says, thanks to the bus driver. I'm like, I know you're a Fortnite player because you're actively thanking the bus driver. I was like, it's just in his DNA.
He thanked him IRL.
Yeah. He's like, hey, thanks. Look at this guy. And then,
it translates.
And then it dawned on me. I was like, okay, definitely Fortnite player.
Well, right now he's looking for the victory royale in the series to push them the distance. A little bit of heat, going to be knocked down. Taken to the skies, though.
You know, it's the little things that really show the player skill. Just putting up that wall and the door, just confirming the safe positioning to get across the way, and decent shots. Timmy right now is really locked into game number 3.
It's not even that. The way they boxed in their opponent, just trapped them inside their build and then edit their way in, take them down, and that's going to be a free elimination picked up. And, you know, they saw the opponents up top with the high ground. It didn't seem like they wanted to challenge that right away, but as VAR is taken to the skies, it looks like he is going to go up close and personal and close it out.
Not too shabby a start at all here, and I'm really glad that we did go to build mode here for game number 3. In terms of skill expression, in a high-stakes situation like this, you want every possible advantage, every possible opportunity to show what you're capable of as a player. I think we're going to see some very high-level building here.
Got a little taste of the no build, a little taste of the build in the first game, and now we're back to basics of Fortnite. And last time around, I mean, this very, very much played to the favor of Timmy and Ginger Snapper. You can see that their fast-paced playstyle, their high mechanics, were able to triumph in a lot of those build battles that they're in. And VAR and Retake, if they want to take this game number 3, they're going to have to step up their gameplay.
Definitely up to that challenge. I really like that we have something of a slower start approaching the mid-game here for game number 3. Based off of how things went in game number 2, where so often we would see a one-on-one engagement, the rest of the squad for the enemy team would show up and just overwhelmed by sheer numbers, whoever tried to be super offensive going into the back end of game number 2. I think being a bit more conservative, a bit more passive, being very selective about when you pull the trigger is going to be really important here for game 3.
Well, let's tumble on through. 45 players left inside the lobby, including the 4 that are on your screen right now. As we move past Rocky Reels, it looks like we are going to be approaching to the waypoint of these players' desires. Ginger Snaps running right into a tree. I thought he was going to flip the card, but it looks like they have spotted some enemies. Shockwave grenade for the exit. On the hunt. They don't want to let him go too far. Going to hop right back in, see if you can pick away at the rest of this. The build's going to come through, so that high ground is going to be hard to siege on out, but it looks like YouTube Retake, he just wants to go right through it. Who cares about taking the high ground? Let's take that high ground down.
And they didn't even honk the horn as they drove through all the structuring there, but it's going to come back up immediately. Timmy with the build game on point. Both teams here trying to steal whatever kills they can. Huge opportunity here available. You want that one-on-one squad opportunity. You do not want to get 1v6'd out of nowhere. So right now we're switching over to VAR. Has a target, moving downhill, tries to keep the high ground. Jumps down and vanished like a ghost. I thought they would be there too. They juked me.
We got 3 kills here for Timmy. 5 assists. Making sure that he has been a presence so far throughout this series. We look over at Ginger Snapper, he's got 0. So right now, team rollout, 3 kills to their name. Retake and VAR not too far behind as they have been right up in the action alongside them, but it looks like we're back to the same play style that we got back in game number 1. It seems like the building has really influenced these gunfights to play as a team, but spotting out on another squad is going to put out this damage, and through the cannonball they go. Shots in the air, not going to land. So their opponents have escaped for now, but...
Switching over to VAR on the verge of getting a knock, and they come away with exactly that. 1 kill on the board for themselves so far, and for the VAR Retake cause. Couple of walls put up, covering the angles there. Low on shields, has small shields in the employ once they have a moment. Just moving across, picking up resources on Rocky Reels. They got their knock, they're happy with that. They didn't want to overstay their welcome. I think that's definitely a smart move.
Ooh, he's spotting out a couple opponents in cars. A lot of information here for Retake. It looks like he's going to hop right into this car, take control, get into that zone ASAP. Looking at Timmy. Got a fight going on. Where'd he go? He has no idea right now where he is, but he's inside the stalls. Peekaboo, hello, goodbye.
Timmy, you're so rude, man. He was in the porta potty. Give him a moment before you take him out and send him back to the lobby. Timmy says, no, I want 4 kills.
That is rude. That is not a lot of manners right there from Timmy.
And the long range shot. We're out here skeet shooting. Timmy is looking insane right now.
5 kills now. And they just keep on counting. It's not over just yet.
Another
Takes the high ground right away, looking to trap him on top, but won't be able to finish that build. Drops on down, swaps the shotgun, and it is easy as pie right now for Timmy. He is a menace.
Textbook methodical play, man. Shoots through the last wall. Even bothers to save some of the ammunition. Under assault yet again, though. Switching over the Ginger Snap, the other part of team rollout. Right there, next to Timmy. 2-player tandem, high ground established for the opposing team. 32 health left for Ginger Snaps. Switching over to Timmy. This is my square, thanks.
This is my build.
It's mine.
Get out. Over to retake. He's in a little bit of a pickle for himself, but are you trapped in here with me or am I trapped with you? It looks like he's trapped with retake, and that's going to be another one chalked up for Far and retake.
Both of these teams are playing absolute lights out Fortnite right now. Just the build capability, but oh no, switching over to VAR is going to get eliminated. Leaving it up to retake to bring their teammate back and keep their hopes alive here in game number 3. That could be a pivotal moment to the back end of game number 3.
I don't know if you caught how many eliminations VAR had, but retake only 3. You already know you're behind from what Timmy's able to put up from the skies. Looking to drop on down, takes a better angle from it, but won't be able to get through this build just yet. Snaps to him with the tack rifle, and he will be able to clean that one up. So now 4 on the board for retake.
Retake rocking and rolling, hanging out in the bush there, but I think they might have been spotted. Jumping over to Timmy. Builds
7
up.
now.
I'm telling you, man, lobby janitorial service. No charge.
No charge at all. A little bit of window, see if you can say peekaboo, but he's going to have to drop down again. The shotgun has just been on point for Timmy again and again. He's just cleaning up house. 15 players in the lobby, 3 occupying these 2 duos. And this is where it comes down to perfect Fortnite. Can you play your heart out here if you're retake and clutch up when your teammate needs you?
I love what we're seeing out of Timmy's build ability, man. Like we're seeing more edits than like the Flash movie script. It's crazy. Also crazy is going to be Ginger Snap getting knocked here outside the circle and eliminated. Not sure if Timmy's going to be able to do too much about that. The builds are in, starting to move into position. Drops down. Plenty of health.
Oh, look at that.
A ways away from the next circle, though. Gets good shots in on the target.
Retake's having this teammate or this enemy be funneled right into him, so if he turns around, he could clean this one up. But Timmy, that's what I was talking about, the efficiency out of his building, using the opponent's build to move across that field ever so faster as Retake trying to scrap his way through that circle. He's using the boss as well. Timmy caught inside of this. There's going to be a lot of damage per second from the zone. It looks like it's 2 per second. So right now, he
don't think Timmy's getting out of that.
I don't think Timmy's getting out of there. He's got no bandages. He's got no way to heal up. It's definitely going to take a miracle, but looking at VAR and Retake, I mean, they are now in a very good position where they can turn the tides of this late game.
Unless Timmy is able to find something and fast outside of that circle to shore up some of those health numbers, I think that could be it. And yeah, Timmy's going to get knocked. That will be the run here for game number 3. 4-team rollout. And it's now up to VAR Retake to be able to overtake their opponents and get enough kills here. Only 11 players remaining. I'm not even sure if it's mathematically possible at this point.
Well, we're going to have to see because Retake, he's already got 4 on the board for himself. And looks like you want to just truck right through here if you are Retake. He's going to be trying to take an advantage on this one, but he's going to get a rude awakening as soon as he leaves the buzz. VAR right behind him. How much can they scrap away from this gunfight as these last couple teams left underneath? He's going to drop him down. Nice knock on Hype Man with that submachine gun. Gets the cleanup as well. Just chalking things up now. 2 kills for VAR and the 4 for Retake. Had a lot to get done right now, but down to 38, down to 2 with the drop. Almost losing his life from the fall damage.
That fall damage was brutal right there, and that is going to be a 3rd place finish Excellent play all the way around. I think even without the fall damage, there was just too many opponents there.
There was so
collapsing
much.
into one spot. That was going to be hard to manage no matter what. But what a run there from VAR retake.
I think that was the last 9 players right in one spot. So that is definitely going to be tough to walk out on top of if you are retake and VAR. But a strong finish to game number 3. Is it enough to take down both of Team Rollout? I mean, you look at Timmy alone, he had, what, 7, 8 kills at the end of his run. Maybe even, I think maybe 9, if I remember correctly. So we're going to have to wait to hear from the admins who comes out on top of this one. But I think that was a very strong series out of Team Rollout.
Timmy was an absolute savage over the course of game number 3.
He was.
Undeniable. I do think, though, that we did see Fortnite's version of getting lost in the sauce there. When you're in a gunfight for that long in a circle and the storm gets that far away from you, that's tough, man. And you don't have any health, not able to keep yourself alive. Unfortunately, that's going to be the way Timmy gets taken out in game number 3. But VAR retake, they did have a window, but I do. It's going to. What was the score? 12-6.
We take a look at who won this game. It's going to be Team Rollout moving on, 12-6 win in game number 3. They get it done. Grand finals on the match up next for those two. But when you look at VAR and retake, very valiant effort from the two of them. Now they get to work their way back, see if they can make their way through their second match into that grand final spot to get a rematch against the champs right now.
We saw such consistency out of Team Rollout. Just their ability to not only take out an entire squad with just the 2 of them, their ability to manage their resources, get the materials when they needed to. I never saw a moment where I was like, they seem ill-prepared for what they're facing. I really think that their ability to just manage risks, take opportunities, try to find the most advantageous position possible, that was a common trait in how they played, and I think that's why they came away with the victory there.
And a lot of the time, I mean, you did see it when I was interviewing them. They said they're fast. They said their mechanics just outslay their opponents, and they were showing that they were the team to make it happen inside those high-octane gameplays. I mean, it was just constant pressure out of the two on Team Rollout, and oftentimes you would see that they weren't necessarily working together, but feeding off of their opponents inside of the game too, working around their builds, trying to build off of, you know, the other duo on VAR and retake. And every single time that we looked over at the two of them, you always saw them on top of the build, taking the high ground, taking the advantage, and winning their one-on-ones.
Incredible stuff all the way around. 2 matches in the books, 2 more to go. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back after a short break.
You know, this is Wood against already stocked up to the endgame circle. And
And it came at him in 3D too. There's another knock. Retake wants to get on the board too, and that is a rough rotation and making it.
Is gone, looking for the victory royale, and there it is.
In the grassy knoll, the final player is taking a couple of targets here. Make that 3. Goes through the shields of 1, gets a knock.
So 1 clip right there. Beautiful shots coming out from VAR. Not done yet on the heady, but it doesn't matter. Good night.
Taking that very position, jumping forward, finds another target, gets the clean positioning. Other kill. VAR's resilience pays off, by the way, as we continue to see Team Rollout just being an absolute action movie right now.
He just wants to go right through it. Who cares about taking the high ground? Let's take that high ground down. Went on. Where'd he go? He has no idea right now where he is, but he's inside the stalls. Peekaboo. Hello. Goodbye.
Timmy, you're so rude, man. He was in the porta potty. Give him a moment before you take him out.
That is rude. That is not a lot of manners right there from Timmy.
And the long range shot. We're out here.
Hello and welcome back. We are here and we are live. The Air Force Gaming Minor League Fortnite Finals continues now. Back with the FBI Tugboat and Jolly. No more Halloran and Seymour, unfortunately. You guys will see them for the grand finals. We still have a little bit more to figure out here, Jolly.
We do, yeah. We have to figure out, before we get into the grand finals, who is going to be taking that third place slot. So we're going to be looking at Team Bonsai and then, of course, VAR and Retake, who, in the previous matchup that we actually got to cast in game number 1, ended up taking it. So it was a 2-0 sweep, but we get a rematch. And maybe Bonsai now has had a little bit of time to do some research as well because they were able to watch that last series.
Absolutely. We are here at Techport San Antonio, and there is nothing if not an absolutely beautiful land center next by. 60 PCs with all the top hardware, esports hardware over in there. Let's take a look at the bracket now and see how these teams did get there, Jolly.
Oh yeah, like I said, we started the day out here for Fortnite, at least. Team VAR and Retake taking down Bonsai in a 2-0. Of course, Team Rollout ended up getting that bye. It was a random roll, and I gotta say, Team Rollout, they really came out ahead because they are kind of the favored team in this matchup, and they didn't even have to do that first series themselves. So now looking at the bottom part, lower final is another best of 3. Again, best of 3s all throughout the day here for Fortnite. But before we get to that Team Rollout, we got to find out who is going to play them. It's going to either be Bonsai or it's going to be Team VAR and Retake. And now there's a lot on the line for Bonsai to come back swinging.
Absolutely, absolutely. Undying honor and glory on battle here today. This is Bonsai versus your Team VAR and Retake. We've been talking about VAR Retake all day long. Bonsai coming in from EU. That is J-Dubs, of course, competed with Rocket League and Fortnite. Joined with Nope, not J-Cut123. Mr. Meaty. I did that last time.
Yeah.
I just looked at the words and I read them. I caught myself.
We have a different name in game too, so we
Very
technically
true.
have 3
Very
names
true.
for Mr. Meaty right here. So
you go.
we'll
Fortnite
stack them
player.
up. Yeah,
There you go.
exactly. We'll stack them up for you guys here. But again, this is a lot on the line right now. I think in particular for Bonsai. Sure, of course, VAR and Retake, they want to be able to have a rematch with Team Rollout in the grand finals here. But at the same time, Bonsai, they have the ability to make a statement, and this is their last opportunity to do that.
Absolutely, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see if this is Bonsai taking this all the way on, or really kind of paint a picture of 3 very, very well evenly matched teams here, Jolly, because we did see a little bit more of a one-sided effort here between the first match between these 2 teams, but we just saw an incredibly close one, a 2-1, and that was the first non-sweep so far today, right?
Yeah, and we saw a victory royale. Like, this has been good matches, and I think the lowest place that these teams have gotten is 5, if I'm not
5,
mistaken.
okay.
I think there was 4 at the beginning and then 5 for one of the later matches, which is absolutely insane considering 100 players are dropping down on the field every time.
Absolutely on board with Retake and VAR up front and first. They'll be dropping all the way down. We got pings and more, but opponents not too far away. In case you're just joining us for whatever reason now, of course, this will be your 2v2 teams, Team Bonsai and their opponents, Team VAR and Retake. They will be faced against full 4-man rosters. They'll be facing against numerical odds that are not in their favor the entirety of this Fortnite game.
And Rocky Reels is a very popular location. There's lots of places to find loot. You have a bunch of different buildings that you can navigate through, but also some open spaces as well that you can kind of walk around. So we're going to have to see if we've got build in this one as well. We've been kind of bouncing back and forth between builds, no build. It's entirely up to the players on board.
Absolutely. We're being looking at a build formation here, but a downed player already in the form of Retake. Now J-Dubs as well downs to both teams, down to a solo member thus far.
Is that a caster curse? Because I literally said that none of the players haven't placed lower than 5th place. That has to happen at some point. We're going to see, though, it is a drop trying to get across the water and make up to the teammate. Now you got to be careful. Set down the house first, then take those 10 seconds to get the revive through.
Exactly. That was Skip or Mr. Meaty there to the very, very end, trying to get up. And now we do have a little bit of res action. Nope. Going to be trying to build around it, but opting to think better of it. Now all the way back up and getting to it. Farming resources right here. Now looking to do a little business here at the vending machine.
A little bit of business, maybe a little bit of recovery too.
There's no
Retaking
shade.
bar.
There's
This
no
is a huge opportunity for them right now. They've already started off phenomenally. All right, sure, we haven't really seen any kills come through quite yet, but at the same time, they've gathered up some pretty solid loot, and they've at least set their opponents back a little bit.
Exactly. I mean, he's starting out ahead in this form, maybe without kills, but still staying alive is not just a BZ song.
And this is where you also have to kind of question and consider VAR and Retake, they have literally played all 3 series back to back to back, right?
Yep.
So then you have to question, okay, is this something that they excel at where they are now on a roll, or are they starting to feel a little bit lethargic? Are they getting a little bit tired? Are their eyes a little bit strained? It really depends on the player and the team.
Might be slower down in Savannah, Georgia, near where I'm from, Charleston, South Carolina, but I can guarantee you this duo, these cousins here, VAR and Retake, are still hard to kill. Hard to kill.
Hard to kill, especially given that Retake can squat, bench, clean, and deadlift 300 pounds. I still can't get over that. And Team Bonsai on the other side, I like the little information that we get from these players. Mr. Meaty has traveled to more countries than he has states, that's definitely an interesting fact.
That's impressive. That's impressive. One would lead to believe he's been to at least a handful of states, right? At least like 3, 4, 5. Probably had to travel to come here today, right?
I would hope
Texas is a large state.
I would hope that it wouldn't be, like two countries
countries,
compared
one
to
state.
two
Yeah, right.
compared to
He's
one
from
state,
Texas.
right?
Yeah, there you go.
That's not the funnest of facts. So I'm hoping those numbers are a little bit higher. But as we're going to see, Rocky Reels is still the location that these players are navigating through, and very little firefighting going on for these. Oh, no.
Absolutely. We're going to be looking at a 1-0 scoreline. Kill advantage here for VAR and Retake for the cousins coming back in. But doesn't matter. We got a little taste of this one. Maybe it's for the best here, Jolly, right?
Yeah, and like I said, if you're Bonsai, you're feeling phenomenal on this one because VAR Retake set themselves back a little bit at the start here, or sorry, VAR Retake feeling really good about this, and Bonsai not a good start. And that's obviously, you got to kick things off right if you want to stay alive. Like I said, the purpose of the game normally is to be the last one standing. Does not matter this time. It's all about the kills, and one can do it. That's all it takes.
Exactly, right? And that's going to be just the one advantage here. We'll be getting the full reset back on into game number 1 in this best of 3. Whoever takes this one will then put the other team on series point just like that. So all the more at stake here, and especially, like you said, for a squad that has now played 3 matches of Fortnite back-to-back, even with a couple breaks in there. But what we're looking at is... so far, I mean, we just saw one of these teams take the lead in previous series by a score difference of 1, so perhaps it will come forward and matter. Who knows?
It might, and hopefully we get a full game coming out here. I think maybe the idea for Bonsai on this one is, yeah, you want to stick with the full squad even though they are your opposition because you have the opportunity to keep each other alive, right? You're going for kills. That means that you all have similar targets, right?
Exactly.
And so I was going to say, Team Bonsai maybe trying to go into a less populated area, an area that generally doesn't have as much fighting right at the beginning, as good as that loot is. But it's hard to make the decision when you see the rest of the squad drop down into an area like that and you say, hey, once again, high risk, high reward. How high is that, or how worth it is it to try to go for that, though, given the risk that this is the opportunity now for them to drop out?
Always a gamble here in our Battle Royale formats, always, no matter which one you're playing. Fortnite here on the docket today, and it has been a spicy one thus far. We talked a little bit earlier about kind of like the strategy there too, right? There's almost no reason not to go hard and heavy into these Fortnite games regardless, right? Because at the end of the day, what we're looking at is a situation where you simply don't want to come forward and then drop later when you haven't taken kills earlier, right? You don't want to necessarily come forward and then be forced to fight against really heavily equipped players who have full health, have lots of builds up if it is doing the build format, and whatnot at the very end of this game. You want to try and take those early kills before people get shielded all the way, before they get the best weapons in the game.
Counterpoint would be, the longer you stay alive, the more opportunities you have to actually pick up kills, right? So while, yes, you want to get those kills down as quickly as possible, that way even if your squad gets wiped, you've got some numbers under your belt. But if you let the other squad run willy-nilly into the enemy, get taken down early, then you can say, sweet, we only need to get 1 kill, let's take our time.
Battle of attrition there for you, right? The reactive play versus the proactive play. I get it. I can dig it, right? You don't have to win by 10 necessarily, which we have seen.
Yes.
You just got to take it by 1, which ended up being the closest game so far of Fortnite we've had here today. And even within the best of 3 format, right? Haven't all been 2-0s, and we got that on in there earlier. I wanted to take the opportunity now. It's been a little while, right? It's been a little while. I want to give shout-outs here. Shout-outs to some of the organizations, some of the peoples that did make this possible. First and foremost, right, to Adam Mears. Been really doing a whole lot to make this event possible and whatnot. I don't know the man personally, so I'm not going to go too far into this, but he suffered a loss recently. In my heart personally, Jolly's heart, and everybody over here on the production squad does go out for him.
Yeah,
There for you. There for you.
My main contact, I was super excited to meet the guy, but of course, under circumstances like this, we're just glad that we can continue the show and hopefully make him proud. Obviously, everybody behind the scenes, incredibly important, and the players, right? The players and the supporting families of these members of the armed forces.
Exactly. A lot going on in here, a lot of support and whatnot. We're over here at the Techport Center in San Antonio, Texas, right? Just got a Papa Roach concert out here a couple days ago,
Smashing
right?
Pumpkins a little before that, too.
Exactly, right? Some big names, big names. Other
Boys
top...
to Men's coming around.
Boys to Men,
Yeah,
yes,
in
going
August,
off.
Well,
They're be coming here in, what, like a month and a half, something like this.
Yeah,
Some
I
crazy
think
stuff.
I think it's closer to August or something. I don't know. It's a reason to check out the website, though, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. Air Force Gaming is the Twitch, Air Force Gaming is the Twitter, and you can find out a whole lot more about that. That's Techport SA, I believe, over there on Twitter as well. Not 100% sure about that. You type in Techport, you type in San Antonio, you will get to it, I promise. We are looking at other shout-outs here, right? Rally Cry. Big shout out, already talked about Adam Mears. AFG, the Air Force Gaming League, as well as all the production staff back here, camera, sound, audio, everything in between, as well as APC. We're looking at a whole lot here. I want to give the shout outs, give the thanks, right, as we get this game back set up on main stage.
And particularly all those beautiful faces, right, that you guys don't get to see, that are behind the scenes, that hopefully still have hair on their heads, so they haven't pulled it all out at this point, given a few of the hiccups and the issues that we've encountered today. But things have been going smoothly. And yesterday was an incredible start to this series as well for FORCECON in general. All of these different branches of the armed forces having teams that competed against each other. So today we're dedicating just to the Air Force, but still, we like to tip our hats to those players and very excited to have seen all of those faces, and hopefully we'll see them again.
Gotcha. So getting confirmation from the suits in the back here. The suits in the back, they're not taking me out yet. They're letting me know that this is going to be a full rematch, a full reset here, a full 0-0, as there were some issues kind of coming into this. It was a little bit tainted from the beginning. So
Yeah, you know what? I'm okay with that. It was very short.
Exactly.
So that means that we get more than a 20-second game, and I think everybody's excited about that, Tugboat.
Absolutely. Getting back to it and hot off the heels of a 2-1. This is Team VAR taking on Team Bonsai, a rematch of our previous here. So we still have 93 players left. Nobody died yet, but that makes sense as everybody's fallen out. Rocky Reels has been the place to be. Some high-value real estate, right? They're renting it out.
Oh, yeah, like I said, I mean, there's some open spaces. There are some nice, closed areas where you can really kind of hole up if you need to. And at the same time, tons of loot available. But that means that it's a pretty popular place to drop, which is pretty dangerous at the start of the game if you can't find a weapon first.
Well, I've been saying to do it at the beginning of the game this whole time. Now you've been saying the opposite this whole time. So
hey, I just like to bring up a counterpoint. Doesn't mean I agree with it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. There you go. Just arguing just to argue.
Yeah,
okay.
exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm here for.
There you go.
You're welcome.
Thank you. What else are the co-casters for? There you go.
Exactly. That and the curses we'll have to see already.
Curses,
An enemy has been spotted, and we do have some of these skin changes. Look at that, the knockdown instantly. All it takes is one shot and an elimination already on the board here.
A little bit more flack over here. Not a whole lot to get this one done with, right? Okay, never mind. Ranger Shotgun stinging true on this, and now bites a second. That's going to be a lot of drops and early with only a little bit in the way of hardware here. Sniper in hand, looking to make a clip. I think did hit that, and that's going to be the last of Taco Hands 33.
This is huge from Retake coming into this one, especially with that scare from the last game of just dropping down right at the beginning. That's Retake in VAR. That was all it took to get the gas going underneath their butts, and that's something that we need to see from them, especially if we want to see a Game 3 out of this one, because the team that's been kind of on a roll as of late has been VAR Retake.
Yeah, 100% agreed on here. Actually on fire, not a good situation. Still trying to get something going there on the back. Tossing those projectiles in, trying to apply a little bit of pressure, but there's just simply not a whole lot you can do when you're at 14 HP here, Jolly.
It's tough, and you have to be super careful here. Not only do you have to, worry about the environment around you, of course, but an enemy peeking up behind you, and that's where we can actually see Retake hiding behind there, sitting in the bush, just waiting for someone to come around. So you make sure you're safe, but you also ensure that you have a plan B. That is something that you need to have every time in Fortnite, some sort of escapability.
Absolutely, some kind of contingency plan here, a backup, a plan B. I am 100% with it. Both players a little bit low, actually, between shields and health. Well, until now, actually getting a little bit lower than that even 100, but now decent situations here. VAR, Retake, different situations entirely. They're going to be about as close to 200 or at 200 as you can get. A little bit south, east of this one, as we now take a look back onto VAR, Retake, doing battle on the outside.
And they're at the Joneses, which we've actually seen quite a bit of previously as well. And of course, we get to admire all of the Jonesy NPCs running around the Joneses. The dance coming through from Retake. He's feeling really good about this one. Likely was able to secure that Elim.
Build coming in, and now I believe looking at the opponent right there, flipping on into this one. And this 4-person conglomerate here, Jolly, has 11 kills. 11 kills.
Wow, all right, we have not gotten to see the perspective right here as much as maybe we would have hoped from this player, but my goodness, that is a lot of kills to kick this one off. And we're down to 50 players, so half of the map has been cleared, and you know what, let's make that a 6th one, why not?
Yeah, hey, why not? Why not?
Flex a little bit.
The pickup throw, just the ultimate disrespect added on to the end. I love it, the showmanship. That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. The Joneses might have been fun, but I'm gonna have to get out of this one here soon.
And that is something that, these are the armed forces, right? Yes, they are competing against each other, but on a daily basis, they work together. So there is a strict policy, at least in terms of interviews, things like that, that there's no trash talking, but nobody said anything about body disrespect, right? Or kind of playing around with your food a little bit. And I personally am a big fan of really good players having a little bit of an ego.
The physical instead of the verbal, right?
Yeah.
I like it. I like it. Taking a look. These two players now, J-Dub's right outside the teammate. That's going to be Mr. Meaty, kind of hanging out right here, but no, flipping on in. That is another knock, and this is going to be the Bonsai squad. He's really putting up numbers right now.
My goodness. Retake has got 7 right now. 7, which is insane. So VAR and Retake actually putting up numbers, and we have primarily seen this perspective of Retake actually, so we technically, don't know if the opposition is doing much better, but with how separated they are at this point now, it's the moment to shine, right? This is where you show your individual prowess.
Absolutely. Now hopping in the truck, trying to get on along with the rest of their friends, but there's a battle going down right now in the swamps. J-Dub's on the other side, taking a little bit of a dip right now as members dropped. We kind of get the tail end of that action.
And they regroup as well.
Yep. All 4 players decently close to each other right now.
Always a solid idea. You have a little bit of additional coverage on this due to the bit of fog that we can see, of course. But that has not been a problem, as we've seen from these 4 players on deck right now. Absolute snipers, sharpshooters. The target acquisition has been nutty. We'll have to see now if this vantage point is as helpful as VAR hopes it will be.
Vertical advantage stays for right now, but they quickly skip on down and try and get out of this one. So this is another interesting kind of, they're the turret on the back right now. Try to charge it up, and shots on the back, but that's not going to be enough to stay alive. And there's one right on top. Yeah. Quickly finished out is Mr. Meaty.
I don't think the bus actually even hit Mr. Meaty at all. I think that was the flank from that member, and you got to watch out for it, right? You have to be paranoid in this game, like I said before. You need to somehow have eyes in the back of your head or, on the top of your hood, as we can see coming out of Retake. And it's working quite well. In fact, we're going to find yet another one. We were talking about the 10 kills that were seen by the team previously of Rollout. This guy's almost got 10 on his own.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy right now, Jolly. It was an interesting situation this earlier, right? Oh, never mind. J-Dub's gone down. Let's take a look over here. I'll get the point out eventually. I've tried starting it twice now. Skipping my bullets, and now J-Dub's, I think, just got eliminated. No, J-Dub's still alive, but only barely. That's going to be it. Spoke too soon. Came to the top, a shotgun blast to the face with the last 34 on there. And with Retake at 9 think this first game might be dusted.
It certainly feels dusted to me. I'm not sure if those player cards were picked up. Of course, you want to try to avoid that if you are on this squad. Sometimes it is unavoidable, though. A lot of damage here being dealt to Retake, but the building is coming in clutch. Can he maintain this, is the question, and it does not look like it. He goes down. VAR, the final member alive.
Making a fatal mistake right there. Trying to get on the way outside, but this is the same kind of situation that Retake just found themselves in a second ago. VAR, last alive, up top, first shotgun blast, and he bit off a little bit more than he wanted to chew. That's going to be Team VAR, I believe, taking this game one, but we'll get the numbers to you.
You know, we don't have them directly in front of us. I feel pretty confident in saying that that VAR Retake took that one. And I got to give a lot of credit to Retake, of course, going on that massive spree. Sure, he was the first to go down out of the two in his squad, but they were already stacking up numbers at that point and had to take down the opposition, which, of course, is the other half of their team.
Gotcha. Confirmation coming in now. I believe that was 14-3. I didn't want to report a massive difference like that. In fact, the biggest score difference so far in Fortnite? Not 100% sure?
I believe so, yes, actually. With the higher of the stacked numbers, 14, yeah, because I think 10-3, 10-4 was the previous one. And this is what started things out. Honestly, hey, you know what? If this is how you begin your climb, or your roll downhill, which sounds negative, but it is not, then what a way to do it. Being able to pick up these shots as well with that Ranger shotgun, and then taking out the third member as well, who tries to stop Retake from being able to secure the eliminations. Beautiful play.
Yeah, and this was just Retake going on absolute tear there, beginning at taking out at least 3 of the 4 themselves and very early. See, this is the battle bus situation that I was kind of talking about, right? This is like the more unique situation they find themselves in because they know that they can pull back into this area. Yes, they're in the zone. Yes, they're consistently taking damage against themselves, but they know that at the end of the day, those other 2 players who they're technically playing against, but is on their squad within the game, are going to fire back at these players. They're going to be able to provide kind of like some live cover action, almost like a turret in of itself that you just hope goes down.
Yeah, and it just adds extra enemies, right? They're not enemies that you can actually hit, but if you can try to take the kills away from them. We haven't seen as much of that as I was kind of expecting, especially given some of the talk that we had with these players yesterday in terms of that strategy of just stalking the other part of that squad and just taking down the eliminations, waiting for the knockdown to come through and then picking up the kill. Because again, all that matters is that snipe shot. All that matters is putting those numbers up on the board. But that means with this best of 3 series, we're going forward now with the chance here for VAR Retake to find another sweep.
Absolutely, and if they take this one here, right, they'll go forth, and it'll be another kind of a little rematch action, maybe a little something we got a preview of a little while earlier. But it's so interesting, the idea of like the kill vulturing, right? Not kill stealing, but the kill vulturing, right?
Securing, remember?
There you go, team securing, kill securing. That sounds so positive, right? Team VAR again up 1-0 in this best of 3, but. Theoretically, your entire gameplay and your selection of hardware could change, right? If you're just looking for that last shot, maybe not go for the automatics and whatnot, right? Go for those shotguns, go for those sniper rifles, those one hits, just to give yourself a little bit more leeway so it's not just like that last shot, right? Or whatever else. Or on the other side, as you're actually trying to take players out on the bottom so that those aren't taken out by any other players within the game. Any of the fourth parties there if your opponents within the tournament are second parties, and the third parties are people actually taking out, right? A lot of parties here. We're partying down in Tech.
It adds a little bit of confusion, but it adds some camaraderie to this competition, right? At the end of the day, they can't hurt each other. All the other games that we have been watching, it's one team versus the other team. And technically that is the case here in terms of points, but they're also on the same team.
Exactly.
So I do like to see that, everybody on stage is very happy. They're very excited, right? Even with the hiccups that we've had today, everybody's sticking with it. Everybody's having a good time here. And let's get into game number 2 in this best of 3 between Team VAR Retake and Team Bonsai.
Absolutely. Team VAR Retake taking this first game a 14-3 scoreline. Pretty impressive right there. We'll see they're able to take it back in game number 2, Jolly.
Well, this is their last chance to do so. This
is very true.
Is the decider for who will go on to the grand finals, but also who will secure that 3rd place spot and be done with this portion of the tournament. Of course, nobody wants to be the team to drop out. Everybody wants to go up against the best. And I'm sure Bonsai would like to experience what it's like to face Team Rollout, as we saw VAR and Retake previously play them in the last series.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It just makes sense at this point. Just feels right. Just feels right, Jolly. Tilted Towers maybe not as popular as a place we would have seen as earlier. All that Reels action, but hey, it is big for a reason. Taking a look right now onto the VAR retake squad. Going to be looking at a little bit of a different start.
And, with Tilted Towers, that tends to still be one of the most populous places. It's a fan favorite. It's back in the game here. And you've got apartment blocks, right? So you also have opportunities to climb up to vantage points that are already built and created without designing them yourself, or allowing the enemy to see your building where they know that a player has created.
What they're just going to do, start shooting the buildings that are supposed to be there, just like fill them up with holes. Yeah, no, exactly. Definitely possible. Definitely possible. But a very, very good point, especially with the height advantage, right? There's always going to be something in a game of Fortnite. Shots in the end, they started this one out great, but can't quite finish it out. Does with almost the last shot on this one. Rocky Reels is where they've reaped and cold. No reason to go anywhere else.
It's working out, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think is the statement. I do like the fact that we're getting another split start on this one. So the team's just trying to go their own way, maybe meet up a little bit later on as they get closer towards the end of the match. But we've still got more than 70 players alive and not a ton of kills locked down right now for this squad.
The charged sniper trying to find something here, gets damage on the first, but already dropped. Now looking for the last, the pickup, and the shot at the end. This might also affect kind of possession of the kill as well. That might be why they're doing it, or it could just be completely bad manners. Either way, I'm about it. Either way, I'm about it.
Exactly. That railgun does take a long time to reload, but look how much damage it does. That's why it is a worthwhile weapon to have out here. You can see it's effective. It's gotten a knockdown. Still not secured on the elimination right here, at least for this player. We'll see if they can follow it up. A beautiful shot. And there it is.
What a shot on the end. The no build yielding no cover availability whatsoever. And this player on the other side right here immediately dropped. And that's a good selection of targeting, right?
Yep.
Just kind of give that up for a second. The last couple of shots into that cover, then take him out once that's weak.
And it's a guaranteed elimination. Let's bring that up to 3. That was double. Oh my goodness, beautifully done here. This mini split that we're seeing within Rocky Reels has been working wonders now for our teams. And we finally get a tank in okay, all right. Yeah, thanks guys, I appreciate that.
There you go, right? We've been looking forward to it for a while, but perhaps not the best idea. I think maybe the time of hopping in these and just trying to get a lot of attention and try and lure in potential kills might be over. But why not, right? Because all 4 players are right here.
It is a slow vehicle. That is the downside, right? It is incredibly slow. And that means that it's easy for these fast-moving individual players to deal a lot of damage, avoid taking damage from it. It's hard to get any of the actual, I keep thinking of Halo terms, of course, now, but any of the actual impact damage from the vehicle itself, right?
Collision and whatnot. Yeah,
yes,
with it.
It's got to be quite
You're not going to be mowing people down with a tank.
No, a little too slow for that. But they are right in the center of the eye of the storm and where it's going to close in on, so it's still an opportunity.
Plenty of opportunity left in this. Nobody dusted out. And speaking of vehicular manslaughter, right? Just hit somebody in the water, I believe, right there.
And it is
damage that's coming in. I think they're trying to get away from that. Really, there's no a whole lot of point in sticking back there, especially if a team can show up. We'll look for higher numbers, right?
Yeah, higher numbers. That's all we need in this. Again, doesn't matter how long you stay alive. In fact, the crazy part about this is a team could come out ahead with a victory royale and still lose in our tournament, at least, because it is based solely on kills.
I had to say it. Now it's going to happen, Jolly. You've literally been doing it all day long.
Hey, I'm down to see. That sounds exciting.
That does sound exciting. Yeah, I'm down for it. I'm down for it. Actually, there you go. Let's see that.
Yeah,
let's see that.
Lead us into a game number 3. I'd love to see Bonsai be able
to tie up and then the victory round. That would be even better. There you go. A flair for the drama. I like it. I like it.
I don't know,
though. You can't handle it. The heart can't handle it.
Right. I don't know. Like I said, I need some blood pressure pills, like I said, if we're going to get down to something like that. Either way, these players are moving forward with confidence, but I have to say a bit more trepidation than we might have seen in that first game.
Cannon coming out here. We saw this attempted reposition, actually maybe even from this player a little bit earlier as they were fighting the last alive of like 8 other players or so. This is going to be VAR, correct? No, this is going to be retake.
That's retake.
Yep. They look so similar.
Yeah, they keep changing their skins on us. They know what messes us up. They're enjoying it. It's all right. You know what? It just adds a little bit more of an eye strain for us. But that vehicle shot is not going to come through. No manslaughter for them. Going to disable their own vehicle, pull that shotgun back out. A beautiful jump shot is going to ensure that one member gets knocked down. Back into the vehicle, looking for the splatter. And they do manage to at least get some solid damage down.
I love it. I like the bull, like the what is it called? When you hold like the red flag out and the bull charges at it.
Oh, like
it's going up and down.
I don't know, Toro. That's like the Matador.
Matador. There you go. There you go. No dead bulls this time. No dead bulls.
No, thank goodness. That's no. We don't do that in esports, right?
Yeah.
No animals were harmed in the making of this game.
There you go. There you go.
Nice shots coming out. There's another elimination, and that's going to stack things up to 5. And we haven't seen a ton of perspective, actually, from these players of VAR and Retake. We've kind of mostly been watching Bonsai in this round. So 5, that's a whole lot of kills.
That it is. There it is. A lot of damage, and it's all going down here in Tilted Towers. One team dropped here and has just been farming these like they're planting vegetables in early springtime.
I like that. We had a lot of spring references today.
We have.
This is,
spring cleaning.
It is technically. This is, spring FORCECON, right? 22.
Yeah, there you go. There's more to come. More to come,
and
too.
more, exactly.
We're talking about that all day.
More to come. Everybody here has had such a blast. The venue's absolutely incredible. I think that's what people have been talking about. Not the most, but that's definitely been something that has been on everyone's tongues. Tons of games that people get to play. The open LAN is incredible. Honestly, it was worth the trip just to see this place.
You're burying the lead here, Jolly. 60 high-end PCs next door for LAN play and whatnot. We'll have Halo coming in here soon, guys. But of course, we got to finish out the Fortnite. We got to finish out the kills. Got to finish the fight to bring it back to Halo, right?
I like that one. That was 3 though. That was Halo. There were more after that one.
True.
Still only 2 kills, as we can see right here, coming out of Retake. But they're feeling comfortable. And the fact that not a single member has actually been downed yet so far, even in need of any recovery, is definitely a good sign, because we're down to 35 players, and these members are still racking up kills.
Yeah, shot us back up, and that's just...
As I say,
yeah, that sucks. That's just the bad part about giving up your position up there, right? Maybe getting a little bit greedy for these kills. Mr. Meaty does. Teammate tries to answer this one, and the no build yields nada for J-Dubs right here. That might be the end of the dream.
It's starting to feel like it. Yeah, I mean, hey, VAR got the collection, but there's not going to be a revive coming through from the team, even though it is the same squad. Still not on your team. In fact, all right, okay, I've been saying, a little bit of like body disrespect. That one was rude. Picking up the down squad mate and just tossing him away. So get out of here.
Okay, well, I think they might have been trying to pick up resources and whatnot too. So again, maybe a little bit. What we're gonna see right here is either some really good debating or some really good sportsmanship.
I would love it if that.
We can't see the last second.
We get a revive, and it does
come up. Okay,
you know what?
okay.
That's sportsmanship, and that's what I'm
like
talking about. The camaraderie between these guys, right? They're playing against each other on the stage at the moment, but on a daily basis, they are working hand in hand.
And now even a lot of resources kind of share between these two duos, not between the two teams, but within the duos, I suppose you'd say. Intra-duo right there. Now looking at a little bit west of Tilted Towers, I think these two members can really have the scent of another squad over here.
It's a good move to make. Right on the edge, too. And this is, I've talked about this before, right? Catching the members that are trying to make their way from outside the eye into the eye as it is making its way through. Definitely a good strategy. Of course, it is somewhat risky because it puts you right on the edge of that border. You have a couple of minutes, though, before it starts to recede the second time.
Exactly. And at this point, Storm isn't going to be as oppressive either, right? It'll do damage, but it ain't going to be knocking you in a couple seconds, as long as you're up at full health, of course.
How far back you are.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, if you're too far back, if you don't have any of the shockwave grenades to propel you forward, if you don't have anything that can help you, maybe a vehicle to climb into, that thing is moving faster than you can run, or at least maintain stamina.
Yep. Very, very good point. Try and get something going from the downhill slide on the other side of this. That's probably the idea of this member getting inside, but a redeploy or coming from up top. Either way, it's to the cannon for right now. Pirate style.
I like it, except it's yourself. I don't know if that's pirate style. That's more clown style, right? Is that clown?
The disregard for yourself. That sounds pretty piratey, right?
Yeah,
toss
you
it,
can
little
swing
cannonball
whatever. It's
action.
been a long day to talk about. You can have whatever you want now.
There you go. There you go. Sounds good.
We're
Sounds
down
good.
to
I'll keep
20
that in mind.
players on the docket left over, though, and all 4 of ours still up and alive. And part of that is thanks to the camaraderie that we are seeing here.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I'm really about it, right? Extended on along. We literally asked for Victory Royale, and then, like, kills to still go all the way in, but for it to go all the way down. Now, will this be VAR retake in Game 2 here? Will be a little comeback action, Bonsai, because we still have plenty of Fortnite action to be played. Grand Finals after this. Big bursts out here without taking a single point of damage, Jolly.
Another huge elimination. Things are really looking good for our squad right now. Like I said, it kind of feels like they're a step above. Aside from that one instance where we saw those 2 squad members go down from Team Bonsai, there has not been a lot of retaliation or repercussions for just this constant firefight that both of these squads are running with.
Absolutely. Well, that's going to be maybe 3 full teams on the outside to get it back in the whip and get out of this one, because that is not the move. There's a lot of opposition on the other side, and you see that still kind of continuing on. Shots in the air, nothing hitting, though. Uncharacteristic, I got to say, for this member.
Yeah, it is. It's really hard to get those shots down. You've got the bullet spread as well that you have to consider. If you're using something like an SMG, you're going to expect more of that. And you also have to be very careful because that is a good vantage point. But as we talk about that, it's a shotgun to the face, and retake will end up going down.
The other side, a lot of flak right here, but that's going to be a nice kill. Back with the small shield cells and more. We're looking at a Rocky Reels area that is not anywhere near as populated as it was earlier, so this should be a full revive on the self.
Well, that might have to do with the fact that there's only 14 members now that are walking around.
That's fair.
4 of those, well, 3 of those, sorry, on this squad is, like I just said a moment ago, we do have retake having gone down here. Still, relatively good odds in favor of our team. I'm calling them our team, right? They're our team. I want to see another victory royale.
I like
that's
it.
what I'm going
at.
at, all right?
Caster bias confirmed. Caster bias confirmed.
For the 4 players.
Yeah, there you go.
I want Air Force to win. That's what I'm saying, okay?
Hey, there it is. There it is. Hedging your bets over here, Jolly is. I like it. Those grenades coming on out here, the shockwaves really providing a lot to try and get repositioned. And this is actually such an interesting circle, Jolly. Look at this. This is almost perfectly encircling this river as it twists up from the north side down to the south side. So there's going to be massive altitude differences, and that might yield, that's going to yield in just absolute advantage from up there, especially once you put the building into effect.
And that circle is closing in. Now 11 members. We're getting closer and closer to the single digits here. 2 kills still is all that we currently have locked down for J-Dubs. Maybe we're going to see another one. He's got the rifle out. And again, not just spread, there's bullet drop that you have to consider, and there's also this bullet speed, right? It's not instant. When you pull the trigger, it doesn't mean that it's hitting the target right when that happens. And this is one of those games where you need to give yourself a little bit of a buffer.
Exactly. No hit scan here for that shot at least. There are hit scan weapons within the game, I believe, obviously, right?
Ooh,
Little reposition.
I thought that was going to do some damage right there. Jumping off that zip line a little bit early again. 3 stories. At least 3, from my understanding, 3 stories, of the stories that you create, the buildings themselves.
The height of the walls as you put them out.
Yep. That is when you start to take damage. So anything below that is a safe fall, but sometimes it's not worth the risk, right?
Very true. Very true. Any confidence can just out-scump that, right? Always falling down, always dying. Most inopportune situations as well.
I think the fact that you were talking about the vantage points here, that's probably why nobody else has gone down, right? There are so many layers, so many levels because of the elevation, as you mentioned, on this part of the map.
Gonna be attention onto this tank here, and a member taking a little bit of damage as well. That's not a good look, though. The Eye of a Nightmare, oh my goodness, so close right here, and actually does get in. That might be enough. No, all 4 players say no, go. The joyride is over, right?
That's the end of that. It is going to be Mr. Meaty who falls here. Still just taken down, hasn't actually been eliminated, and that's going to be another member in VAR. I do still think, don't still think, 13 kills is what VAR currently is sitting at. Even if every kill, I think, right now goes over to the side of Bonsai, I'm pretty certain they're still already behind. Placing 3rd, you got to feel good about that. I don't I don't want to say, I don't want to call it, I don't want to call it
I hear
100%,
you.
but I'm pretty darn certain right there that it was VAR and Retake that managed to sweep the series with that second game.
Yeah, willing to place a wager, that would be on over towards Retake and VAR. We will get confirm of that. And if that's the case, that will be Retake and VAR pushing on in to your grand finals for the Air Force Gaming Minor League Fortnite Finals. And I am here for it, all the way here for it. That'll be coming in a bit. What, Haller and Seymour coming on in here?
Yep.
Spits action. 16-5 VAR. Yes, it came in the same time. That's going to be at least equivalent to the largest lead, right? The 314, so the same difference, right?
Yeah, though 13 for a solo player, I think would be, well, is that the highest that we've gotten? There's been a lot of games that we have, and that's the crazy part.
Caster math. You tried to do caster math on broadcasts. There you
I was
go.
just trying
Struck
to
'em
remember
down.
a number.
Struck 'em
It's just
down.
memory,
Oh, okay,
caster
gotcha,
memory.
gotcha.
That's
Fair
actually
enough, fair
accurate.
enough.
But not only do we have the grand finals of Fortnite coming up, and that is going to be a best of 5 series, so extra Fortnite no matter what, a minimum of 3 games. We got Halo after that as well, and it's going to be a big one. That is a best of 5 series as well.
A lot of money being given away there as well. $6,000 going on in to the #1 winner of the Halo 10K here at the Air Force Gaming event. $2,000 going on in for second place, alphabetical, right? 2-2, I'm not talking about dresses. And then $1,000 to each of those. Right here, we're not fighting for nothing but undying honor and glory here, Jolly. Undying honor and glory. That's dramatic, I know.
Yep. Oh, I mean, hey, you saw how much enthusiasm there was on the stage for Rocket League earlier today. Same situation, right? Bragging rights, especially today because this is all Air Force within your branch. That's something that you're going to wear as a badge of honor.
Absolutely. And definitely going to be put in the faces of your teammates, right? Your fellow Air Force members, right?
Well, we do have, of course, support from family members, friends. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. We've still got more games. There we go. VAR and Retake. Heck yeah, we love this. This is my favorite part, like I said. I've mentioned it multiple times. Family and this kind of support, it's something that a lot of us involved and invested in esports haven't really had for a lot of our lives, even if it's not something that we get now growing, or even if it is something we get now, growing up probably wasn't. I mean, if I tried to explain this to my mom when I was younger, she absolutely would have just said, "Stop talking, Jolly. Go back to school." And I did finish that. But my goodness, it's inspirational, really, to see all of these players have the support that's actually coming. Some of them have traveled to visit and watch a game that, I mean, some of these parents don't even know what's going on, but they will still vehemently cheer on their child.
Exactly. Decently easy to follow Fortnite is, but it can be rather fast-paced, right? That was no more clearly put on display than here in this battle between Bonsai and your Retake and VAR squad. The family coming out in support in the squad. Love to see it. Looking at a grand finals coming up here soon. A little bit of rematch action as well. An FBI tugboat. This is Jolly. We'll be back here a little bit later. It's going to be Haller and Seymour coming in to take you guys sailing on into the grand finals. Back in a bit.
Exactly. That and the curses we'll have to see already.
Curses,
An enemy has been spotted, and we do have some of these skin changes. Look at that, the knockdown instantly.
Not a whole lot to get this one done with, right? Okay, never mind. Ranger Shotgun singing true on this, and now bites a second. Sniper in hand, looking to make a clip. I think did hit that, and that's going to be the last of Taco Hands 33.
This is huge from Retake. You have eyes in the back of your head, or, you know, on the top of your hood, as we can see coming out of Retake. And it's working quite well. In fact, we're going to find yet another one. We were talking about the 10 kills that were seen by the team previously of Rollout. This guy's almost got 10 on. Exactly. That railgun does take a long time to reload, but look how much damage it did here, at least for this player. We'll see if they can follow it up. A beautiful shot. And there it is. Going down.
The other side, a lot of flak right here, but that's going to taking a little bit of damage as well. That's not a good look, though. The Eye of a Nightmare. Oh, my goodness, so close right here, and actually does get in. That might be enough. No.
They're still just taken down, hasn't actually been eliminated, and that's going to be another member in VAR. I do still think, well, don't still think, 13 kills is what VAR currently is.
Let's just take a ride along the bay. We don't need to work, we can sit around and play. I've been waiting for so long to get away. Baby, don't hold back, all you gotta do is say, what would We'll be drinking champagne on the beach of Malibu. Cruising down the boulevard, kissing in the backseat of the car, making love under the stars. Would you like to be satisfied with me? I've been counting moments of love. I've been catching signs from above. All I wanna do is satisfy you. Baby, all you want is to be satisfied with me. I've been catching signs from above. All I wanna do is satisfy you. Baby, all you want is to be satisfied with me. Satisfied with me. To be satisfied with me.
Folks, welcome to the grand finals of your Fortnite Air Force Gaming Minor League. We got 2 teams left inside the bracket. It's going to be a fun time, but to take you through the series, this is myself, Seymour, alongside Lauren. Let's talk about it.
You know, Colin, I feel like we've been here before, seeing Team Rollout take on Team VAR Retake, and quite the journey we've had. The only Game 3 of the entire league finals today happened between these 2 teams. And VAR Retake, they were like, you know what? We want the run back. They looked so strong there in the lower final. They earned their place here at Grand Finals.
I mean, they trucked their way through the lower finals. Bonsai, another 2-0 loss. It's going to sting a little bit, but they showed up. Had a great time, and, you know, just play on the big stage. It is a fun time all around, but let's focus on our grand finalists so far. Team Rollout on the left, Team VAR and Retake on the right. A rematch, like we said, and if there's anything to take away from the first time we saw these two teams, it is that this one is going to go the distance. But let's look at team rollout first, Lauren.
Incredible team all the way around. We've seen them just perform all day. Now, one thing that's really interesting, after the last time we saw them play up against Team VAR Retake, I went over and talked to Timmy. The first thing he said to me was, "Did you say you can't weld aluminum?" I was like, "I got you covered, man. I did. I wouldn't leave you out there." So just character and personality all the way around with this team. So entertaining to watch.
You probably had a bad experience working with aluminum, Lauren. So, you know, we I don't want to bring it up too much. The fact that we brought it out, it's fun, and it's enjoyable, to say the least. But Team VAR and Retake on the opposite side of the stage. You're looking at Air Force first chair. Shavar Marquis Richardson, a.k.a. VAR, and Senior Airman Daniel Jose, a.k.a. Retake. And these two teams, you know, we got to see them in the first go-around against Team Rollout. And the one thing that I can enjoy about these two is that they like to change it up. They have that dynamic to them that they're okay with making adjustments when they're backed against the wall. It's just, can they make the necessary adjustments now in the grand finals to take a best-of-5 off of Team Rollout, who they weren't able to take down last go-around?
I think a characteristic of this team is that they are incredibly dangerous when they lose one of their partners. And coming into this, I would think that would be when a team would be their most vulnerable. But what you've seen time and time again, if it's just VAR remaining, he's racking up kills. He's battling his way to get his teammate back. If it's just Retake left, he starts popping off. So I don't think you can count this team out by any means as we go into grand finals here for game number 1.
Let's get it on with the grand finals. Game number 1. It's going to be a fun one. As we can already see, as the players drop on down, I expect we're going to the Joneses. You know, if I know Timmy and Ginger Snapper, it's where they want to go, but it doesn't seem like that's what we're going to get right away. It seems like they're going to drop, or at least Ginger Snapper's going to drop outside of the Joneses, hope to gather mats, gather some guns, and anything that he needs for the resources to take these gunfights, and then move his way into the Joneses and clean up house.
Is that the Stranger Things thing? What skin is he using right now?
I didn't get to see it, right? It is.
I don't know what that is, but Mean Sardine doesn't know what it is either as they get knocked. Potentially the first kill here for Team VAR Retake.
If you didn't
they are not wasting any time. Decent shots right over the horizon there, picking up kill number 1 and 2, actually.
Right away, I mean, this is a great start out of VAR. 2 kills. 3 assists into the game, and they should be looted quite considerably well after exiting the Joneses, and limiting the amount of kills that Team Rollout got as well is an important takeaway too. I mean, if VAR got 2, that means the maximum that their opponent could get exiting the Joneses was 2 to clean up that other squad. So it's a heads-up play out of VAR and Retake to make sure that they're not falling behind too far through this. But you're right, I mean, a little bit of NPC action and a little bit more loot.
Not too bad. Having those full shields is going to help them out as they approach the mid-game here. Medmist in the employ as well. Taking a look at Ginger Snap's loadout, they look pretty good. They have decent short and long-range capability, which is going to be very important rolling across. But the materials, they got to rack those up.
Let's grab a bounty. What are we looking at? Eliminate Sundown 57. The clown skin as well, so you got to watch out for clowns. I'm not a fan of clowns. I don't know about you, but right now, Team Rollout and Team VAR and Retake, they're not fans of clowns either.
You know what? I'm not scared of clowns, but I don't know if I'd hang around one either, you know?
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I wouldn't say I'm scared. Just not a big fan, you know?
But it's about to be sunset for Sundown 57 if the squad has anything to say about it. I would not want to be on the receiving end of a bounty from either one of these teams. Right now, checking Timmy. Now, what's interesting is like if one duo of this squad gets the bounty, then the entire team sees it. So that just becomes a kill target for everyone, and it's a race to the kill.
Here we go, a little bit of action on screen. A knock from Retake. And already you can see their opponents looking to escape, but they're just climbing the mountain right now. They got the high ground. It works for Obi-Wan. It's going to work for them this time around. It doesn't seem like it is. They are taking so much damage, and that is 2 kills for Retake. And you know, 2 kills for VAR as well off the start of the show. So I mean, right now, VAR and Retake, they are thriving.
That person ran up that mountain and had, what, no materials? Like, they just stood up there and got shot.
No worry in the world, Albert. They were having a grand old time.
Carefree. Easy kills here. Retake is like, we will take those 100%. They make their way into the Daily Bugle.
Maybe they were looking for Spider-Man.
You know? Could have used a hero for sure. Switching over to Ginger Snaps, Rocky Reel seems to be a staple location for this duo.
Stable indeed, and throughout this whole game, you know, you can feel this whole game has slowed down considerably, but at the same time, being down by 2 kills so far, Timmy and Ginger Snapper, they're going to have to pick things up, and I imagine that they're going to with the high-octane gameplay that they've been taking over throughout this day. And already you see a knock from Timmy. It looks like he's going to collapse on the rest of them. Gets shots inside the gas station, playing around the builds to a T, but not able to clean up just yet. You still have that 1 knock, so it seems like he's going to double back, make sure he can clean things up while his teammate is trying to help this out. But we snap over to Fard, and he's still picking apart enemies.
Racking things up. Aggressive play from both duos right now. I was really concerned for Timmy as he kind of approached that urban area where any angle could have been a potential target. They look to be doing just fine now. 4 kills and a nice build there. Gets the ramp. That goes through, and that shotgun's going to wake up that person. That's a knock. Got another target here potentially. And oh no, there are 2 people waiting there. Timmy on the receiving end and gets taken out a bit earlier than they anticipated.
Well, you can see the base building for Timmy there. He builds the walls, he corners himself in, then he goes for the ramp, see if he can get the high ground, get away, and trap him, see if he can flip things around, but wasn't able to do so. Wasn't able to build in time, and the opponents, they drop that wall, drop him right down into their lap, and that is an elimination that you wish you could have back right now if you're Ginger Snapper and Timmy, who have quite a slow start so far into the grand finals, but now that's going to bring us into a 1v1 between Ginger Snapper and VAR.
As I was talking about going into the grand finals, I really feel like Team VAR Retake, they are at their strongest individually when it's just one player remaining. It's almost like they feel the pressure and they just thrive off of it. So this could be VAR's time to pop off. Ginger Snaps, no slouch either, so I definitely think we're going to see a neck-and-neck race here towards the end of Game 1.
No, at the same time, it's like, how do you want to play right now if you're Ginger Snapper? Because you can look at the minimap and he is just outside of Tilted Towers. You see that there is a reboot right alongside him as well. So if he plays his cards right, if he plays it passive enough, waits for those enemies to leave, he could possibly bring back Timmy.
I think the cautious play is going to be the name of the game there. Good loot there for VAR. Another shield.
Looted up right now.
Needs to be a one-man army here for the team, and he's getting the shields to do exactly that. Looking at the loadout, pretty common level weaponry, so he's going to be looking for some upgrades before long. Jumps into the vehicle, 37 players, but oh no, gets spotted out as he's stuck. The all-terrain vehicle not working out apparently.
No.
The ATV sedan option, not the play. Manages to make a break behind the rocks, but then I believe another squad has him in his sights, and VAR is on the wrong side of a lot of crosshairs right now.
Oh, looks like he faked the build up. He's going to hide in the bushes. Not enough to escape just yet. Going for blood are these enemies. Takes to the skies and the ramps, but he is surrounded right now by a squad. I don't know how VAR is still alive. It looks like there's another squad fighting in this one as well. He's going to be flanked with shotgun, dropped down to 49 HP, trying to escape, but he is down for the count. And VAR is looking like he's going to dip out alongside his teammate.
Heck of a play there from VAR overall, though. Just operating well under pressure. Has 2 squads barreling down on him pretty much. He managed to hang on for quite a bit of time before that shotgun broke through the wall. Excellent play there. And this is just going to be the moment for Ginger Snaps and Timmy to make a play, because in that fray, you look at the top left and Timmy's back in the saddle.
Well, that's what I was talking about. You saw Ginger Snaps play literally on screen. He was waiting, playing it patiently. He had the reboot right ahead of him. He plays his cards right. Timmy's right back into this. And now with both Retake and VAR gone, this should be Team Rollout's game to lose at the moment. I mean, they are stacked to the brim with opportunity for this one. You can see 4 kills for Timmy on the screen. I didn't catch what Ginger Snapper had, but you can imagine with 27 players, including them still in the lobby, that the opportunities are endless.
They're definitely there, and there are a lot of pros and cons to their situation because right now it's just the two of them, so the added pressure of needing to keep up with kills for your opponent is out the window. But at the same time, you don't have those enemies of other enemies that could become your friends. So any team fight they take could be an instant 2v4. They have to be very selective about when they go in right now.
Right now, just exiting Tilted Towers, it seems like when I got to look at the circle, it is pulling just to the east. So when we move around this sequence, it does seem like VAR, or Ginger Snapper, and Timmy in a very patient and slow position where they can collect these mats, play for the late game, play as a duo who wants to get close and personal. I talked to them in the interview, and it's one thing that they said they thrive in is those boxed situations with their shotguns, and they feel like they're fast enough to take those 1v1 duels that they can work around their opponents with their builds and make sure that they maintain a priority position in those gunfights. And with 516 wood in his hand, looks like Timmy, he wants to take a build battle.
Well, you know, he's racking up a ton of wood, and I think that's great for the position that he's in, but I am concerned to have no brick, to have no steel. If there is a huge engagement, those wood walls are not going to absorb anywhere near the amount of bullets that he would otherwise have. So I think it's very important for Timmy to take a fight before we get into a top 10, top 15 situation, to be able to take someone else's materials to kind of catch back up.
Wouldn't be that bad of a strat right now. It looks like they just spotted somebody down, so chance to strike here for Timmy. Same time, Ginger Snapper from afar, picking away from those players. Finds a knock onto one. This is a full battleground right now. Looking for another, can't find the break in the shields. Where is Timmy? It looks like he's swinging around from the right, breaking that wood wall, trying his best to keep him on his toes. Not able to slip away with a kill just yet, but this is where Timmy comes into play, and you're going to look at him to box up this situation.
What an amazing opening here for Ginger Snaps. An absolute shooting gallery between two squads. Take your pick. Was able to get one down. I believe they would have been able to recover by now. The tank employed and arrived. Oh, decent shots in through the wall. Ramp comes out.
Seems like
wrapping around this side. Sees the movement of the opponent. Timmy not too far away. You don't want to get down too far away from your teammate. Focus fire is going to be a huge play here for this squad, for this duo.
Focus not to get lost in the sauce in these builds. You want to make sure that you're keeping an eye on where your enemies place your walls, where your walls are, so that you can keep rotating accordingly at the same time. But his location is known. You can see that the pings are coming through, trying to get hunted down by the teammates. Shotgun is going to land. He has a 2v1 right now with his teammate Timmy as well. I haven't been able to find a knock just yet. Beautiful shots with the shotgun, still no knocks, as this is quite the build battle. Finally, he's going to knock him down. Kara down for the count.
Heads up play there by Ginger Snaps. Low on resources, but not out of skill by any means. Held on, found a positioning, and maintained a ton of their shields and health. So they are looking really good to round out the back end of this fight. And if they do come away with a lot of loot here, we could potentially see victory royale here at the rate these guys are playing.
This is hectic in a build battle, and this is where you can really get lost in enemy positioning. You have to be aware of any sound cues you can. You know, build, spotting out an enemy just like that, and you have to know where to go as well, but a lot of damage, 23 HP, he's down, and Timmy as well. So that's gonna be first game done and dusted. And with the run that we saw, with that end game fight as well, I wouldn't be surprised if Team Rollout came out on top in that game one, but you know, I wouldn't be opposed in both ways either, because VAR and Retake, they had a fantastic start to it.
Well, both of the teams operated well under pressure, I personally felt. And while we did see Team Rollout make it further into that game, VAR and Retake definitely had their moments to shine over the course of game number one. I'm really curious to hear what the kill count ends up being between both of these teams, because they operated so well. I think the building at the end really showcased Ginger Snaps' ability to just, I have 80 materials left. I'm not out, though. Just being able to win that fight, to have the confidence in themselves. They were able to get some materials back and really take a stand in that next foray. It just didn't go their way at that time. But that's the kind of grit you need.
Did I just hear a 5-5 game? Coming out from
that what
a
happened?
tie for game number 1? Does that mean we run this one back? So
How does that work? I knew it was going to be a neck and
Placement's
neck
going to
game.
win that one. So that means that because team rollout plays higher, they're going to come away with game number 1. And that is a crazy one, too. The whole situation coming down to a tie. And game number 1 of the grand finals, to say the least. I mean, what more could you want in a grand final? This is everything on the line for these two players. They've played so much Fortnite over the season. 6 weeks leads to this, and 2 teams now going the distance.
You know, going into this match, I was like, this is going to be very evenly matched. Both of these teams have shooters. They have playmakers. They have people that can change the game. And I think a 5-5 finish to game number 1 of a best-of-5 is about as close an example to that idea as you could possibly get. The 6th place finish is going to give game number 1 over to team rollout, so they have to feel great about that. But VAR retake, they cannot be dismayed at all. They got so many kills.
They did.
Even not making it as far as team rollout to still get 5 kills, I'd feel very confident about my ability to even up the score for game 2.
No, I think they got caught in another situation where we really saw them playing a different game style than I think they should have been in. You saw the disconnected play in this grand final show once more, and it punishes them on being in 2 different areas at once. All of a sudden, retake goes down. VAR's in no position to get the reboot or even to revive his teammate, and caught in so many unfortunate 1v3s, 1v4s. There's only so much you can do when you're VAR in that situation. So going into game number 2, you need to see that change. You need to see VAR and retake go back to the drawing board, figure out a way around team rollout, and hopefully, I'd like to see them play together a little bit more and play off of one another.
I would too, because when you do split up, it becomes that much more difficult to have a successful engagement. I feel like so many elements are outside of your control. Because if you just see someone with full health, full shields, and they run across and you start shooting at them, you're probably not going to get the knock unless you just all headshots or something crazy like that. So you're saying to the opponent, I want to fight you. But then there's an entire screen or an entire squad waiting for you to respond. So if you're just by yourself, it's so easy to walk into a 1v4.
You're looking on screen right now, both teams getting ready for game number 2 of the grand finals. We've talked about what we want to see out of these 2, but let's see them put it to the test.
All I want to see now is more. I mean, both of these teams.
Look at that. Let's go.
Are we driving the bus? I think there's one steering wheel there, guys. So I don't. You might have to sort that part out.
Yeah, take turns. It's a very big bus. It's a very, very big bus indeed. It's got to fit 100 people on it. So I mean,
you're not wrong there.
Maybe there is 2 people driving the bus. We will never know. That is Fortnite lore that is yet to be heard.
Game 1 really showcased how important every moment is going to be over the course of the grand finals. A 5-5 kill count finish, but the placement becomes the deciding factor. And just that idea alone could inspire more conservative play, could inspire both of these teams to try to make it further into the game rather than just get kills, because that is about as close as you can get.
Close indeed, but these teams are not alone in the Joneses. Looking for the gunfights right away. Timmy, see you later. Not 1, but 2 knocks. And it looks like he's looking to clean them up as well. But now alongside that, you have to clean up the rest of the team. And it looks like Ginger Snapper is right alongside Timmy to get this job done.
Getting the job done they are. If there are any nerves on that stage, you would not see it. It looks like just another day at the office as we see a clean pickup here. And a little bit of panache. We're going to go ahead and carry Yeet. I want to make sure my loot's in a comfortable spot. That player has to feel bad about that. Like, they just get picked up, carried away. It's literally, like, they're going to loot me later.
Literally getting moved around the map. Without choice. Well, you just have to accept it at that point. You lost the gunfight, you face the consequences that come next. But nice shots at a Ginger Snapper, looking to take down the walls as well. 31 on that player with no shields, but he's got a little bit of heat on his shoulders. 32 HP. VAR is down. Ginger Snapper looking to play around the body, but not accounting for the flank. And he's going to be down and out for the count.
That is going to be the Elim, leaving just Timmy and Retake for both squads. This could be an earlier game, too, than either team was really bargaining for here. No shields on the side of Retake, still advancing forward. Gets one target. No shields there. Knock could be imminent. Shoots through the ramp. Not able to get the takedown there. Decides to go back, get some ammo and resources.
Whoa.
Timmy with the forearm lariat of a burst fire option. Clean play there coming out of Timmy.
The snap on Timmy right now is lethal. 4 eliminations so far too, and with how much these teams are struggling so in the early game, at least as a duo, you know, Timmy is thriving right now. But with losing out on Ginger Snapper and VAR being down, I mean, this could be an early game. And you have to think that if you're retake right now, you're hoping to get some momentum back. But instead, he's going to look to bring back VAR. They have the reboot right next door. So this should be back to full strength, Team VAR and retake.
Should be back to full strength for both squads. I'm pretty sure Timmy would have been able to pick up the card by now. No, perhaps I spoke too soon. No. Both teams are back to full force. And losing players like that happened early enough to where I do feel like they can make a full recovery and you would never know that they lost someone at the beginning of the game. So this came along at a pretty good time, depending on how far they need to travel for the next circle.
Well, that is a much-needed moment for VAR and retake because you are far behind already in game number 2 and already down 1-0 in the series. This is not something you want to give up and go down and against the ropes. So with having VAR back on for these two teams, this is where I'm looking at VAR and retake, I guess, to start the revenge tour. Get something going in the second game and start racking up those kills. The hunt is on. You can already see that VAR looking to find some opponents.
And one thing I am concerned about for VAR retake is that neither side have shields at the moment. So just the idea that if they are rotating across, they do have a decent amount of materials to be able to sustain themselves. But without those shields, that is going to be very risky. That if someone gets the drop on them, it's going to be pretty easy to get the knock on.
It will be. Nonetheless, though, you can see VAR is on a mission to get back to his teammate, and retake doesn't want to stay too far behind Timmy as well. You don't want to allow Timmy to keep on collecting kills, so you can see that retake is keeping a little eye on him.
One on the books for VAR. Retake is yet to be able to pick up a kill. So right now we are seeing Team Rollout in a somewhat comfortable position in terms of the kill count. But as we saw in game number 1, kills may not be the only deciding factor to consider here. So there's still a lot more Fortnite to play here in game number 2.
Over to Rocky Reels we go. It seems like this is just the route that we've always seen these two teams take. We drop Joneses, we go Rocky Reel, they keep the carnage going, and the battle bus has been spotted. A little bit of enemies on the screen. Excellent usage of the camera here from Timmy, but it seems like the jig's up. It's time to run away from the battle bus. Ooh. As you are being run over right now. He's going to hop up onto the turret, see if he can do some damage to his own truck, force these players out of the vehicle, and see if he can find a better way around this one. But right now, he is just doing such a lot of damage onto this bus. I am surprised that is still trying to run him over.
Timmy jumping onto the back of the proverbial dragon there to probably save their bacon, if I dare say so. Tank explodes, switching over to retake, who gets the drop on someone. That should be a knock here momentarily. That is going to be it. Potentially the first kill now confirmed and picked up. VAR and retake getting on the board, getting back in the game too.
Seems like we got some fans of Fortnite in the crowd. You know, it doesn't matter who wins. It's just we want to see some eliminations in that one. And that was a great play out of retake as well to hop in the tank. As soon as he notices it's going down, you can imagine that his opponents are going to be pushing the aggression. And when it does, he builds some ramps, builds some walls, forces that player to go underneath, and he drops down with the shotgun, deals a big chunk of damage to drop those shields and cleans up the rest.
Looking at the health bars up at the top left, it looks like Timmy was able to do a really good job of recovering, because what an unlucky turn of events for that bus to just happen and to traipse through the building you're trying to hide out in. So to be able to get back to a pretty decent spot there bodes well for Team Rollout. Ginger Snaps short on shields themselves, but hello?
No, more like goodbye. But
step off the bus, sir.
It's one of those situations where you're really blessed for retake and VAR to make sure that battle bus is focusing on Timmy, because they're able to pick apart the rest. But I know what you're going to say.
Did you see them cross the streams on that car driving by?
I was thinking to myself, that has to be illegal in some place.
unlucky. Free trip back to the lobby for whoever dare drive by team rollout. And you might want to take that car in for repairs, Ginger Snaps. Just saying. I'm not a
wheel.
mechanic.
It doesn't have a wheel.
We're going off-road anyway.
Yeah, who needs a wheel? Where we're going, we don't need wheels.
I guess not. We see Retake was able to get another knock. Keep VAR. Retake that team in the running. Solid pickup, decent set of materials, plenty of mini shields. Right now, we're looking at Retake, who looks to be positioned quite well, but switching over to VAR, gets the elimination. Second for him.
That's 4 kills right now for VAR and Retake. Ginger Snapper and Timmy off of the fantastic start that Timmy had. They're in a good position. So right now, it's playing catch-up between VAR and Retake, and they're going to have to make sure that they're always on pace with the rhythm, and every single time we get a car, it's just a fun time. You know, it's a road trip all around for everybody.
You know, this venue is amazing. It does offer an immersive experience. I'm surprised to see it to be that immersive.
They're driving the truck, Albert.
It's like I'm right there in the game.
We take a look at the situation that VAR and Retake are at. And oh, no, we take a look at the situation. They're hunting in this situation. No shields.
No shields. Plenty of problems there for that player. Quick, clean, easy pickup there.
It's a teammate.
Or the VAR Retake cause. Switching over to Timmy, who's made their way to tilt the towers. Plenty of materials for this next scrap. Gets spotted by the scanner. Aiming down sights. Decent shots on the player over the wall. Gonna try to chase that down.
The tracking was good, but you got to remember, Jolly highlighted it earlier. It's hit scan. It's not hit scan. It's projectiles. So you got to make sure that you're tracing. He's on the hunt right now. Nice shot with the shotgun. Barrels right through with the sub. Able to clean up house from that squad. 7 kills for Timmy as he is leading his team to a victory so far, alongside Ginger Snapper with 4. So 11 kills between the two.
The speed and precision from both of these duos. We saw the immediate elimination, so that was the last person in that squad. And the loot didn't even get to hit the ground before it was scooped up by everyone that was there. They cleaned that bird and moved on.
Right now, they got to move on to something brand new, at least if you're retaking VAR, because still far behind in this series, as they're going to need a fantastic late game, or a large late game, if they want to bring this one back. And it seems like VAR already looking to find a battle, looking for the high ground, has to drop on down, breaks to the build, goes for the submachine gun, still trying to find this knock, and he's finally going to get it down. It does look like he's trying to get interrupted too, as
Beep Beep coming through with the bus. Don't mind if I do, says random player. Adding a variable to the proceedings. Following VAR, finds one target by the tree. Not going to be able to focus on them for too long before they lose their shields. They're going to go ahead and try to hold up here in the box. But with that bus rambling around, I don't think any structure is going to be long for the world.
Not. When you thought a build battle was your hardest opponent right now, add the battle bus to the mix. Ginger Snap's down. Timmy, what can you do? He's down. VAR and Retake now the last 2 standing. This is their chance to take control and seize this opportunity to win game number 2 with both of their opponents off the menu. What can they do? Oh, the grenade launcher. This is going to be quite the test for this duo.
VAR and Retake, like our friends in the audience, are in the driver's seat right now for the rest of game number 2. It's up to them. A huge amount of kills were racked up for team rollout, but 14 players remaining. The opportunity, the window of opportunity is there for VAR Retake.
Recon spotting out the players inside the build on the flank here. Big shots out of VAR. Knocks the shields, knocks the player. And now looking for the rest of them. They have no idea. Where's the comms to the opponents? It seems like they don't know where VAR is. This is the exact position that you want to be in if you are VAR and Retake. The cousins are tearing it up. He's going to break the bottom, dips him on down, and welcome him with open arms is his duo. Another one bites the dust. VAR and Retake, they're on the climb.
Masterful display of just Fortnite knowledge. We saw there out of VAR. Just knew every move their opponent was going to make, drops the bottom out from under them to confirm that kill. They are playing in the zone right now.
Well, it's not done yet. The recon. You see the players to the wall trying to take control. You get the edit for the corner into the mix.
Ooh.
One pump right to the face. See you later.
Buck 85, that hurts.
Still 2 more players to clean up, Albert. Getting eyes on them. Not going to break the shield just yet. But in for the build. Chips
Nice
away at
go
17. Opponent has the high ground right now, so you're just big chilling if you're VAR. See if you can find a different way around this one. You box yourself in, and right now, you come to me.
Now, what's spooky about this for VAR is he has no more materials. He can make no more walls, and it's going to cost him as he gets knocked there. Being a bit aggressive without the materials to back the play. Retake not in a position to immediately help out, and the circle's posing itself to be a problem. Retake is there now for the cover fire. Actually able to get a kill, I believe. Saw some loot spray out.
Retake should need 2 kills, and VAR and Retake will take the lead. There's still a couple players to fight as well, so the job's not done. They're fighting in the circle too, so the health just keeps on falling into the high ground on top. No heals.
Gambling.
Trying to find this one, but 9 HP. This is do or die right now if you're Retake, but it seems like it's more so die than do as they're going to fall. That should be game 2 for rollout.
Brazen and bold is the very nature of that play. I have 20-something health left. I'm not in a circle. I need these kills. I am going in. I am full on just... It's all up to this moment right now. I love that kind of gutsy play, and VAR Retake, they've embodied that over the course of game 2.
Well, you can see when they are backed against the wall, they take the gunfights. I mean, this is VAR and Retake knowing what they need to do in the situation that is handed to them. And they know they can't get out of that build battle. As soon as they leave that situation, they're going to be picked apart from the players inside of that battle when they notice that they're trying to scurry away. So you got to take the one-on-one. You got to take the fight, and they do a valiant job at making it happen. The only thing is you're 2 kills away from taking the win for game number 2, and now you're down 2-0 in the series. I'm just waiting to hear what the kill count for both sides is to confirm that, but if my mental math is right.
Old caster math. I feel like no matter what the results of game number 2 are going to be, recovery was the theme of that. We saw early eliminations. We saw people coming back, having to respond with low materials. Just, it felt like a slog. I think it was a great example of the grit that both teams have. Just when everything's going your way, it's easy to look like a rock star. But when you have your back against the wall, when the chips are down and you are still able to perform, that's the real caliber. That's the championship level play. And we do see Team Rollout advancing 2-0 in its best of 5 for the grand. Or it's a best of 3, that's it?
It is best of 3, that's it. Team Rollout are your champions.
Team Rollout are your Air Force Gaming Minor League Fortnite champions. Impressive display. 2-0 victory. Able to hang on.
Every single game we saw out of Team Rollout, it seems like they got better and better. And VAR and Retake, they weren't too far behind. The only thing is that Team Rollout, they had the edge ahead the whole time, so they just stayed ahead. And we got the kill count, too, for that last game. It was 11-10 for Team Rollout. So you were 1 kill away from tying it up. And with the placement, they would have pushed to a game 3.
I have so much more respect for that play from VAR Retake there at the end because think about it. You are down 1 kill. You have 20 health. You're outside of the storm. The kill you're chasing down, if you get that, you tie it up, and then you have the position advantage. So then you do force out game number 3. That, to me, is a player that says, like, I want it all up to me right now. I'm looking to make the play, go big or go home. No matter how it shakes out, I have a ton of respect for that kind of play.
It's typical. I mean, you make a Hail Mary play. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But when you're backed against the wall, what else are you going to do? They tried. It didn't work, but they looked good doing it. And to go out all the way to the grand finals to fall out where you were, I mean, VAR and Retake, they worked so hard to get to this match. And even in the match, I mean, they were steps behind them. They weren't leaps behind them. They were right there, and they played their hearts out the whole time through. But for Team Rollout, on the other hand, they show up. They get the job done. They don't even they don't even drop a map in the grand finals. We talked to this team in an interview yesterday, and they came here to have fun, to have a good time, and to put on a good show, and it seems like they've done all that.
They came here, they had fun, they had a good time, and they put on a show. So I definitely think they were 3 for 3 in the grand scheme of things. Just incredible play all the way around. And it was a 2-0, but I don't think that tells the entire story because it was highly competitive. The game number 1 came down to position in a kill race. So when you have that kind of close contest between two teams, you're seeing some very exciting Fortnite, and that's exactly what we got over the course of that best-of-3 team rollout, able to hang on and pull out a rock-solid victory there. Congratulations to them. What a great way to finish out the day.
What a great way to finish out FORCECON. I mean, neck and neck grand finals for the minor leagues, and team rollout are on top. So, folks, we're not done yet with the action. We got an interview. We're going to pass it over to Tugboat as he talks to the champions.
Thanks, guys. We are here and we are live with the AFG Grand Finals winners for our Fortnite tournament. We're here with Team Rollout, and I got Ginger and Timmy with me to give them a slice of the mind after the matches. Now, Ginger, we talked a little bit about the flack you guys took towards the end of the match, right?
Yes. Battle Bus came in and wrecked our show.
Yeah, they did that, and they will do that. They will do that. Put a showstopper indeed. Now, Timmy, this is one of the squads here that really said they had your number, right? I got to sit down with them. They were like, oh, hey, like, we want Timmy. We want to play against Timmy. We definitely want to see them in the grand finals. How's it feel now?
We've played VAR and Retake 5 times now, and they were out for blood. And I knew we could beat them. I knew Harky here. He's the man. And like I said, I knew we could beat him.
There you go, the ultimate confidence, especially after victory. Love to see it. Love to see it. Very close indeed it was going all the way down, but it's gotta feel good. Now, if there's anything else that you would say the best thing about this Techport event was, what would it have to be there, Ginger?
Ooh, would have been nice to have a little bit better showing physically, but we had a hype crowd, I will say. Had some good hooping and hollering in the back. A little bit more would be nice.
A little bit more would be nice. A little bit more would be nice. There we go. There we go. Love to see it. Love to see it. Big shout out, Ginger. Now, Timmy, again, one thing outside of winning was your favorite thing about this event here at Techport?
Meeting Harky here. We've been friends for about 2 years through a mutual friend, and meeting him has been absolutely amazing. And I wouldn't have anyone sitting next to me for those matches.
A hearty endorsement indeed. And good teammates here for our AFG Fortnite Finals. Bringing people together actively, right? That's what this event is all about. Thank you, guys. That has been it for the Fortnite Finals. Now, we only have a little bit left here at Techport. Don't go too far away now, because the Halo results will be in here soon.
Here we go, a little bit of action on screen, a knock from Reed. This time around, it doesn't seem like it is. They are taking we're gonna have to pick things up, and I imagine that they're going to with the high-octane gameplay that they
be doing just fine now. 4 kills and a nice build there. Gets the ramp, that goes through, and that shotgun's gonna
taken away from those players. Finds a knock onto one, and still no knocks. As this is quite the build battle. Finally, he's gonna knock him down. Carl,
these teams.
Look at that. Let's go.
Are we driving the bus?
One in the Joneses. Looking for the gunfights right away. Timmy, see you later. Not 1, but 2 knocks. And it looks...
Let's go back at some ammo and resources. Timmy with the forearm lariat.
Plus, has been spotted a little bit of enemies on the screen. Excellent usage of the camera here from Timmy, but it seems like the jig's up between VAR and Retake, and they're going to have to make sure that they're always on pace with the rhythm, and every single time we get a car, it's just a fun time. You know, it's a road trip all around for everybody.
You know, this venue is amazing. It does offer an immersive experience. I'm surprised to see it to be that immersive.
They're taking control. You get the edit for the corner into the mix. One pump right to the face. See you later.
Buck 8.